Before we get started today, I wanted to talk about our sponsor, Dr. Taylor Bosley over at Precision Wellness Group. I've been on hormone optimization since 2018, but up until recently, I never felt like I had a personalized plan that actually catered to me. After getting my labs done, Dr. Bosley spent over an hour going over every aspect of my labs, not just my hormones. He then addressed some of my lifestyle factors like diet, sleep, exercise, and even what time I ate. He formulated a specific plan that was unique to my needs and even caught some pretty important vitamin deficiencies that I didn't even know I had. I've been struggling with an injury, and he was able to get me on a peptide that's been extremely beneficial as well. So if you're ready to make some serious changes to the way you look and feel like I did, contact Precision Wellness Group. I'll leave a link in the description below. Now let's get the show started. Everybody, welcome back to another episode of the Vanguard Wall. I've been working on this interview, man, for months. I think we've been talking for months. So today in the studio, we have Kevin Garrad. How do I say your last name?
Garrad.
Garrad. Kevin Garrad. I'm learning how to speak English, proper English. Kevin's lives in South Africa, traveled all the way across the pond to come see us. So this is an exciting interview. This is going to be something very unique. Kevin was born in Britain, came to the U.S., joined the military, retired, works in South Africa doing a whole host of things that we're going to cover. So this is going to be one of those, it's going to be a kind of a lengthy interview, and we're going to cover a lot of topics, but I'm super excited. So before we get started, I just want to say thanks, brother. It's been it's been awesome getting to know you. At the end of this podcast, we're going to talk about a project that Kevin and I have partnered together that's going to be unbelievable. So you guys are going to stick around to the end to hear us talk about that project. But I just want to say thanks, man. Thanks for coming across the pond. Thanks for being willing to share your story. I know we stayed up for quite a while yesterday, doing some more prep and planning, and I think we're both pretty excited about this.
I'm ready.
Yeah,
it's gonna be fun.
Let's do it. Before we get started, I'm gonna give your intro, bro. So what happens when a British kid who arrived in America just 24 hours before 9/11 decides to answer his adopted country's call to war? What happens when that same young man spends his entire 20s in the crucible of Iraq and Afghanistan, earns his Green Beret, masters the art of demolitions, and then walks away from everything to live among lions and elephants in the African bush? Today on the Vanguard Wall podcast, we're joined by Kevin "Pip" Garrad, a man whose DD-214 tells only half the story. Born in London, Kevin enlisted in the U.S. Army just 1 month after 9/11, beginning a 14-year journey that would take him from breaching the berms into Iraq with the 3rd Infantry Division to earning the coveted Green Beret with 1st Battalion, 10 Special Forces Group. His service record reads like a masterclass in modern warfare. Iraq invasion veteran, Afghanistan combat tours, NATO force trainer, master breacher, and a Special Forces recruiter. He was there at the very beginning of Operation Iraqi Freedom, watching special operation teams flow through the breach he helped create, a moment that would define his military aspirations. But Kevin's story doesn't end when he retired in 2016. In fact, it explodes into something even more extraordinary. After hitting rock bottom in his hometown of Savannah, Georgia, dealing with TBI, PTSD, and the soul-crushing reality of recruiting young Americans for wars he stopped believing in, Kevin made a decision that would sound insane to most people. He sold everything and moved to South Africa to become a wildlife conservationist. Today, Kevin lives in the shadows of the Kruger National Park, where the morning soundtrack isn't reveille, but the roars of lions. He's traded IEDs for Rhino poachers, urban combat for bush warfare, and team rooms for campfires under the Southern Cross. As the founder of WildWorks, he's pioneered a revolutionary approach to veteran healing, combining wilderness therapy with psychedelic treatment in the African bush. This man, who has survived RPG skipping under his Humvee, tracked armed poachers through territory where elephants and leopards hunt, and discovered that the same hypervigilance that kept him alive in Iraq now serves him well when a 6-ton bull elephant decides to inspect his morning coffee. Kevin has lived more adventures in 2 lifetimes than most people manage in 10. From the sands of Iraq to the savannas of Africa, from Green Beret to wildlife ranger, his journey challenges everything we think about post-military life, healing, and what it truly means to continue serving. Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin "Pip" Garrad, proof that the greatest missions sometimes begin after you take off the uniform.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Thank you.
Hey, man, let's take it from the very beginning, dude. You were born in England. Tell us about your childhood.
Yeah, merry old England, born and raised from Hertfordshire. So I tell people North London. So if you imagine a map of London, far north on the border is the rural area of like Hertfordshire. So it's where London's grown its food. So outside of main London, I grew up in farmland and oak forests, hunting and fishing and running around building camps. I had lots of deer around, foxes, rabbits. So yeah, I kind of lived a bit of a wild country life when I was growing up in the UK.
Yeah, one of the things you told me I thought was interesting is that, you know, you were hunting and fishing in England when no one else really had guns. How unusual was that? And what's your, you know, family's relationship with outdoor sports?
Yeah, so guns in the UK, it's kind of rare, really. Not many people own guns nowadays. So hunting is a dwindling sport in the UK unless you're kind of royalty or aristocrats nowadays. So the actual, like, the blue-collar hunting families are few and far between. My dad was a police officer, though, so we were able to get gun licenses. So I grew up around shotguns, rifles. My dad used to do pest control as well, so we used to hunt pest control as kind of a hobby. So shot, God knows, thousands of rabbits, hares, pigeons, pheasants, foxes. My uncle used to run a fox hunt too, so as a master of the hounds. So weekends and some summers, I was sent away to the hunt to help with that. So feeding massive packs of hounds and butchering cows and horses. Man, I forgot about that. Yeah, grunt work. Army work was easy after that, but I kind of grew up hunting, fishing in that kind of unique environment.
Where is that located in England? Is that like up north or?
About 40, 50 miles north of central London.
Your family, I mean, your mom was a nurse and your dad was like a police, you know, SWAT guy. I know they call it something in the UK, right?
Yep, armed police. So he did armed police. He was a police detective. He was a riot police officer for a while, with like their reaction unit for riot police. And then I grew up with my mum being a nurse for my whole life. Still a nurse to this day.
How did that kind of shape your, you know, worldview as a kid?
Yeah, so I grew up in a first responder family, which I never really considered much compared to most people. So I was always around my dad being called back to work for an accident or coming in late from a scene. And then my mum talking about what she was doing at work. If we encountered an accident while we were out and about, my mum would go to work. So I remember we encountered a car wreck that had just happened. My parents put the car in park. Dad got out, started like doing traffic, freaking control. And then my mum's like treating a patient in the car. And I'm sitting in the back of the car. My brother's looking after them, watching this. It's kind of like normal for my family. Like, so the whole just drilled into me. That's what you did, right? You helped.
Yeah, that's awesome. You had uncles who were paratroopers. Were you hearing like war stories around the dinner table? Or
yeah, my two uncles are crazy British paratroopers from the Paras. So they both fought in the Falklands War. That was a fairly decent sized skirmish that the Brits had over the Falkland Islands by Argentina. And then they also fought in the Troubles in Northern Ireland. So all for the 80s into the early 90s, that was basically guerrilla warfare for the British Army. And the Paras were heavily involved in that. So yeah, I grew up around the war stories.
Did you ever hear any like crazy stories from Ireland?
Oh, yeah. My freaking uncles absolutely hate the Irish to this day, much like we used to be with the Iraqis and Afghans, which is kind of funny. But back when I was growing up, the Irish were like the worst animal monsters you could possibly be around because they'd slaughtered and beheaded British soldiers and all kinds of stuff. So I kind of grew up with that.
I think you told me your cousin was a zookeeper and you'd spend weekends at the zoo like feeding endangered animals. Dude.
Yeah, red pandas. So I loved wildlife even when I was growing up. So watching like David Attenborough, Mutual of Omaha, Animal Kingdom, and everything else. And then my cousin was a zookeeper at, I think it was Woburn Zoo. So she was in charge of exotic endangered species. So I got to feed red pandas, like go in the exhibit and feed them after hours and stuff. I was feeding all kinds of like endangered birds and owls and eagles. So that had a huge impact on me. I remember saying to myself, like, I want to be a zookeeper. This is absolutely great. And my parents were like, that's for dirty dreadlocks hippies. You make no money doing that. So
how did that hit you at like a young age where you kind of have this like passion of this thing you think you want to do and your parents are like, yeah, you're not doing that?
Well, they didn't say I couldn't do it. They just highly suggested against it and told me I would have, and they were rightly so. I would have been a freaking broke conservation zookeeper making like $15 an hour feeding the animals. Would have been not so great a life. I'm happy I did it the way I did, and they told me that because it's, although I would have avoided all the war and TBI and PTSD, which made me who I am today, it would have been nicer, I guess, in one way. But yeah, I'm happy I did what I did.
You, one thing I've noticed about you is you're kind of like, you're on this constant learning path. Like you're a person that loves to learn and continue like to learn and teach yourself new skills. That's something I've picked up through our time kind of prepping and talking. Was that something that you were curious as a kid? Did you read a lot of books as a kid or?
Yeah, I actually struggled to read when I was growing up. I had a hard time reading. I remember my parents got on me once about it. My dad got on me real hard about having to read better. And for a reason that like unlocked reading. I then read everything. I went crazy on reading. I can crush I'm actually one of them top tier people now that I can crush a book in like a couple of days. You give me a book to read. If I like it, done. I'll finish it in 48 hours. I can consume page by page really quick. I'm able to kind of look at the page and read the text without kind of going through it. So that started at a young age, driven by my dad. Then I was also in Army cadets starting from when I was 13. So I was again learning manuals and tactics, and you got to get promoted. Let's move this forward a bit.
Yeah.
Get promoted to go through the ranks. So you have to learn and study. So that made my life so much easier as I was crushing through these books. So I just kind of always had that. And then I got to the military and I was high-speed soldier, same thing, crushing manuals. So I just kept that going my whole career. If you don't know it, I can generally pick up a book, read it, and then do it enough times until I get it, then confidently pick up the skill.
What's the Army cadet? Is that something that
Yeah, so it's JROTC, but it's different from America where it's JROTC attached to a school. In
in a high school?
Yeah, in England it's not. It's the military that runs basically an early indoctrination program for British kids. Right now, the Army Cadet Force in England outnumbers the military. It's insane. Yeah, so we were straight up. My instructor, or not my instructor, I guess my captain of my company was a Gurkha. So my Army Cadet instructor was a hardcore war hero Gurkha. I had a drunk British squaddy from like another para guy. So we were basically trained and kind of treated like little soldiers, even though we were like 13, 14. But we were carrying around British machine guns. We'd go away on the weekend to an armory, get British machine guns. We'd go fight war in the field with blanks. And like, I was digging foxholes when I was 13, and we were doing ambushes and raids and like freaking tying people up and dragging them out of camp, like that's abducting other soldiers.
It actually sounds pretty fun.
It was absolute anarchy, Lord of the Flies, before the phones. So you basically, I've got an alcoholic Gurkha who's left the army, now he's in his 50s, like running cadets. I've got a drunk squaddy who's probably been made to come do this for like...
Yeah. Was it like an after school program or something they did as part of the school curriculum?
No, completely separate. Completely separate from school. This was the military had all across England, every major town had a Army Cadet Force. So I was about 20 to 30 kids, and then the next town had one, and we'd compete regionally. So I was competing in long range marksmanship, machine gun. I was a machine gunner when I was 13. Light support. I've been a machine gunner my whole career, but that started at 13.
And that's going to definitely play out later.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I started young. I've been rocking a machine gun since early days, taught by the British Army how to fight. When we get to like Star Course and Land Nav for the later on in career, I was already crushing competitions in the Breckons where they train the SAS out in the big moors. Yeah, we'd go out there for competitions, like as little cadets, and be running around like multi-day at night on our own doing these competitions.
That's actually pretty cool.
Then I got to the army and go through like, how was basic training? Ridiculously easy. I've been doing it I've been in basic training, already got past that. I was already like a sergeant in cadets where I got to basic training, then we're learning basic army skills. I'm like, I could already march. I could really march because I'm in the British Army, proper D&C.
So is that a feeder program? Because I know like the
It's
British
a feeder
Army
program.
is
It's a
hard to get
hardcore
into.
feeder program. Yeah, hardcore feeder program. And then you can get scholarships from that and move over. So I was working my ass off, doing all the competitions and winning to get to a scholarship to go to the military officer school in England. So that was my plan at the time, to go that and then on to SAS through that route. So I was taking Army cadets when I joined, serious as hell. Like I knew what I wanted to be, and I was going to use this as the vessel to get there.
What about sports? Was that big where you were at?
Yep, I grew up playing rugby. Hate soccer, football, whatever you call it, but I'm a hardcore rugby player. So I always played front pack, so front row. I played all for my career as well. I didn't stop playing until recruiting command, where the injuries were just too much. It's taking a
Rugby
pounding.
is no joke, man. It's like American football with no pads.
Yeah, I played briefly for the army. I got a chance to play for an army team in Iraq when they assembled all the rugby players and they put out a blast. I was like, yeah, I'll come play. And they flew me in. So yeah.
So what kept you from joining the British Army? Was it just the family moving?
The family moving. Yeah, I was just about to. So we graduated in England at 16. So I'd already graduated school, gone to work at an office, kind of doing some data computation stuff. And then my mum got the job in America for the nursing. So then just decided, they convinced me to move to America with them, and then I joined the military there, and that's what I did.
What did you think your life would kind of look like? Or was it more than just like a big adventure? Like that's a massive transition. It's not like you're just going to move in. You're moving to a whole nother country. Granted, speaks the same language. And
yeah, we'd been out there before though. So we'd flown out. So my mum's a nurse, high-ranking nurse in England, but it's a small island, right? So it's very competitive, whereas America's a big country, so your nurses are spread out. There's more availability here. So her skills were highly competitive in England, but they were sought after in America. So she'd come out and she'd done our test in Boston. So we had family in Boston out in Winston-Salem. So we actually come out and stayed for 6 weeks in America. My family live on the lake out there too. So hunting, fishing, I was like, this is absolutely amazing. In England, I'm used to like little fishing ponds and freaking rivers. And here my cousins live on freaking proper New England style lake, like absolutely massive. They've all got boats. I'm like, this is awesome. We've got 30-06 rifles in a closet in the bedroom. In England, it's got to be in a safe and locked up.
Yeah.
Like your house, just like guns. Like what? So I remember for me and the family, it was like I've all got brothers and little sisters. It was just great. You know, we're going to go to America. So yeah, I was excited for it.
What was like the decision from like your parents? Was it just like a better life, or would your mom cause she kind of peaked in her career and like there was nowhere to grow, or?
Yeah, a little bit of that, and then just a better life. England's a small island, and I'm happy we left now. I was actually just talking to my dad about it. If you haven't seen the issues on immigration has destroyed England. It's a small island of English people. Can't have millions of people from other nations coming in, like the Arab worlds and Africa. Like, yeah, it's just turned England into downtown Africa now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, culturally, it's destroyed the country. So I'm happy we left when we did to America.
Especially the freedoms, man. It looks like, a lot of those freedoms are just getting curtailed. It's pretty wild to watch.
Blows my mind because I grew up during the 80s and 90s. So I was still being raised on 60s and 70s English propaganda on the TV station, the news. That we were coming out the Great Empire period. We owned half the world. The sun never set on the British Empire. Now, like telling a kid that's growing up now, like I grew up with that. Like, what? England's being like, I grew up, we had VE Day, Victory Day. Like we used to sing Nazi songs, like whole beat, like block parties every VE Day in England with British flags, and everyone would come out. Like them days are long gone. So with that, like the tribalism is gone of England. So they lost their balls, which upsets me.
You arrived in America on September 10th, 2001. Walk me through that first day and what were your impressions of America?
I had to think about that too, because it's been a while since I'm going to paint the picture for the audience. So we're flying from England. We've left overnight. We've just come into England, about to land into New York in the morning. So it's that 8:30, 7:30 flight. So the sun's coming up on the eastern seaboard. As you're flying into Newark, on the horizon there are the World Trade Centers. These two massive buildings catching the sun in the morning. So I vividly remember my dad being like, there's the trade centers. The Statue of Liberty's down there in the bay, like this little tiny thing, but clear as day, the two trade centers are on the horizon. And that was seared into my mind coming into America. So we landed in New York, processed in. Yeah, it was great. Like, welcome to America, right? I think we went out for Chinese that night, had American Chinese because we'd sold everything in England. We didn't have much money. So we'd gone to like a Chinese buffet as a family. Spent our first night like this crowded apartment the hospital put us in. So like 2 bedrooms, 5 family members all in there. Kind of a bit wild.
So then you're in New York?
No, then we've flown down to Savannah, Georgia. We get there that night, like open the doors of the airport and meet 100% humidity, which no one of us has like met yet. We're like, what the hell is this,
Why Georgia? Is that just where your mom ended up?
Our choices are Boston, Savannah, Georgia, or Australia. My mom was like, F snakes and spiders.
Yeah.
Boston's cold, so she's like Savannah, Georgia, which I'm so happy we went to Savannah, Georgia. Like for those that have been there, it's an absolute gem.
It's pretty there.
It's kind of weird, right? I spent my family's in Savannah, Georgia, and I spent my whole career essentially floating around that region, being around my family the whole time. It's been really good.
So walk me through September 11th, because this is a wild story.
Yeah, so September 11th, we get up that morning. We have to get our social security cards. So we go to the social security office, which is a government building, and we're in there sitting down on these plastic benches. It's like much like a DMV. You're sitting there waiting for your number to be called. There's TVs on. Flashes to the news on the screens. America under attack. We watched the planes hit the trade centers. I remember my parents, but I could tell there was a sense of doom and gloom going on. And then the, I guess not the owner, the head person of the facility came out. The head government worker came out to say, like, no, at this time, this is a government building. America's under attack. We're shutting down all operations now. You need to leave. Also in Savannah, Georgia, so you've got Hunter Army Airfield there. You've got jets scrambling out of Hunter, freaking heading out. 160s was all getting birds in the air, like do last minute maintenance and make sure things are ready to deploy. So there's a hive of activity coming out of Savannah, more than like most people would have experienced in America, unless you were around a military air force with like jets, because they were coming out and patrolling the eastern seaboard. So we had like, we were very aware that there was an active kind of threat underway in America.
What was that like, man? I mean, you're in this country for 24 hours, and now, I mean, the World Trade Centers, I mean, that attack rocked the world.
It was big, and we didn't know if there was more to follow. That was the other thing. The huge threat was like, what's next? Like, there was going to be this other attack with their sleeper cells, so there was a huge wave of paranoia across the country about what was coming next, and that didn't go away for a couple of months. It didn't just end. Like, that went on for months. We were sure there was another one, something else. There was always a threat of something. It was So going to school, going to work, like everything was a bit of like, where are they going to strike next? What happens?
And what were those conversations like with your family as you guys are all new and you guys are new to the area?
Yeah,
and-
I really can't remember that too much, what the conversations were on that, truthfully. I think we just got to work mainly. Yeah, we got to work. Mum got to work at the hospital, and me and my dad didn't have a car yet, so we'd walk my brothers and sisters. That's what we did every day. Me and my dad would walk my siblings to school through America. Like, we'd cover some mileage, like, we're British, so we walk everywhere. So it's like in America, like, gotta drive. So we'd walk them to school, drop them off, and then me and my dad would go explore. We'd like get on the bus, like go to this side of town. We actually explored by fishing. So we got our fishing licenses. We'd like travel all across Savannah, Georgia during the day, fishing this pond, talking to like the guys at the fishing dock, like, what's going on here? Like, and we learned about Savannah and like what was going on, where's a good place to be. And yeah, that's how we kind of figured out Savannah.
Yeah, that explains you pretty well, man, because I think your whole life you've been exploring. It's just fun to hear your stories of, all the different places you've been and things you've done. So how did the military kind of come on your radar? I mean, I guess it makes sense because you were kind of doing some of that in Britain anyway, and it was already kind of embedded in you.
Yeah, I wanted to join the military anyway. So I was passionate about wildlife conservation. Seeded into my brain was Africa adventures, and I know I wanted to get there eventually. And then I wanted to be special forces. So I grew up reading SAS books, Lone Survivor, Bravo 20. I mean, that happened in 91. I mean, I was around when the Gulf War happened and the guys got behind enemy lines. Chris Ryan books. I grew up reading the old, like, the OSS books. A lot of the old World War heroes were in England, so I grew up during the Victory Day parades. I met a lot of them old characters and whatnot, so I just grew up with that, is what you did. And paratrooper uncles, so I know I needed to be airborne, or like, if you're a leg, you ain't right. So I knew I wanted to jump out of planes to be a man's man. So get to America. I just changed plans, joined the army there, and then I earned the prize. I know the end state was to get to Green Beret.
You walk into a recruiter's office. What's that conversation like? You're British. You've been in America for like 2 months and you want to join the army.
Yeah, so I was working at Sunglasses Hut in the mall. It was my first job in America, selling sunglasses at Sunglasses Hut. So I'd pedal my bicycle from the house to Sunglasses Hut, and on the way home, I dipped into the recruiter's office. Didn't tell my parents though. So I'd pretty much done all the paperwork I could do as a 17-year-old without like telling the parents. But then eventually I had to like let them know, and the recruiter had to come and let them know, like, hey, by the way, your son's trying to join the military. I remember my mum tried to stop me. My dad was like, he wants to do it, let him do it. Because I was going to do it when I was 18 anyway. I would have turned 18 that October and still would have signed up. So, but yeah, they ended up signing the papers for me to sign me up to the military.
Your recruiter was a sapper. For those of you who don't know what a sapper is, it's an engineer that specializes in demolitions. It's a pretty unique school to go do. And I think he'd just come back from somewhere.
Yeah, he'd done it. Yeah, because he's the first units had already deployed to the fight, and he'd been associated on the tail end. Like, I think 82nd had gone out. So he'd gone out the door on that first deployment, kind of, I think it's when he secured Bagram Airfield, maybe, like that first like round of battles that happened, like the mortar fights that was going on during that Navy SEAL died on the mountain, right? They were trying to take the peak, whatever, I can't remember. But yeah, he was Sabah qualified, so he knew the next big fight was going to be Iraq. So I remember I wanted to be infantry, and he's like, no, if you really want to do this, you want to go be a combat engineer. It's infantry with demolition. It's great, You're going to be ahead of the breach. You're going to be in the fight, but you don't have to do so much of the infantry stuff. So I was like, yeah, infantry explosives sounds amazing. So that's
well, he wasn't wrong about all of that.
Yeah, I started my long career of explosives. In fact, explosives are amazing.
Yeah. I know you wanted to go to the 82nd, but they sent you to 3rd ID at Fort Stewart. How did you feel about that assignment?
Not too happy. I wanted to go to 82nd because at the time they were flowing into Afghanistan. So that was the first bit of fighting going on post 9/11. It was on the news, so we were watching like the Tora Bora fights. So I wanted to get in there and fight in caves. And then my drill sergeant hooked me up because I bugged him the whole time. Like, I want to go to here. I want to fight. So at the end, 3rd ID, I was like, what the hell, man? Like, you guys effed me. And he's like, no, we didn't. Like, oh, no, we didn't. You guys are going to go to war at 3rd ID. So I got down there that summer, took leave, and then basically, yeah, 3rd ID, the war machine started. We headed off to NTC, did 6 weeks out there fighting for the invasion. We rehearsed everything we later did. So at the time, 6 weeks in Death Valley, for those of you who don't know, is horrible. That's 6 weeks in Death Valley.
What was it like for you in basic training, especially, British kid with an accent?
Yeah, it wasn't rough, but I got made fun of my whole early career. I was super tall, but beanpole thin, like 180 pounds. So I always got, but I've always been really good at PT, which helps. I've always been running like 11:30s on my 2 miles. I was absolutely flying. And then I'd max out my PT tests. I was a really good shot. So like, you can make fun of me all you want, but I'm a pretty good soldier. So I kind of grew out of that pretty quick. And then I packed on pounds and everyone left me alone. But yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Fort Stewart, 2002. You described it like swamp living, the closest thing to the outbed you could get. What was it like going there?
Yeah, so it might have improved a little bit. Those that live in Stewart might disagree with that. It used to be the wild days. This is before cell phones were really a big thing. So all there was to do as soldiers was to drink in the barracks and do barrack stuff, which was like fight. There used to be barracks on barracks battles. And then it's in the swamps of Georgia. There's like wild boars walking around the barracks. There's alligators in the freaking moat outside. We'd have rattlesnakes that quite often get in. Fort Stewart back in the day prior to the war was a bit of a grungy whole camp. We had meth labs in the housing division that would blow up. My first weekend was a drive-by shooting on the barracks. So, I mean, yeah, we were already getting shot at. Like, they had the whole parking lot, like, cordoned off with all, like, little shell casing things. Drug deal gone wrong in the barracks.
There's a story about a snapping turtle, dude.
Yeah, so in front of the moat in the barracks, after big rains, so the moat was for the storms when they come through. The camp would flood because it's 0 level with the swamp. So when that happens, the swamps flood. Everything from the swamps comes in on the drainage canals. Like, there'd be a flow of water, and we'd have to jump over it to get to the cars. So soldiers would be like, there's an alligator in the moat. It's like, I'm down there. Me and the country boys are down in the moat trying to get it. So this day, an alligator snapping turtle would come down the moat, and it was a good 60-pound turtle. Like, you had to grab the shell and like hold this thing up, like, oh, it's got its head like trying to get people. We managed to get it into a trash can, and then we're like, what do we do with it now? I was like, oh, one of my old buddies used to terrorize. So we managed to fill the trash can with water, so 55 gallons. It took like 4, 5, 6 soldiers to like get it up each step, up to the 3rd floor of the barracks. It's like a proper mission to do it quiet. And then we lent it on his door and rung the doorbell. He was also on a medical profile then, so he had a cane. He was only like 110-pound wet, this guy. So the water swept him off his feet, and then he was fighting the snapping turtle in like the barracks room with a cane. Then we all dipped out though, so I think he called the MPs or like wildlife control to come get it.
Did you guys get in trouble for that?
No, he didn't tell it was us.
That's a pretty awesome barracks prank, dude. So you're at Fort Stewart doing regular Army life, and then everything changes. You guys find out you're going to Iraq. What was
I think we knew we were going to Iraq as soon as we did the NTC. Like, we had an idea that it was coming, and plus the rhetoric on the TV was like, we're going to get you Iraq.
Yeah, I think we were talking yesterday, and you were kind of pretty much saying like your whole NTC rotation, you guys were prepping to do the initial invasion,
fighting through urban warfare, and then at the same time now the rhetoric on the TV is starting to shout like War of Iraq. So we knew it was coming. Then we did another NTC at Stewart. So now we're in the field again for another month, prepping once again, doing all these rehearsals over and over and over again, day and night. Then we had block leave. And then in the new year, we shipped off.
Can you kind of explain to our audience a little bit about what a combat engineer does?
Yeah, so a combat engineer's job is to basically enable the maneuver force, so the fighting force, to move around the battlefield. So our job is to either destroy anything which is blocking the force. So if there's a minefield, it's our job to clear it. If there's an embankment, blow through it. It might be to destroy a bridge, blow it up. And at the same time, it might be to enable movement. We might be building a bridge. We might be repatching a road. But I'm a combat engineer, though, so my job is mainly destroy mainly. The other engineers in the series, like the 21s, they're a bit more like the bridge builders. But 12 Bravos, infantry with demolitions. You've got the main infantry assault, and you guys are right behind. So as soon as you hit a minefield, it's engineers up. Like, you're now in front of the entire fighting force, and everything is going over you. Their rounds, and you're incoming.
Were you in an engineer battalion?
Engineer company.
Okay.
Yeah, attached to an infantry battalion.
Wow. You said you were watching stuff like moving around you'd never seen before. What kind of equipment and scale, like, are we talking about, especially while you're at, NTC in California, just like massive movements?
I mean, we moved everything to NTC, but really the cool one was watching everything go to war, because we sent the entire division to war. So I was back then on the railhead kind of duty as a private. Our job is moving all the tanks. So every tank at Stewart goes onto a train track. We moved Abrams, everything. Everything gets strapped down. All the helicopters, Chinooks, and it's just trains go into Savannah non-stop. And at the port, there's just trains and trains of planes, helicopters, just watch all that loaded and go. And then the military flights were going every day with soldiers. There was like dozens of flights a day, loading up the division and moving them out. So watching all that head overseas was kind of like, we're going to go do this. It was too big to move.
What was kind of going through your brain? Like, especially you're young, you're watching like massive amounts of war equipment. You're getting prepped for a war. Was it pretty exciting?
Yeah, I was like, I hope we do this. I hope we don't go all the way and we don't kick this off. But it got to the point now where we were moving off equipment. Like, it was clear we were going to go to war. Like, we'd emptied out the connexes. Like, we'd prepped for battle. We'd done all the death photos. You know, you take your last photo and write letters to your parents. So we knew we were going into it. But then we got there and sat around forever in Kuwait. A good month, if not 2 months, just in the Kuwaiti desert, which was absolutely miserable. Just out there in these vehicles, just sitting, waiting to go. The boredom then was absolutely terrible.
What was your job in the company?
So up until that time, I'd be training with my squad my whole career as soon as they got to a team. I was on the squad. I was ready to fight with my squad. The last minute before we deployed, the first sergeant decided he didn't want his driver anymore because he was like, he wasn't up to it. So he stole me. So I was like, but that's why he took me, because I was good at my job and I was a freaking awesome stud. I was freaking really good with my machine gun. So I remember being so unhappy he took me, but in hindsight, I kind of asked for a better thing, because my job was to ferry this man around the battlefield. And quite often the companies are far distance apart. Alpha's here, Bravo's there, Charlie's somewhere else. And like, my job is to run around the battlefield, move him around, move patients around. Especially for the war part, I was super lucky, more than most people that got to experience the war, because I got to experience the war basically as even though I wasn't, but as a commander and leader. I get to sit in all the briefs, and like, he's going to all the top meetings. I get to sit there and listen to the war plan and see it going on. Like, I wish I'd taken more photos, because I was involved in to not actually be involved in it, but be present and have the opportunity to take like these iconic photos of the war. Like, looking back on it, I wish I'd understood what I was involved in at the time, because I didn't. Now I'm like, man, like, I wish I'd seared these into my own brain a bit more. But it was really cool to be able to see that and then get to go out and run around and interfere with everything.
So what's going on as you guys are prepping in Kuwait? You guys are just sitting around really waiting for the call. Did you guys know it was coming, or?
Yeah, we've already prepped at that point. So everyone's gone out for battle. We're loaded up on ammo. They actually made us make a berm complex. So we built the entire thing in the desert. We built like a 10-kilometer long berm. It took a month to build to scale. And then we did breach assaults with that, with the whole mechanized force. We practiced a time or two for the actual thing. I think it was like 10 to 20 kilometers from the actual breach. We were in the desert practicing this. So I remember there was a bunch of building to do that. Yeah, and then we shot lots. We shot tanks and 84s and javelins and machine guns, and we just waited. Like, we could kind of tell it was coming, because there was a lot more air sorties going forward, because we were on the front line at this point. So we start to see air sorties going in, and you hear jets a lot more. And then we started shooting artillery and MLRS sometimes, taking out targets in Iraq. So there was a thud of war starting to build up that we were like, okay, we're getting close to like the D hour now, that we're starting to move forward with this.
Was there like this feeling of anticipation and nervousness, or was everybody just ready to get on with it, or what was the feeling?
I think it was just a feeling to get on with it. The anticipation. Oh no, there was a terror, chemical and biological warfare. It was Saddam. We lived in constant fear of being nuked or chemicaled. So we started the war in our biological suits. We didn't take them off for over a month. So I imagine being in the desert of Iraq, wearing an NBC suit. It's horrible. He fired quite a few scuds in the early salvos of the war that they intercepted. But every time one would go up, like, we'd have to go to gas, and we'd have to seal up. And then you spend hours in the desert in full mop suit, like absolutely dying, like suffocating in that thing, almost having a panic attack and having to talk yourself down, like, I'm gonna keep together, like, we can't do this. But like, being claustrophobic in that gear in the desert heat is, oh my God, it's making me like, oh, just talking about it.
Yeah, a lot of people, I think we've talked about it once before, but nuclear, biological, and chemical, your NBC equipment, it's like this charcoal suit.
Yeah,
with gloves.
Nothing gets in. You're about to put on black. You got this charcoal suit that nothing can get into. You've taped up your feet. You've taped up your arms. You now put on black, heavy rubber gloves that go down to here, and you tape them to your suit. Now you're taping your boots, which are black rubber boots that go over your other boots. So I'm a size 13, so now I'm walking around size 16, like. And then you're wearing an NBC mask with a hood, which is also attaching to you. So like, there is zero perspiration. You are sweating to death.
And it's hot.
And in the old days, you had a little water bottle attachment. You put it into the canteen and suck water out of it. But like, it wouldn't work. You'd be like, So you're literally dying in this thing. I remember almost crying some days, like, let us out of this. Like, come on. Like, why are we in this? Can't stand it anymore. It was apples to worse. The fear of NBC was torture. That was like having to keep going into the mop suits.
March 2003, man, you guys kick it off. Paint that picture, man.
March 18th. So March 18th, we got the word that the breach was going to go. So we moved up to the berm, and then the engineer units started to punch through the berms. So I think we had the 3 companies spread out, put about 5K in between each one, and we punched. As we're punching through the berms too, the artillery opens up. So we start punching, scores of Apache helicopters coming over in the night. MLRS is going behind us, taking out the first Iraqi checkpoints and guard towers.
So it's straight up war.
Oh, it's straight war. The Apaches are smoking targets. But what it turns out what they're actually smoking is old Iraqi hunks that are burning hot in the desert. So you've got from the Gulf War hundreds of Iraqi vehicles out in the desert. Well, under FLIR, when you're looking, everything's hot. So they look like they're real. So the Apaches are unloading like freaking hellfire on these freaking targets out there. We're punching holes. As soon as we punch the hole, I told an incorrect story because I dealt with SOF going through the first breach we made when we were doing the rehearsal breaches, because then they'd flow through. On the actual real breach, the division goes through. You don't get in the way of the division, you die. Like, you literally like a starting gate, right? So the whole war is waiting for the engineers to punch this hole in the wall. You're literally holding back the water in the bathtub. Like, everyone is waiting for you to get the F out the way. You've got billions of tons of tanks revving their engines, waiting to the enemy, and you're in the hole. So literally, once you punch the hole and say lane clear, it's really dangerous for the engineers on foot because everyone is coming and they don't care and they can't see. The tanks are doing 40, 50 miles an hour. There's dust and you're like on foot in this, just like, oh, yeah. It's dangerous. So, like, they run you over, the engineers, they run over our vehicles. So, like, it gets hairy. The minute that happened, like, go, the tanks went flying through the gap, Bradleys, and they pick up into that big wedge formation. I think our division basically picked up the front flank, moved, and then there was a flow through force. The next division behind us actually flowed through. So we had a fight and hold followed by flow through. Oh, sorry. Followed by this flow through of the next division, which was amazing to see. Like, it's American power, like, flowing through the breach. That's what I was like, the first time I was like, yo, damn, we're about to bring the heat here.
Can you kind of explain what that breach point looks like to an audience who's never kind of been? Because I think the Iraqis had built like huge.
Yeah, so the Iraqi desert's wide open. So I'm standing facing Iraq right now. In front of me is a berm, probably about 20, 30 foot high, and it stretches to the left all the way down to the coast, probably, and to the right. It's 100 miles of berm. It's a double berm. So there's one massive berm, second berm, landmines in between the berms. They've seeded the whole thing. And in theory, there's a landmine in depth behind it. They've done their job. It's also under covering fire from artillery units by the Iraqi units inside. So they've also got pre-designated fires on this. So, we were also briefed before this started. Like, we got the engineer brief, like, guys, we're about to start this battle today. Sorry, like, we're expecting to lose 70% of you guys. That's the loss rate for the engineers. Like, you guys, we were losing 70% of the engineers in the breach. So we went in like, oh, well, here we go. I was expecting to run casualties like crazy. Like, we were going to take heavy artillery fire, mines, and it was actually pretty easy.
Was it at nighttime?
Yeah, nighttime. We breached through, stormed through. Like I said, all I can see is I can hear the Apaches. And we can see hellfires going off and strikes in the distance. And MLRS we can see behind us lighting up the sky.
Were you guys using MICLICs to clear the minefields?
No, we just used armored earth, the ACE. So we have a thing called an ACE. It's Armored Combat Earth Mover. Look it up if you can't picture it. It's basically a tank with a massive blade on the front. And its job is just to smash, plow, dig. So these guys are just plowing through. Once they've plowed through, then engineers are going to be on foot and clear, make sure there's no mines in it. But we didn't have to blow MICLIC for that one.
Was there a minefield in between the berms?
We didn't find one. Nothing crazy. Nothing that when we pushed through that, it didn't clear out the way that we weren't good to go. So it wasn't as well defended as we thought it was going to be.
So you guys, it was kind of wild for you to, as you were explaining a lot of this yesterday. So you were the first sergeant driver and you're in there was no up armored Humvees back then.
Yeah. So we get to country and everyone brought their armored vehicles with them. Some people were issued them in country. So the job of the third sergeant back then was to run, especially in the time of war, you run between your men. So company to company, you're also moving supplies, we move patients, And then I've also got to get the first sergeant to his daily meetings with the fighting force command. So I'm just kind of ferrying him around the battlefield, so you need a fast vehicle to do that. So we had this freaking Humvee, but when we got them in country, they had no armor on them. We didn't get armor until late 2005, early 2006. So we went to war with, although I will say, much better. So we had a Humvee, which was a performance vehicle. Take all the doors and everything off. It was zero weight. You know, like the suspension was at full capacity. And you'd hit the gas, and that thing would be like, whoa, and you'd probably pull away. Later in our career, we put these armored kits on the Humvees for people that don't know. We added too much weight, and they had no acceleration. Their off-road performance was absolutely terrible. But like, OAF1, we had Humvees, which were Humvees. So while I had a lack of armor, it actually played to my favor later on when we talk about that. Like, it made it really hard for rounds and bullets and RPGs to hit anything, so they'd just go through the vehicle.
Yeah, it's nothing to really stop them. And your company, like I would imagine the platoons are probably tasked out all over the brigade, and so you guys had
so each armored spear point of the division had one of our engineer companies. So you've got like the leading wedge of like usually 4 or 5 Abrams, and following behind them are their Bradleys dealing with the infantry, and inside the wedge are your engineers, literally bringing up your obstacle reduction as you need it.
So your company had engineers spread out all over the place?
So I basically run back and forth between these 3 sites. So I remember we came across the desert. The desert was actually kind of chill for a while, but then we got out, then it was terrible. We spent the whole day crossing the desert with no contact, and it was these massive whoops the whole time. Whoop, smash, smash, smash.
Yeah.
The tanks are hauling ass. So the tanks freaking headed off into the dust, and everyone else chased after them. Like, the supply convoys couldn't do the bump, so I remember my job then was flying with this Humvee to keep up with the tanks. And then at some point we had to turn around and come back like miles through the desert, link up with our supply trains. And we literally dragged the supply chain of the division back to contact. And I'd end up on these little rogue missions. Like, so at first I used to call me Frenchie. Frenchie! He's from like Louisiana. Frenchie, we're going to go do this. And off we'd go. Like, yeah.
Why did he call you Frenchie?
Because the South Park was big at the time. So the little British guy in South Park is called Pip. And one of the guys from Pride and Prejudice is called Pip. And they used to call Pip on South Park Frenchie to piss him off. So my nickname was Frenchie and Pip.
So, I mean, the first 24 hours, you guys don't have a lot of contact. It's
yeah, not much contact. No, we're expecting a lot of casualties and a load of Iraqi POWs, but we didn't. So we came for the desert in this big traditional arrowhead formation. And then we hit the first Iraqi town, and now we turn onto the highway. And that changed the entire battle, because we didn't rehearse to fight in the highway the whole way to Baghdad. We rehearsed to fight a battle to Baghdad with armored formation. The minute we got to the highway, that changed. Everyone went to staggered file, and we fought staggered the whole way. We avoided all the major cities by not fighting them. We went around them. But then the Iraqis would just be like, what? So when we first started, this is where I got my first bit of rogueness. First sergeant told me, shoot anyone that looked Iraqi as a soldier. Got it. He was hardcore. He'd fought in the Gulf already. He knew the deal. He's like,
your first sergeant just said whack anybody?
Whack them if they're an Iraqi soldier. Like, I was, Roger. When the war first started, people weren't whacking people yet, because people were kind of like, oh, can I shoot? I remember the first town we came from, like, there were Iraqi soldiers standing on buildings watching us, kind of like a convoy just be going by, and like, this guy? I remember I was like, this guy? He's like, is he in a uniform? Like, yeah. He's like, I was like, yeah. And that just started my engagement. So from that point forth, I would shoot anything which was Iraqi. If I could identify an Iraqi target, like, I would let him have it. But it took a while for everyone else to get into that. Later on, like, everything was fair. What happened was by the end of day one, we'd been freaking effed in the butt by letting that happen. Like, people should have been like putting the stomp on people. We didn't deal with them first few guys we went through, because no one really knew if they were Iraqi army. Oh no, they were. Once we had gone, they attacked the supply chains terribly. Then they absolutely close ambushed them from like buildings next to the road. And it was an absolute freaking mess. So later on, then the tanks and Bradleys are shooting anything which looks, if there's a fighting position, like, it's disappearing, because the guys are hiding in it too. That's another thing they'd do. They'd hide in the positions because they didn't want to fight the tanks. Like, tanks go by, and then they'd pop up. So like every position, like, let them have it. Like, freaking.
So that first 24 hours after that brief, they're like, dude, you guys.
Yeah, we're learning about it. Also, especially at night when we're doing these convoys, quite often the Iraqis would run into our convoys in vehicles. Like, they're also running around in the dark trying to like get from side of town. They'd like fly across the road, and suddenly there's an Iraqi like soldiers driving next to you. Like, these guys here. I've seen like the Abrams especially the Bradleys try and engage these targets next to us on the road. Like you're in one lane, he's in the other, and they can't get the barrels on them. I've seen like Abrams with like the vehicles under the tank. Also wise, so there I am. You've got like Abrams, Bradley, engineer, APC. My dumbass, an unarmored Humvee, APC. It's like, while everyone else is having a really hard time engaging targets, like we've got a turkey shoot, dude. Like we've got a machine gun, and guys are right here. They like pop up. Whoever did the planning didn't do it very well. Their plan was to dig in next to the side of the road, and then suddenly, when the plan came to fruition, now there's tanks next to you, and the Iraqis were like, "Oh, we had no distance to standoff." See guys like trying to shoot things with RPGs, and like the RPG wouldn't initiate on the tank because they're shooting at the door. There's not enough standoff.
So you're watching them like bounce off?
Yeah, they get stuck in the rucksacks.
Jesus, dude. Yeah, I just have this visions of you of like this huge, armored battle, and there you are driving around.
Literally, there's us in the mess of it, like in this little Humvee.
I remember you were saying you were like a street away from Jessica Lynch when her.
Yes, that was. I looked up this morning. So they were in Al Nazariya, I think. So we'd gone around the left of the city, and like I said, so now the tanks had got on the road. The tanks wouldn't stop. We kept the momentum going, and we had a massive break in logistics. The logistics were still coming off the desert, coming off this massive, big, open formation, and then basically, just like the military, right? Everyone's slinking now. Everyone's getting backed up as they try and make this turn onto the highway, and bit by bit, like the slinky effect is growing. So in that break of contact, we lost contact with our trains. They lost contact with the whole fighting force. They made a wrong turn. What would happen is, I've done this before, like we were running back and forth to find other units. You'd lose track of the Americans, and you'd just follow trash. Like literally follow trash, follow bottles and brass. But sometimes that would run out, and you'd be like, there's no brass, no trash. You're like, oh, fuck. Did they go left? Did they go right? Like, I've had the mistakes before. We went down the wrong road.
Did you guys have Blue Force tracking then?
No. We had Garmin GPS and a rollout map. I spent the whole first part of the invasion. My job was to do all the acrylic overlays. So my job was to memorize the maps. My job as a driver was like, I had to memorize. There was no other driver. I was the driver. First one was command. It's like, I forgot about that. Huge responsibility put on me to like memorize the routes, because like we didn't know where we were going. He'd be on the radio. My job would be like to get from this area to this area, and I'm doing overlays. And if we get captured, I'm gonna have to destroy this stuff, because I've got like the entire battle plan. We'd go to these brigade meetings, and they'd have the battle plan for the day on there, and the drivers would have to like, get out of the way. I'm up, like.
Yeah, I remember that, man. I remember doing that at NTC. I was the lieutenant's driver, and you would have to get like, that see-through like film. You put the film up, and then you'd have to take a marker and
then
mark all the
shift
routes.
if you didn't move it. So yeah, that's how we were navigating: radio, GPS, Garmin, and then them. Yeah.
Man, that's wild. You have told some wild stories about the invasion. We were talking yesterday for a couple hours, so I wanted to ask you. One of the things you said, man, was like, I don't know how you said war stories. So
like, yeah. So I was also a professional fisherman for tuna. I've grown up fishing. So like war stories are like fishing tales. They're my stories. If you weren't there, I say the tuna's 1,000 pound and 12 foot long. God damn it. That's what it is. Like it's my memory. It's kind of fishy. So I'm telling the story as best as I remember it from memory. And the good thing, like keeping about memories, it's a memory. So,
and Kevin's been blown up a few times and has some TBIs, but
I will say that most of these stories can be correlated by most people that know me even slightly well. Be like, oh yeah, I was there for Kevin. Like he definitely did that.
Talk to us about Saddam's palace.
Yeah. So, oh man, we skipped out all the cool battles before that. So we fight all the way for Iraq. We're one of the first units to get to Saddam's palace. And when we first get to Saddam's palace, it's anarchy. So I was so lucky being first lance driver. The army gets to Saddam's palace, and there's guard duty and chores and like things to do. My job is like, yeah, freedom. First lance gone for 2 hours. Like time to go collect trophies. I'm like walking through palaces. You bump into like Iraqis running around with stuff. One group of guys found a dump truck full of gold. So I managed to run down and see that. I didn't take any gold, but I definitely saw it and got pictures. At one point,
how much gold?
Dump truck full of it.
Holy moly.
Millions of dollars. You can look up the famous pictures. Millions of dollars. We found all the gold AKs. One of my homies had the gold AK. For S and giggles, or for poops and giggles, was dragging around Saddam Hussein's. I found his big armored gold chariot in like one of these motor pool bays. So I took the Humvee in there and hooked it up to the Humvee, and I was driving around looking for Fursan, dragging around like Saddam Hussein's big ass gold carriage around. Then we had a bunch of soldiers riding around in it, having a good time. We found a sidecar, me and one of my other buddies, like a freaking Iraqi sidecar, and we were using that to like explore the palace and get around. Like he's in the sidecar, we got our guns, we're like, "Wah." Someone had let all the zoo animals out, so there's like pelicans and random wildlife running around. Yeah, it was absolute anarchy. It was crazy. Looting had gone on absolute mass. All of Iraq was taking everything which wasn't nailed down. And there's like, meanwhile, we're still fighting amongst this. That when it got a little dangerous because there's still tanks rolling around. The elite Medellin division is still out there. We haven't got the Republican Guards yet. They're holding Baghdad, and we've got like civilians in the wire, quite literally, trying to steal your trailers. You're like, if you turn around for a second, they steal your. Hey, get out of here!
Jesus, man. I know we're going to skip around a little bit on this deployment, but I kind of just take some like loose notes. You told me you were part of the largest air assault to take down some of the islands in Iraq. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so this was in 2005, which was kind of cool because I've actually.
Oh, well, was that from a different deployment?
Yeah, different deployment.
All right, we'll come back to that one. I think the other one was you had some good ones. Tell us about like the Baghdad bear hunt.
Yeah, so once again, on the craziness, I actually fought some other crazy stuff in Baghdad too. So we did all these battles for the Iraqi war, which are crazy, most of them online. You can look them up. After the war, it didn't end. Like, we just won, and we didn't know we'd won. We just ended up in Baghdad one day, and the fighting stopped. And there was this weird lull where we're like, where did the enemy go, and where did all the tanks and all the things go? Like, everything was hidden in the town still. So we went for this weird kind of policing period of trying to control the population and keep things in check. So we basically became the de facto like police of Baghdad, and you'd have to deal with all kinds of problems. One of the problems I was assigned to one day as a machine gunner, they're like, Frenchie, get out there and deal with this, because I used to hunt with my first sights. You know, he's a good shot. He's like, get out there and deal with that problem. We had the Baghdad Zoo, and the people had been feeding the animals in the zoo whatever they could up until that point. We were feeding like the lions and the tigers and the bears, dogs they were shooting, and we ran out of dogs to feed them. So they were basically starving to death, and it was a horrible situation. Someone, at some point, I'm guessing the soldier, went down there like, oh, I feel bad for the wildlife. Let it all out. So now everything headed to Baghdad. Like the lions, the tigers, the bears are all now in Baghdad, like running around the streets causing chaos. So we were assigned to go hunt this wildlife down. So we went out. Yeah, I was basically tasked with, I spent like a whole night hunting this bear once. It was like, you bump into running, screaming Iraqis, like, you went that way, like running around the streets of Baghdad looking for these wildlife. I didn't shoot one in the end. I never found one to shoot. We did shoot them all though. Everyone shot everything that was out there.
So all the lions and everything.
Yeah, it was a shame.
That's like one of the things that people like don't think about in war. You know what I mean? Like it's just you're taking over a whole country.
So there's some groups now, and I'm in the wildlife conservation field. There's some groups that specialize in literally that. And there's been some missions I've tried to actually get myself involved on where they've gone into, like, I think Ukraine was one. There was another one in the Middle East where they went to go and try and like rescue these animals from a war zone zoo. Yeah.
The Thunder Run, man, which I think was the initial run where you guys went in. You said it happened really quick. You know, some of the stories I'm just trying to remember some of the stories you were talking about, but you know, what was it like kind of just being, you're a machine gunner, which, you know, kind of goes back to your early days. So you were good with the machine gunner. You were also the driver, and you were like completely mobile.
Completely mobile. I've got a Humvee with no doors, and my 249 had a strap. So I had like the strap hanging down, the barrel pointing out. So I could literally just grab it from swing it around out the door and get to work. But I'd literally be sitting amongst all the tanks, and you'd have targets pop up. There's Iraqis like running away from contact and running away, and you'd see them out there. I had iron sights, so it's pretty good out to like 300-400 meters with a 249, which is super accurate for a machine gun. It doesn't have much. You think in the movies it's like you kind of like go up in an arc. Not really if you're a good machine gun. Like most of your bullets are in a tight circle, like a football at range, you know. But yeah, like dude, some of my guys I killed were literally in the ditches next to you. They would pretend to be dead. And they'd hide from the tanks, and because you're in the vehicle driving next to them, like right here, you could kind of like get a better look at them, and they like you'd find guys in there like oh no.
Jeez, dude.
But the Thunder one, so we've punched all the way up to just outside of Baghdad right now, so we've almost taken the prize of the city, which we need to take. We haven't been nuked yet, or chemical or biological weapon, right? But we think it's going to happen. We have a fence, it's coming. So the decision is made to basically roll on Baghdad. So this armored column arms up, and they roll past us heading for Baghdad. And they get really far. It goes really good. So then we quickly also get spun up, and we also start heading another route to Baghdad towards the airport. So that was the start. Actually, no, that's how we'd already taken the airport. So that's another big battle. We did that big airport battle, which I'm sure we'll talk about. And at the end of that, then they spun us up. So imagine we've had our nose bloodied in the airport battle. And after that, we've taken the airport. And then the commander's like, we got to push now. Like, we got to take the initiative.
Yeah, let's talk about that one. I mean, you make a mad run to the Baghdad airport, and I remember you told me it was like eerily quiet. Can you kind of tell me about like that drive up to the airport and then just
up until now, like the whole phase of the war we've been fighting. So there's non-stop engagement. You've got Abrams going off. There's Bradley like 25mm bush cannon going off. We're shooting. It's very kinetic. Like there's non-stop targets. Like the whole way to Baghdad, you've got a picture. There's Iraqi bodies. We're driving on a 4-lane highway, so we're passing everything we've destroyed on the road. So you're having to drive around burning vehicles, and if they're tanks, oh my god! If everything we're driving by is blowing up, by the way, because it's been hit, so it's cooking off. Everyone else is like in tanks. I'm in an unarmored Humvee. I've got to drive by everything. There were days when the stuff we were driving by that's cooking off, I was sure was going to kill us, and there was nothing we could do about it because we couldn't get off the damn road. We got to drive through like this. There's rounds going off and artillery cooking off in the fires. Yeah, so that's absolutely crazy. So that was the norm. We've gone through the Kabbalah Gap and the push to Baghdad airport. We were sure it was going to be a fight for the airport.
And how many days has it been as you guys are driving up to the airport?
3 or 4 weeks now, non-stop. Yeah, 3 or 4 weeks of non-stop fighting. We'd gone every day, like just non-stop. I was delirious by this point because it's just me and the first sergeant. So everyone else is doing sleep shifts and downtime, and like when the company's done for the day, they're sleeping. Yet, yeah, I'm running him to here and him to that meeting. So I remember just being like delirious on the nods at that point. I was hallucinating things. I had these little dwarfs try and like pull my leg out the vehicle one night. They were like running next to me, like trying to get my leg. I think I was just tripping balls, just lack of sleep. I didn't sleep for 72 hours. I collapsed when I did sleep. I remember I was just like unconscious, and he let me sleep. Yeah, my first one let me sleep for a few hours, and he woke me up. He's like, well, I got to wake you up, man. We got to catch up with the convoy. I woke up, everyone's gone. He's like, we got to go. I was like, oh yeah. So we get to Baghdad airport. We kind of enter the airport at night. We push through. There's no fighting really.
And you're with like a brigade or the entire division?
The entire brigade. Mm-hmm. So all our tanks, we've completely swept through the airport, and we end up on the far side of the airport facing Baghdad airport. We even bring our headquarters, like division headquarters, into the airport. And it's now behind me, probably like, if we're facing into Baghdad, it's behind me half a mile. So that morning, the tanks had engaged some vehicles and tanks coming from Baghdad because they're shooting down the road, and everyone else is kind of going about their business. I'm going about my business at this point, which is basically just shenanigans, going around from squad to squad, getting food, basically talking to old friends in the squads. And I'm looking for war trophies because they're everywhere, right? There's cap badges and there's bayonets, and like, this guy's got this weapon. You're like, yeah, take that. So I'm walking around collecting.
And this is kind of in the morning?
This is in the morning, first light, walking around collecting. I'd gone through like this tall elephant grass to collect in a trench line I'd seen by a wall. And when I was by the wall, I could hear a ton of Iraqis the other side of it. Not like one or two, like a lot of them on the other side. I could hear like military movements of stuff. So,
and paint that picture. This is like a big wall. I know you drew it out for me.
Yeah, so I'm facing Baghdad. In front of me is the main highway flowing up with overpasses in front of us. Off to my right is like the industrial area of the airport with like the overpasses. Super thick palm groves, which will come in later. It's all grass and palm groves. And the Iraqis are in that. And then there's the airport perimeter wall on my left now. Oh, sorry. On my left now, running next to me. It's probably about a little taller than this room. What do you reckon this is? 20 foot?
No, it's only like 10.
All right, so let's call it, yeah, like 15 foot high. Big perimeter wall of the airport. I could hear the Iraqis on the other side of that. So I went down to one of the tanks and the other squads and tried to get them to come and do something about it. And they were like, get out of here, private. It's like, I'm going to go find First Sergeant. I'll show you guys. We'll come back. I'll tell First Sergeant what's going on. He'll be like, let's handle it, right? So I go find him and told him, he's like, you sure? I'm like, I'm sure. Like, let's go get it. Like, give me the hole so I can shoot people. So we go through, we punch through with an armored earth mover, and when we punch through, there's nothing, no one there. We just get confronted with all these like buildings and open doors. So we're doing recon by fire. I'm freaking shooting things, like we're trying to elicit response.
Yeah, you said like a tank went through and like shot a toe or something, right?
Not much had happened after that. So then we came back out the hole, and then there was like tink, 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 and the fight started to pick up. And then suddenly all these buildings, people started coming out of it. We can see it across the airfield, like that kicked off the fight. That's going crazy. And now, like kicking a termite nest, everyone now that had been hiding suddenly came out. There were tanks in their fighting positions in the grass. They backed tanks into the terminal. There were hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of Iraqis all hiding in like underground freaking, they'd got into the sewer network. So when the fight happened, they just suddenly started appearing everywhere, like within the perimeter. So I've got tanks engaging down the road. There's like tanks behind us driving around that are being engaged. People firing javelin missiles. The amount of through fire is insane. Like RPGs are traveling through. There's freaking our tanks shooting through. Enemy tank rounds coming in. So there's absolute anarchy.
I think you said one of the tanks had to turn around and shoot into the perimeter.
Yeah, to shoot one of the BRDMs. Like we had freaking things would come flying out the airport on this ring road, and suddenly like they come over the overpass, you suddenly see them appear, and then they'd like be coming down the hill into the area. So this hole we've now caused, like poking a bee's nest, is now how they're starting to move towards our area to come out. So the first sergeant waves up a Bradley fighting vehicle. So it comes up to do business. Comes flying up to the breach. The tow comes up. He pulls in. He gets smashed as soon as he pulls in. The tow comes flying off. He loses his optics and he jams it into reverse and takes off. Like, see ya, engineers. So we're like, we got to plug this hole. I remember Sergeant First Class Smith then brings his little APC, which is a tiny little thing with a 50 cal on the top, into the breach to plug the hole. And that starts like the beginning of this fight. Like this, I think he killed a couple of hundred guys, dude. Like I've never seen it's like the movies.
I really want to talk, like dial into this. So Sergeant First Class Paul Ray Smith, he was an engineer. He was a Medal of Honor winner. Yep. He got the Medal of Honor for that battle, and he was a friend and mentor of yours. Can you really tell us about like what happened during that portion?
About the battle? Yeah, so he pulled our little APC into the breach and then manned the 50 cal and went to work. The APC got hit by, so I'm now fighting next to the APC, by the way. So they've gone for the breach. So like I'm now fighting next to that as my cover. So I'm there. My friends are in this APC. So my good friends, 2 of them are in the vehicle. They took a 60mm mortar round through the hatch. So I didn't see it. Of course, I didn't see it land. It's quick. It landed through the hatch where they were firing out of, and I just saw the big explosion, them disappear. It landed on the floor, and they were standing on the benches, and we had all the gear in there. So I think the gear took most of the blast, but it's still, they got plenty of shredded them. So now like I have to deal with them because now my job is patience, right? I'm the first one driver. So we get these guys out to the vehicle and then we move them to the casualty point and then straight back to the fight. I re-up on ammo again. That was it. Yeah. God damn, I was going through a lot of ammo. So, I couldn't get the Humvee back to the fight because the amount of ammo like being directed at me was insane. So I had to park the Humvee around the corner and run him on foot back. But then I'd run out of ammo and I'd have to go back to the Humvee again. Like I was like having to do these ferries. So at this point, Smith is putting down ridiculous fire on the 50 cal non-stop. They went for the full combat load on the vehicle that day. So 10 cans to 50 cal. There was this massive tower overlooking the courtyard to our left, and the Iraqis were getting into it from the outside. So we couldn't deal with them. I couldn't see him getting in. So I pointed out to First Sergeant, we need to deal with this. Do that. Let's go, Frenchie. Excuse me. Let's go, Frenchie. So we'd flanked down and around, and we'd gone out basically around the wall. And then as we got there, they were all backed up in the back windows, like a perfect turkey shoot. They'd all backed up, and they were standing like in depth, but we had them dead to right. So I absolutely ripped the bunker. I put like a good 100-round burst in there. But then Smith stopped shooting. It fell quiet. So Smith had got shot in the head by these guys before I got them. But for the longest time, I thought I'd killed Smith. In my head, the courtyard was right there, and he's there. So my ricochet, but in hindsight, like he's here. It wouldn't have worked anyway. But I remember like, oh no, I did it. So that was like on my mind for a while until someone was like, what are you talking about? Like he got shot by the guys. I'm like, okay, thank God. But then I was like, well, maybe we were too slow. Like, what if I'd got there quicker? Like, what if I'd engaged them as soon as I'd seen them before? I was like, are these the right guys? Like, so that one kind of beat me up for a while. So then I had to run back around once again. Like the 50 cal's fallen quiet. Everyone else wants nothing to do with the breach because like that's bad news in there at this point. So once again, me and First Sergeant, I've got to go in. We had to drop the ramp, get the ramp dropped. And the one thing I remember is just like all the dust from Iraq had been kicked up in the vehicle. Like the carbide black from the 50 cals had coated everything. Smith was dead on the floor on his back. So he was pale because you lose your color, and everything like the bright red blood was like just like that contrast was like really seared into me. So then we had to get him out. Same thing, then move him back to the casualty station. There was a bunch of Iraqis being treated, so they got dumped off of stretchers, and Smith got put on to be treated. While they were trying to treat Smith and work on him with the back of his head out, the other two guys who dragged over were basically bleeding in the ditch, being treated. So then, the first one's like, stay here and guard these guys, basically like protect the medical point, because the medics at this point are armed, by the way. So the medics are also shooting. So basically, like, stay here and guard the guys. Like, your job is to your job is to protect this medical point. So I ended up like, it's just standing there and firing off whenever I could. But at that point, it was just chaos all around us. I didn't have many targets from that point. I was just kind of privy to the fight going on around us, which felt really helpless. You can see like tanks over here doing this. You can hear shouting. You can hear Iraqis going off. And then I finally got the call to basically go link up with him again. And he's now found his way down to the headquarters element. So it's a long way to go. I don't want to drive the Humvee because that's a death trap at this point. So I link up with some infantry guys who have to go support the TOC or something. So I was running with them for this long grass, like this elephant grass. And we could hear a tank in the grass. So we're like, oh, friendly tank, right? He'll lead the way. I remember like coming out the grass into the ass end of a T-72. Like, it's not our tank. It's not our tank. And like having to run back in. So like that thing lit us up as well. So yeah, it was just wild. The airport was crazy.
That was just one day, man.
It was just one day. It was just the start of the morning. Yeah.
Can you talk to us a little bit about Sergeant First Class Smith?
Yeah, I actually looked up to him when I got to the unit. He was an absolute hard ass. He was a sapper tab guy. He was that dude, like super fit, super lean, tall, good soldier. Like he was a guy that would run his platoon to death. When we were getting ready for the war, everyone was on half-day schedules, right? Like, spend time with your family. Smith was like, no, you're going to spend time learning to be a damn soldier. So, like, guys were drilling, not getting home to 6 or 7 at night, and they weren't very happy about it. But, like, looking back on it in hindsight, he'd fought in the Gulf, and he was looking after us because he loved us. Like, that's why he did what he did. Made us fight so well. So, yeah, looking back, he was a great soldier and a great leader. That one kind of hit me up hard, too, because, once again, he's a platoon sergeant, really good friends with my first sergeant. So there's a lot of like, I see these guys bantering the vehicle, and by de facto I'm first sergeant's driver, so banter with me. It's like I was personally attached to him. I looked up to him, someone I wanted to be like. So to see that was kind of traumatizing. And then on top of that, then his replacement, another really great guy, Sergeant Holland said, replaced him, and then he died the next day in the Thunder Run, which was also another freaking horrible one.
We'll talk about that one in just a minute. What about your friend PFC Meyer?
That happened after Holland said. So that's in order. So
okay. Yeah, well,
that flows into the next one.
Yeah, you had a story about First Sergeant Campbell. You're the first sergeant you were driving around. Tell us about what happened to him.
The purple head, the purple heart for the purple head. So, First Sergeant Campbell, love him to death. Like, definitely one of my early mentors, and why I'm kind of rogue the way I am, because I had him growing up. Like, definitely carried over into my career and personality. The guy's like the man's man warrior. But he's a little scrawny dude. Like 5'6", 5'7". His whole career, he was running, like 12-minute miles. You do these company runs, and he'd run the company ragged. He was that guy. We're gonna run every day of the week. Like, no. But like I said, the whole war, he's running around with a pistol because we were short a rifle. So he gave the rifle to one of his soldiers, and he had a pistol. So he actually got a couple of kills with the pistol, like old M9 Beretta. I watched him go to work on people. So I've got a machine gun. He's got a pistol. Like, we're a good tag team. Like, first on Frenchie on the mission. So one day we're parked on the road. Like I said, most of the fighting is going on from the roadside. Like, we're parked on the road fighting. The Bradleys have gone through. The tanks have gone through. Someone's been shot at a distance, like 800 meters away. There's a dude under a tree who refuses to die. So every now and then, he's like leaning up and shooting, and then like collapsing back down. So we're trying to shoot this dude. The guys are shooting freehand from the road with ACOGs, and there's some 50 cal fire. We've launched some 203s at him as well. He's out of range. I can't hit him with the machine gun. Like, rounds are going everywhere. At some point, he fires off a burst. I see a spark at the corner of the road, and then the first arm grabs me by the arm, and basically is like, I'm hit. Checks his gut. Hands go under his vest. Instantly, he goes to his knees and falls back. So I'm like, oh my god, he's gut shot. Checks under his vest, pulls his hand out. There's no blood. And he puts his hands down his pants, pulls out his hand, bright red blood. So we're like, oh, like, first one's hit. And at first we're kind of like, yeah, of course he is. Like, no, like, he's legit hit. And we're like, oh no, he's really hit. So now we get our medic to come up nerve. We've got this black female medic. She's like proper funny. So now she's about to look at his So he's got his out. He took a piece of shrapnel from that round, like a piece of the pedal, had ricocheted, gone right through the head of his, so through the side, and pulled all the meat out.
Oh.
So patched him up on the side of the road. I remember he was like, "Don't let anyone know on the radio this has happened." So one of the platoon sergeants instantly was like, "Yo, first I just got shot in the." So now he's on a stretcher by the side of the road as the whole division combat team goes by. Everyone knows. So people are taking pictures. First class from other vehicles are shouting. Tankers are shouting. He's like famous. Doesn't evacuate. He's like, I'm not leaving the fight. Like, I've got a company to command. So he then fought the rest of the battle until the end of the war with this wound to his. He refused to take the medication for his pain because he needed to be coherent and lucid. So I did my best to drive soft, but man, there were some days when we followed them damn tanks when they went off road, and you'd be like,
he'd just be in agony.
Agony, man, agony. They're like, "Don't worry about me, just keep up." I was absolutely dying. I felt so bad, but like, yeah, he sucked it up and fought through the war with a wound. So he's got a purple heart for a purple head.
Shout out to First Sergeant Campbell, wherever you are. I hope you hear this, man. You're one of the real ones, dude.
His wiener's a whistle.
Yeah. Talk to us about Thunder Run.
Yeah, the Thunder Run. So now we've taken Baghdad Airport. The fighting's kind of calmed down. Well, now we're closer to Baghdad than ever. So the next threat is like, now we're going to get the chemical biological weapon attack. So we have to take Baghdad. So the decision was made to do this Thunder Run, to basically put a whole BCT on the road and punch into the city. I don't think they expected to get very far, but it went really well because the tanks didn't stop. So if you don't get bogged down in fighting, you go really far. But like, the issues are you just kind of punch through the enemy, but they're still all around you. But I guess the plan was, if we kept going and took the heart of the city, then we could basically cut the head off the snake. So that's what we did. We made this Thunder Run in. And then we ended up getting rounded up because they went so far and did so well. We also got put on the Thunder Run behind them to the next objective. Now we ended up on this, basically, they said no unarmored vehicles were to go on the Thunder Run. Apart from us, apparently. We didn't get that memo because, like, I remember showing you the video. It's absolutely insanity. Like, the amount of fire we were taking. There's RPGs. We're taking fire from Zeus's, the 6-barreled Zeus gun. So that it's coming down the road, like ripping the air into. He's like, "What the hell, man? We're just in an armed vehicle." Like, it's absolutely anarchy. So the first part of the Thunder Run has gone by, and we're now the second part, armored earth mover again. There were Iraqis in a compound off to the road to the left. So we'd been called up to punch a hole for this wall and clear the other side of it. So remember, I stopped my Humvee short on the corner of this street so I could see, like, down to my left. And then First Sergeant and the rest of the guys crossed the street and went down to this wall. It's like 50 meters or so in front of me. While this is going on, there's a guard tower that's also on this wall. I'm like, I'm in the right place, right time. These Iraqis kept, like, running down the alleyway and going up this ladder. And I'd just be like, and they'd, like, drop from the ladder. I'd be like, what are the odds of that? 5 minutes later, another one would do the same thing again. So I was just like a little pile of them at the bottom of this ladder. So I remember, off to my right, they punched this hole through the wall. And then Hollinshead goes to step into the gap. And then absolute anarchy. So on the other side of that is a BRDM, like a heavily armored Iraqi fighting vehicle, 25mm cannon. Absolutely shreds the armored earth mover. But he's got a full bowl of dirt in his bed to make him heavier. So while it's punching through the blades, I can see this big splash of metal coming off. Like, the driver inside getting rocks, but he's good. But it looks terrible from where I am. I didn't realize at the time that Hollinshead had stepped into the gap and had been shredded by the gun. And the thing they kept shooting at wasn't the vehicle, it's Hollinshead. So they're basically just shredding him. So I think it was the First Sergeant, and I can't remember who else was with us, were fighting. We were quite often in our own little battles. The tanks were, like, in their own big ass battle, fighting other tanks and that. And there's, like, me with a 249, him with a pistol, and Hollinshead, who had the M4 and is dead now, guiding the armored vehicle carrier. And, like, we're in our own fight for survival right now. Like, we can't get tanks to stop. Like, we've got to deal with this. So I can't remember how they killed the BRDM. I can't remember how the BRDM got killed, because around the same time as that was going on, I had to go join the infantry on the other side of the road because my position was just getting too much heat at that point. I'd blow my cover. So I went and joined the infantry, who were hiding next to a gas, like a propane gas plant. And then that thing caught fire. Like, something hit it and freaking, they started bliveting. Like, there's gas coming out, like 100-foot flames. So I was like, well, I'm not staying here any longer. So They dipped out again on foot back to the Humvee. As I got back to the Humvee, they're calling me up. So he's like, get up here, get up here. They came flying up in the Humvee. As I pull up, like, things are getting chucked onto the hood. And I'm starting to realize what the things are is what's left of Holland's head. So the torso and the vest, the arms, the legs, body armor, helmet, guns, just like all stacked in front of me on my freaking hood. So that's another one. I liked Holland's head too. Holland's head, Smith's replacement. Now he's gone. I had to deal with that. I had to drive him back. Now, like, I'm using watered bottle to freaking clean off the blood and lumps from my freaking hood of my vehicle. So that night we kind of, the Thunder Run goes through. It's chaotic. It's our first night to chill. I remember we ended up parking somewhere kind of in between units in this like wide open road, but largely on our own. We're in a perimeter, but everyone was on their own. I got some sleep, and that night I woke up because I could hear the radio. You're kind of in that alert state where you're sleeping, but you can hear what's going on. So on the radio, I could hear there was an enemy vehicle moving around somewhere off to our left, in amongst the buildings and walls of Baghdad. So it's got my attention. I'm listening. I can hear the tank starting to look for it. Like, they pick it up, they lose it, and there's a lot of back and forth conversation about what we're looking at. And now I hear our unit talking about they're in the mix as well, also looking for this tank. Like, where is this tank? Like, it should be right here. There was a disagreement about the location of the tank. The commander of one of the tank units fired out of his perimeter. Let's say his perimeter is from 11 to 2. He decided to engage the tank at his like 4 to 6. He completely turned around outside of perimeter and blasted the tank. Only it was us. So he fired a tank round. So a tank round would have killed the whole crew. But luckily or unluckily, they were behind a wall. So what he thought he could see was the top turret of our tank over the top of the wall.
But he thought it was an enemy tank?
Yeah. So the round hit the wall, and obviously that distance between the round hitting the wall and the vehicle was enough for that round not to do its job, but it had enough force to basically rip the turret off the vehicle. And that's what killed Maya. Yeah. So I went to basic with Maya, one of my first army friends. I knew his wife. Like, we kind of done the whole thing. So that had happened, and now we get like the commotion on the radio, right? Like, WIA, like, we need help now. Maya's like, what? Now we're rushing down there. I remember getting to the scene. It was just surreal because it twisted his neck around, and they were like trying to untwist his neck, which is never good. Like, so yeah, that was a hard one for me. So then we had to get his body out. So we had to run his body back down the road to the headquarters where the wounded and the KIAs are kept. So it's a good 2 or 3 miles back from where the Thunder Run is. Like, there's no man's land between the lead element and that. We don't control the road anymore. Like, we've gone. We cleared a minefield coming in, like a proper 100-meter deep anti-tank mine, anti-personnel stacked. On the way back, they reseeded it. So I'm in a Humvee, me first on, dead buddy. I think we had another Humvee with 2 people in it to kind of secure this, 4 of us. And like, we now hit this freaking landmine field in the middle of Baghdad in a choke point. We're like, we couldn't even clear the mines because to clear them would have taken too long. Because we're now like, any second now they're going to let us have it. Like, we're dead to rights. So we just drove through it. I think first I just ran in front of the vehicle, like, go left, go right, kicking this one out the way, kicking this one out the way. I remember the whole time going through that, I was almost crying. Like, I'm just going to run a mine over and be dead, or I'm just about to get ripped apart. Like, there's a 25mm gun somewhere on like some vehicle is hiding, waiting for us. That's why they've no, we got through.
And this is why you have your dead friend in the car. You've been up for weeks on time.
Yeah. So then we get down there. Like, I get to that point. We drop off the body. Smith and Holland said, get back. And then the next morning we had to go back down again. Cause first I was like, did you check the bodies? I'm like, I don't check the bodies. Why would I check the bodies? Like, we have to get our artifacts, like letters, dog tags. So now he's in the meeting. Oh my God, I forgot about this. He's now in the division meeting, and like, I'm going through all the bodies of our dead, because there's like a few of them. There's like, just say like 20 bags, because all the infantry are dead as well. So I'm having to like zip through. I went for all of them. I couldn't find Maya first, because you lose all your blood, so you don't look the same. So I went all the way through and couldn't find my buddy. I was like, what the hell? I had to go back through everyone again until I found him, find his letter and dog tags and things. Remember, that was kind of harsh. Sorry. Oh,
yeah. I know it's hard to tell some of these stories, and people might ask, well, why do you ask these questions? But I think war's often glorified and glamorized, and I think these conversations, not only do we remember our friends that paid the ultimate sacrifice, but to really remind the American public what war is really about. It's not a pretty thing.
Yeah, it's rough for sure. Like losing friends is terrible. It's not a fun part of it. And then like that one hit me too. Like we actually didn't lose that many people in the invasion. I think we only lost like 83 people. But I attended all the funerals. First lance driver, right? First lance attending every time we'd have a memorial, like I'd have to drive over and be present. And I kind of knew most people in like kind of our division because I'm constantly driving around interacting with everyone. So it's kind of a unique position. Anyone's been like a commander's driver, as you know, that you kind of a unique personality in like your people know you. So it's kind of fun to bounce around. So losing people in that tribe at the time was kind of hard on me. And then the one thing I remember from that, which was really messed up, like we came back from the war and PTSD therapy and treatment wasn't very good then. They were still like, it's the first time we're like, oh, we should look into this. We'd get like this little card when we'd come back, like, are you experiencing any of these things? And all the senior guys like, don't tell the truth or they'll take you away. So like, don't tell anyone. So that started my long career of just like, you should do it, you bury it, and you move on with it. And like, it's how I coped, and I never stopped.
How long were you there in country on the initial invasion? Like, how long was that deployment?
Yeah, I think we did like 13, 14 months. So we finished the war, and there was no plan. Like, once we were now sitting in Baghdad, and we had no relief plan. No one was behind us. Like, we had no plan to hold a country. It wasn't just like 130 is on the way. Like, we have a country to hold from the north to the south. So it took a while where we were just like, what are we doing here? Are we police? Are we running entertainment? Like, are we training the military? So there's this weird limbo phase at the end. As Baghdad turned into the Wild West, there was all kinds of shenanigans going on in the city at that time. It was like, you had the remnants of the military and police trying to reassemble, make new militias. You had Iranians also doing their own thing. You had rogue contractors, and then you just had guys you didn't know who they were or what they were, just also stealing artifacts, stealing guns. Like, there were gangs in there stealing tanks because we had contracted everyone to move tanks. So some days you'd be like, are you guys on contract? Like, yes. With who? Like, yes. Like, we were hired by the army to move the tanks. Like, are you though? Or are you guys just moving it all somewhere else? So, because we cleaned up the city afterwards. So that was my job as an engineer too, post cleanup. So I got assigned, the worst thing I got assigned to was body cleanup as a private, because first sergeant went home because he got shot in the so finally it was payback on Kevin Garrad. He'd been running rogue. They're like, that's it, you little crap. You're going to work.
So he finally did go home?
Yeah, once we got to Baghdad. So then I went out on body cleanup where we had to go out and clear the dead. There was freaking bloated bodies everywhere. There was people in bunkers. There was all the tanks were still around. We had to clear all the tanks of ordnance. So they caught fire. So as an engineer, like all the EOD stuff is going on. We collected absolute tons. I gotta go with you. I forgot about this. We collected tons of munitions. So we cleaned up Baghdad. Everything. Scud missile launchers. Like, I've been to houses where they're like, there's a missile in my house. Like, missile? Like, yeah, missile. You'd open the door. There's a Scud that had gone off the rails and into a house. And we're like, oh, like, yo, out. We'd collect all this stuff. The military's job was, we put it all into an ASP, an ammo supply point in the middle of Baghdad. It was massive. The size of a couple of football fields. Scud missile launchers, frogs, crates of ammo stacked to the sky. We'd be assigned guard duty on this. There I was, guard duty one day. We were all in the ASP. An Iraqi fired a flare over the wall and it set the ASP on fire. And the entire thing blew up. And it's one of the most crazy things. I don't know how I lived through that either. The entire ASP went up. The frog missile launchers started cooking off and coming off their launchers, like going into Baghdad. Sergeant of the guard abandoned us because we were all spread on guard towers. Like, there was no way we were crossing back for the ASP. Like, and everyone had to get the hell away from the ASP. I ended up taking my 249 and running into Baghdad, like, stop the taxi, and jumped in the taxi. The taxi's also trying to get the hell away from the ASP because everything's blowing up. And then they drove me back to camp. So, like, everyone's like, what the hell is going on? Here comes a taxi. Luckily, they didn't shoot the taxi on the way in. I'm like, I'm coming from the ASP. It took us a while to find some of the guys because, like, yeah, they're taking refuge in town or people had stashed them. But the entire thing went off. It blew up for the whole day. It was on the news. You can look this up on YouTube for those that are curious. You'll find that the ASP explosion in Baghdad. It was similar to like a small-scale nuclear blast, like when it all went. Like that one you saw recently, was it like Lebanon or somewhere? That it's proper like crazy. The rockets cooking off was the craziest thing. These massive rockets are cooking off on their launches and just randomly like heading off into Baghdad.
And that's wild. So after the first sergeant left, what were you? You were still the first sergeant driver? Did you just get a new first sergeant?
Yes, now I was still first sergeant driver. No, so now I'm just like command driver, right? So we're taking people back and forth from the airport. There's lots of driving going on. Command's got to go to this meeting still. There's meetings all over Baghdad at that point for command, because we're the engineer units. We're clearing mines, and so I'm busy driving these guys everywhere. And we're driving 2 Humvees, no armor, 1 driver each, and then usually our command element. I strapped tires to the front of my bumper, like a bumper car, and we just ram cars out the way with 0 F's given. Like, get out the way, or we'd run you out the way. We're just plowing through Bangkok.
Was there? Were you guys getting attacked in the city, or?
Yeah, so there was just a lot of wildness. You'd be going. Well, first of all, you'd roll into firefights. You'd hear firefights going on. You'd get there to chaos, like dead bodies, gun. Like, who's fighting who? You just kind of be in it. Like, what is going on right now? They'd break up. A lot of police stations got attacked. We'd get called out to help units that were under attack. Camps got besieged. Like, by who? I don't know. Iranians. There's some units that got killed. Some guys got executed and killed back in the early days. Like, there was a team where a bunch of black SUVs rolled into a compound while they were doing a meeting, and they rolled in like SF dudes, so that no one stopped them. They got out like contractors, all in the uniform, and they killed all the US soldiers in the meeting. They killed like 8 soldiers, like took all their gear. We don't know who did it. I think we kind of came to the conclusion after investigation it might be an Iranians, but there was all kinds of like, there was no real rules going on in Baghdad. There's no much Green Force track. Everything was by map and compass and calling in reports. So there was just a lot of craziness going on. Like the city had descended into anarchy.
Yeah, it kind of makes you really wonder, like, what the hell was going on at the Pentagon, you know, as far as like planning? How do you not have a plan?
We're going to smash Iraq. What about when we win? Like, oh, I hadn't considered that far ahead. Like,
yeah.
Stop loss. What units are going in next? How are we going to pay these guys and go? How much ammo do we need? Uniforms. Like, we hadn't considered any of this stuff.
You know, at the end of that deployment, you come home, and I want to talk about that. But before we do, let's take a break for a second.
Yeah, awesome.
All right, everybody, listen up. If you're dragging through life, low energy, no sleep, can't build muscle, or just don't feel like yourself anymore, you need to hear this. Dr. Taylor Bosley at Precision Wellness Group in Southern Pines, North Carolina, isn't your average doctor. He's a former Green Beret Special Forces medic who deployed to Afghanistan, went on to become an ER physician, and after going through his own hormone crash, built a medical practice dedicated to optimizing the health of both men and women, and he's doing telemedicine in 30 different states. While other clinics rush you through a 15-minute appointment, Dr. Bosley spends a full hour figuring out what's actually going on. Reach out to Dr. Bosley and his team at www.precisionwellnessgroup.com/contact. Mention Vanguard 20 to receive 20% off your initial consultation. Fuel your momentum with real medicine and real results at Precision Wellness Group. So we're kind of coming back from break. That deployment just sounds just wild, man. I remember you told me you were freaking hunting Saddam's fish, shooting his gazelles. Like,
yeah. After we got to the palaces, Saddam had a bunch of like springbok gazelle running around. We'd have been eating MREs the whole time. So the first thing the rednecks and the platoons and squads got to do was catching fish. We got some big ass flathead catfish, and then we shot gazelle and impala. I think some of the infantry might have killed a pelican or a pecan or something. Like pelican or a not a pelican. What did they kill? A peacock. I remember them like shooting and eating a peacock that we got from the palace. We've been eating MREs nonstop at this point. We were so sick of it. So any kind of like meat we could get. I think me and the first sergeant had raided a farmhouse during the war and got some eggs, and we captured the chicken. But after we cleaned the damn thing out, we got almost no meat off this skinny like desert chicken.
Dude, that's wild. So you come back from that deployment. I mean, 14 months. How do you decompress from that, bro? Or do you?
We came back as war heroes because the war just started, so people didn't have soldier fatigue. We were the war heroes back then, so we could do no wrong. You could go down. We went downtown Savannah. First of all, where I was based out was absolute anarchy. She had the whole 3rd ID plus Ranger Battalion and SAW also in the mix, and we were all going out fresh from war, and we all had deployment money, so everyone was going out and drinking. And back then, like, if you got into a fight downtown Savannah, which we all did, all that would happen was the police would hold you, the MPs would come get you, and then they'd take you back to Stuart, like, cool off, like, behave. That's it, yeah. So it was kind of a crazy. don't condone drinking and driving, but back then it was different. You'd get a DUI and you just lose your platoon sergeant position and go to HHC, or you'd lose your squad leader and get kicked to another company. Like, it was different. We were coming out of war. Guys were a little bit wilder. There was no PTSD management back then. We didn't have a plan for it. We were trying to figure out. Everyone came from mechanized. A lot of us came back with TBIs for sure. There was that wasn't a word in the army yet. PTSD wasn't a thing. We didn't know how to deal with it. So guys were coming back drinking, beating wires, running around, going absolutely insane. It was a bit wild. And then guys had been injured. 83 dead, probably double that wounded. So I had friends that lost fingers. Guys had been shot. Another one of my buddies, 2 of them been blown up by mortar rounds. So this was the time of Big Pharma and Percocets. So they were literally giving soldiers bags of meds. You'd go to the TMC like, oh, my back hurts on the wall. And you'd come out there with like PTSD meds, pain pill meds. So the barracks trades on medication was like candy back then. So, but it was also, looking back as an older man now, like the PTSD stress. Like, we just come from war. We nearly almost died. So there was lots of drinking and kind of wild barracks kind of craziness going on. And then the stress of like, we're going back to that real soon. Like, we're not over. We've just got home. We know full well that our next rotation is coming up again.
So you guys, by the time you got back, you guys already knew you were
going back in. Yeah, we knew we were taking that rotation. So some people were just horrified by what they'd just gone through and didn't want to go back. So there was a lot of kind of abuse of meds and just drinking to hide that. But I remember there's a lot of stress for the whole going back again part of it.
Stop loss was a thing too. They had stopped people from getting out. So there was no like getting away from it.
Both times. Yeah, they stop lost them so they couldn't get out of the war. And then guys had got out of stop lost and got back and were trying to get out and were caught again and sent to Iraq. And then we were meant to do a year rotation in Iraq, and same thing. They stop lost us until 15 months. We were in Iraq. Stuck again.
What were the conversations like? I mean, you're still kind of what, a young E3, E4?
So I've gone back to Iraq now. I come out of OF1 as an E4. So I went to PLDC. I went back as a sergeant. So I now gone to PLDC. So I've done my time as first lance driver and paid my blood, right? It's the trade-off you do if you're a good soldier. You go do that driver's position, and in theory, you should now go off to PLDC or your school of your choice. So I became a sergeant and got to go back to the squads now. So now I was one of the squad leaders going back into Iraq next rotation. So now I'm going back as a leader responsible for soldiers.
Yeah, what is that mental shift like? I mean, you got to see the war, especially the invasion. You know, you mentioned it too, right? Being in all the leadership meetings, and you really got to see how, you know, how the sausage is made. Really, you get to see the machine. How did that prepare you for like a leadership role?
Yeah, I really hadn't considered that. I guess I was just kind of ready for it at that point. I'd seen first line do his thing. It wasn't. Some people used to try and fight not being a sergeant. Like going up the next rank was. Now looking back, it's because they were scared of it. They didn't want the responsibility. But for me, I'd gone through Army Cadets forever. The idea of not being a sergeant in my brain was like I was promoted on time every rank I was meant to get. Like I made always ahead. PT scores were always high. My shooting was always through the roof. So like I did everything you needed to pass the criteria to get them early promotions. I mean, I was a E5 when I was 20. So I was going into Iraq to lead men before I could legally buy alcohol in America. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. When you think about it. So you go back in 2005. How was that deployment different from the initial invasion?
So the initial invasion, we fought the Iraqi army. So that's the one thing people have to understand. We fought the Iraqi standing army, which was one of the largest armies in the Middle East at that time. When we came back, we were fighting everyone that used to be in the army that now was unhappy that we didn't pay him and now was trying to fight for their own factions. So these guys already stashed all their guns in massive caches around the country. A lot of the war stock was hidden. So 2005 was trying to take what was left out of circulation away. So lots of raids. We did lots of raids on compounds to get back IED material. One good cache for engineers, like we'd dig up like 50 long range, multiple launch rocket systems, 6 12-foot long, 100, 150, 155 rounds, like proper big, like fill this room size caches, not like end of the war. Like I found a shell. Yeah. We'd find caches, bunkers, because we hadn't cleared it all. There was old bunkers out there that were buried and we'd have to dig them up, and you'd find like a tank fully loaded, ready to go in the bunker. So the fighting we were doing was against these highly trained Iraqi former military who'd gone to insurgency. It was also the start of the IEDs. So we literally went back for phase 1 IEDs. We got the first Buffalo and we were a mine clearing engineer company. So we'd patrol the MSR, clear IEDs, search for caches alongside the infantry. So the name of the game was getting blown up by IEDs and finding IEDs.
And car bombs were just starting too, right?
Car bombs are just... I saw the first car bomb during OIF-1. It was the first one the Americans got hit by, and it killed the infantry. And that's the first time I got to scene, because we rushed over there. First time I got to scene to see bits of people. Like, I remember the infantry were having a hard time cleaning up their people. So I was just kind of running around trying to find cool stuff. And I was like, first time's a bit... But that was one of the times I was like giving them back stuff. Like, here's a helmet I found, guys. Like, they blew them up entirely. So you're talking about £1,000 on car bombs, easy, £1,000 plus. It's absolutely massive boom. It's going to liquidate whoever's close to it and turn you into chunks of just fat and body and skin and tissue. That gets spread everywhere. So whoever's close to it gets spread into chunks, which like it's hanging from the freaking buildings. It gets caught on power lines. Everyone else immediately outside the blast gets knocked down, shrapnel, so people are bleeding to death, people lose arms and legs. So you've got those that are evaporated, those who are critical trauma, dead or dying as you arrive. You can't help them, they're missing limbs. And then you've got the rest of civilians outside that blast radius who are just messed up now. So you'd get there on scene to a smoke, like we'd be on standby for IEDs and car bombs mainly. So you'd have all the vehicles ready and you'd wait, like nothing today, it has to be tomorrow. You'd be like, you'd rush there and you literally get there to chaos, like stuff coming out the air, rivers of blood. I did a market once where they'd blown up a market with a bus. So it gives you an idea of the size of the bomb. So they blew this market up. So they must have probably killed a couple of hundred civilians. We'd pulled up to the scene, packs of dogs running in to grab lumps of people. But we parked at the bottom of a bridge and there was a river of blood coming off the bridge. Like a flow of blood, like a river of blood. That's when I was like, wow, this is crazy, the amount of stuff. Yeah, so we would combat car bombs constantly. They were constantly evolving the TTPs to defeat us and R1s to detect. It got to the point, like, in the old days, you could drive by vehicles on the road. By the end of it, like, you couldn't drive by vehicles. We'd go around them. Everything was a bomb at that point. It's terrifying. Everything was a bomb. And if it wasn't a bomb and you didn't treat it like a bomb, it was a bomb. You get blown up. I remember once after a car bomb had gone off, this car bomb had gone off and destroyed, I think it was an Iraqi police recruitment day, like massacred them all. We got there, now we're on like guard duty, like maintaining the scene. There's a donkey that's distraught pulling a cart and wagon, and it's going up and down all day long, all day long. At the end of the day, it blew up. It was also a bomb. So we've been amongst a damn donkey all day, and the donkey's a freaking bomb. Donkey blew up. Another one. The Special Forces compound got blown up by a car bomb in Tikrit where I was. So I got to respond to the ODA compound. They were out. So imagine now, like in hindsight, we get to their compound, a bunch of army infantry guys. There's no one home. The SF compound's been blown up and there's crap everywhere. So guys are like, oh God, this is great. Like, and then the ODA came home and they were not happy. I remember like these big burly guys got to the gate or like ready to throw down. Like, what are you guys doing in the compound? Like, who the hell are you guys? Like rolling up on an army convoy. Look like you can get blown up with 50 cows. Because Private Dum-Dum's on the gun. We've left him up there to his own devices. So, like, yeah, car bombs are wild. And then the IEDs had just started. So the evolution of that was crazy. Because it used to just be they'd lay out and they'd blow up. And then they started putting them into concrete blocks. And then they would take the blocks out the side of the road, mold the IED into the block and replace them. And I've seen them daisy chain whole roads. Some of the biggest ones I've seen, we're talking like 10 daisy chain 155 rounds together. You're talking about blow up a whole convoy, like... and the whole line would go. So absolutely massive blast. The infantry used to race around Tikrit and the dogs would chase the vehicles. So quite often at night, it's really annoying. You try and run the dogs over. So then I remember this one day we were flying along and there was a dog sitting in the road and we like went around it. Later on, an infantry guy ran over a dog. It was sitting upright because it had a shell in it. So they killed the dog and like had it propped up by the side of the road with a shell in it. And they'd run it over and it like that blew them up. So like everything was getting IED'd. It was crazy back then. That was the wild thing. You didn't know where the IEDs were. We had no armored vehicles. So I did the stats. I looked up. We lost 83 people in 2003. In 2005, we lost 863 soldiers that year to IEDs, small arms fire. So it's a massive amount we were losing. That's insane. So many. There was a ticker on the TV back in the day. It used to be like soldier lost, soldier lost. We were losing a dozen a day. car bombs, IEDs, and there we are doing the most dangerous job, like consistently having to go out and clear this stuff. And it was like getting very, very hair raising if we were going to survive that. I lived on a camp called Camp Danger because we used to get so many mortar and artillery. So we were taking artillery fire still back then. Artillery 120 fire. Camp would get hit every day. So every week we'd lose a few people to that. So we lived on the camp where that was omnipresent. Like you just stop running. By the end of my career, I wouldn't run for blasts because I've seen people run and die. You run to the bunker and the bunker gets hit. You run down the road to the shelter and you take shrapnel on the way in, like, or you just stand where you are, like inshallah, right? It's gonna be or it isn't. Like they hit where you are, they don't. Like you can also run to the wrong place and get hit. So I was always just like, actually, I was very good at medicine. So my whole career, I've always been like, see where the damn thing hits, go treat wounded. Because I can't tell you how many times in my career I've done exactly that, and you get there and there's absolutely no one helping because they're all hiding in bunkers. So especially in SF days, like we were always like, yo, go help. And quite often I'd get there, people were dead and dying, and like everyone's hiding. Like, what the hell, guys? Like,
Yeah.
Treat your people. Like, but the army was so about like, run to the bunkers, like hide. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, that '05 trip, man. You guys had some crazy. You had some crazy stories, man. You I think this is the one you said you were part of the largest air assault.
Yeah, that was
to
cool.
take down some islands in Iraq.
Yeah, so at this point, like I said, the Iraqis had stockpiled everything to avoid the military. So there was all these. I was in the Tigris, in the Tikrit, so we had the Tigris and Euphrates and all the river systems there, which was really cool. So we fought desert, and then I fought in this really dense, lush, tropical groves. Really, like we'd fight all day in the water, like wading around in rivers. Like, absolutely insane. So they'd moved all the ammunition and stuff out to these island chains in the river. So they assembled this massive. We brought all the boats in from the engineers. Like we shipped them in from Leonard, I think, and we had like proper army force boats. And then we had the whole lift for the third ID. So close to 30 Blackhawks, 30 Chinooks, river accompanying scout helicopters, and Apaches. And like we were all lined up. We rehearsed and rehearsed. Then we went down to this palace in Iraq where they had like the massive parade grounds. We had the whole division laid out, and like the lift came in. It was freaking awesome. Like this massive lift for the helicopters would come in, like pick up the first chalk, take off, and then another lift would come in, and we did that for the day, like landing onto these islands, which was crazy because we're not prepared for island fighting. So you're landing onto islands which are all marsh, so you're sinking up to your knees in mud. There's water buffalo running around in there causing chaos. Like you're trying to go through elephant grass as tall as this room, and it's absolutely slashing you. So we're bleeding, our hands are bleeding, and we're just in there for the day, like crashing around. But we'd find caches. We'd take the mine detectors. You'd get to the location, you'd start searching, you'd get hits, and then we'd start digging up, and you'd find like 50 AKs, hand grenades in a sack. So it was worthwhile. But yeah, it was crazy. And after on the islands, then the boats would start picking us up, and the boats would move us to the next kind of fight for the day. So that was cool. We did that for a couple of days, I think, the island hopping battle.
Didn't you say that like they sent a bunch of you guys to Dubai to like what the credit card to
Yeah.
buy boats?
So then they were like, this is a great idea. We should get the engineers boats. So instead of giving us military grade boats, which could do like amphibious assault, we had a budget. So they sent, I think first something went, it was one of like the fishermen in the company was like, I'll go down to Dubai and help them buy it. So they went down to Dubai and they bought 4 of these boats, and they came back on trailers, like Miami Vice style boats, massive, big, spray painting them tan. We got the engine mechanics to like bolt a machine gun stand onto the floor that would mount the 240s, and then got some life jackets, and the guys would like lay over the side as we drove these boats around. So I was a driver too, because I used to fish, so I had like offshore skills. So we're talking dual engine, 300 horses, like you go down the Tigris, like banking, and these things will be leaning over with guys standing up. The Tigris goes from 30 foot deep to like 2 foot deep, all over the place. So you'd be flying down the river and you'd hit these sandbars. Like, I remember one night we were doing this raid, and the captain wanted us to like do an amphibious raid on this island with the freaking boats. And we were like, they insisted, so we're like, whatever. They wanted to beach the boats. Right? We hit the island, and the island had all these boulders in front of it. So we basically like trashed the boats. Like we crashed the boats into the island. We didn't like tactically do it. We just crashed them in. But yeah, we'd hit water buffalo in the rivers. There'd be children jumping off like the cliff sides, trying to like cannonball into the boat. The cliffs into Crete were massive, like hundreds of feet high. There was places where we'd have to drive by the cliffs between the bank, and people would roll stuff off the cliffs, like boulders. Like kids like kicking off boulders off the rocks, like trying to kill us in the boats.
You told a wild story about dogs and car bombs, man.
Yeah, Iraq has a massive feral dog problem, 100 strong. It's because they dump all their food out in the desert in these big dump sites, so the dogs are out there. So the dogs are hungry, right? Like the Iraqis aren't chucking away that much food, so the dogs are eating scraps. After the car bombs go off, there's lots of food. Like it destroys whole markets. And also there's lumps of people everywhere. At the end of the day, it's just barbecue. It's just cooked meat. Like it's lumps of fat and gristle, and it's everywhere. So you'd see packs of dogs hauling ass to the car bombs. So after we're also hauling ass, like the dogs are also running to the site, and they'd get there and start eating the stuff. I've seen them fight over body parts and whatever else. So that's kind of crazy. And I've seen some big packs, but there was one day, there was a pack that used to live by the camp we were at, and they had this massive dump, and they were like that dump site dogs, like 50 to 100 dogs. It was a huge pack. We'd deal with them at night patrolling on foot. It would be like the dogs would be a huge issue. Like we had to shoot a few of the dogs to show them we weren't messing around because they'd like come at soldiers. And then there was another pack that like the other side of town. This car bomb went off in the middle, and we got there as the both dog packs also arrived on scene. So it's already chaos with people and war, and now the dogs added to the chaos, like massive big like dump dogs, at least 100 of them, like running battles in between the vehicles and like chaos. And this is all like kicking up dust and barking.
So these pack of dogs are fighting each other as
like a territorial battle over the site of this car bomb. Like it's absolutely really putting like a stress in the situation. Like we're all on site, there's dead and dying, there's Iraqis screaming. Now there's like 100 dogs and like a proper like taking turns fighting each other and back and forth and screaming and fighting. It's just, I remember just sitting on the gun that day, like this is insanity. Like what a wild thing is going on right now.
I can't even imagine how you would process that. You probably don't.
Yeah, you probably don't. Yeah, it's just normalized.
You talked about like hyenas too, man, like brown hyenas.
Yeah, so I'm a naturalist, right? I love my wildlife, have done my whole life. So I'm fairly aware of most things out there in the world. So there's actually a fair bit of wildlife in Iraq. You've got brown hyenas that exist out there in the ecosystem. They're a solitary hyena, a desert dwelling thing. There's quite a few foxes and some of the small cat species. But I actually had interactions with hyenas on camps. So we used to have a guy on the military camps back then, a civilian that would deal with the wildlife on camp. So their job was to capture the cats and the wild things and let them go. There's all kinds of like small mongoose and things you'd catch in traps. So I know these guys are putting out traps around camp, and I know where the traps were. So quite often in my daily activity, I go check the traps. Like, what do we catch? So I had a relationship with the guy. He had said that soldiers were reported seeing like this big animal bringing back body parts, like seeing it carrying an arm. So I was like, probably a hyena, it sounds like to me. So I think they finally tried to catch it in a crate, and they weren't able to catch it. It kept taking the bait. And I think finally a soldier had seen this thing coming home, because they are big animals, but they literally will carry meat home. Had seen it coming home in camp, and in the middle of like this big ass, because Sam Hussein's palace, there's a lot of dead ground, like just massive open spaces. It had a big old den out there in the middle of like this kind of like a depression. It dug in, like you'd almost crawl into it, but brown hyena bring all their food back, and then they chuck out the trash afterwards. Like they take all the bones back out. So outside this den is like bits of old boot and uniform and skull caps and a bit of femur and like just bring it home, take home, you know? So that was kind of cool. I think they actually caught the hyena and killed it, which made me kind of sad because like it wasn't killing anyone. It was just picking up scraps.
You mentioned running into one while you were under NVGs.
Yeah, dude, it was sitting on a checkpoint on the river. So it wasn't even a checkpoint. I think it was like an ambush point. So a couple of us had been taking turns sitting on this trail. We're expecting Iraqi soldiers to walk down, or like insurgents, and the rest of the squad's hidden down the road. Sitting there under NVGs at the wee hours in the morning. It's like dark and musty in Iraq. And coming down the road is a dog, but it's not running like a dog. It's got a lope. And it's getting bigger. And like as it gets closer, it's quite a big animal. So we basically call it up like, hey. And it comes to a stop. It comes to a stop pretty close, like just past your door. So like within 15 meters. It triple size under MVG, like in the dust, it like porcupines out, and then it stinks, and it turns and runs away in the dust. Under night vision, it's kind of confusing. Like, what just happened? Like, I think I got a black guy from Detroit with me, like, yo, son, Garrad, what the hell is that? Whoa, what is that? I'm like, calm down, dude. We're heavily armed soldiers. We're gonna be okay. And later on in life, now I know my wildlife even better and deal with hyenas. So that was we call it Pyro erectus. They're able to contract the muscles in their fur. It makes their fur stand on end, makes them look bigger. and then that smell is from the scent gland, much like a skunk kind of thing.
Yeah. You told a car bomb story that you guys ate a car bomb kind of leaving the exit gate.
Yeah, I've had quite a few close encounters where a couple of feet this way dead, couple of feet this way, right? So we used to come out of fob danger, and you'd pull out of this Jersey barrier kind of tunnel before you hit the market. When we were inside the Jersey barriers, we were safe from the market car bombs. So we'd stopped just short to do a radio check, and the radio check was taking just a second longer than usual. So we normally would have pulled out into the market right now to start making this left-hand turn into the actual traffic of Iraq. The car bomb was waiting for us at the gate. So I think they probably knew we were coming out, had the rough time, and then they set it. But we stopped short on the wall. So the bomb went off, absolutely massive car bomb. I remember, I think I was driving that day. So I see everything in front of the wall and around it basically get destroyed in the blast. But like round the cut where we are, nothing. Like everything was fine. The dust didn't kick up. But in front of us, everything got destroyed. But yeah, we were protected by that. If we'd gone forward 1 foot, that would have absolutely crushed the vehicle. We weren't armored back then. We just had the old hard shell Humvees. They just looked armored.
What was your squad doing on that 05 deployment?
A ton of route clearance. So our main missions were route clearance, threat detection of IEDs and car bombs. We're doing lots of presence patrols as we're trying to control the country. And then lots of raids. Lots and lots of raids.
Were you guys attached to it like an infantry battalion?
No, we were just raiding on our own. Engineers, go! Wow. Now, later on in life, like knowing what I do about CQB, I'm like, we got some lucky, man. We were wild, just like a couple of engineers like kicking in doors and
how long was that second deployment?
14, 15 months, because we got stop loss and extended.
Yeah, see, that's wild too. You know, I've had a lot of soft guys come on here, and I know we'll talk about your soft career later, but it's like, you know, a lot of soft guys were doing 4-6 month deployments, and a lot of people really forgot, man, the infantry, the artillery, the tankers, man, it was 14, 15, 16 month deployments.
By the time I got to team, I didn't put up with no hazing BS. Like I'd done multiple deployments and a war. Like I was a long in the tooth freaking NCO coming from combat. Got to a team with some freaking SF dudes with one deployment under their belt, 6 months in Afghanistan. Like, yeah, get out of here, boys. Like I ain't making no coffee.
Yeah, man. I mean, that day in, day out grind of patrolling and, you know, extended combat and, you know,
tons of OPs, man. We did lots of OPs. There was lots of sitting, waiting to ambush IED teams. Oh yeah, did lots of OPs to ambush IED teams where we'd lay out like, I'd done some cool ones. We'd lay out in the desert, so we know a really IED route. We were out there under a freaking camo net, 2 of us laying an OP and machine gun and sniper, ready to whack someone when they come out and dig the holes. Done lots of them missions. Done quite a few missions in Iraq back in the old days where like it was 2 or 3 guys on a mission. You'd be dropped off to do the OP and then they'd leave you. We stopped doing that around 05, 06 because the whole team's got whacked. Guys would fall asleep and you'd lose whole. It was a scout sniper team that got beheaded like that. So this is quite common in the old days. In the old days, sniper teams would go out and do sniper team stuff, but we got away from that later in the war because we didn't like the loss of 2 guys died, but like we basically sniper teams stopped being a thing around 6 or 7. Like, but the good old days, we used to be sent out on our own. I've done OPs where we sat there and the enemy has rolled in, like the insurgents have rolled in. We're like in a checkpoint somewhere, like on the 3rd floor, and we're like trying to get help on the radio to come and assist. And quite often you just be on your own. Like, man, we are way out here on our own.
So coming off that deployment, when did, you know, special operations kind of come on your radar?
It was always on my radar, but back then, you had to be somewhat of a senior guy and you had to have some combat rotations to go over. I think you had like at least 1 or 2 rotations. There was a minimum age. I think you had to be an E4 and E5 to go over. Everyone that was going over that I knew was an older senior guy. They told me basically like, you want to go over when you're mature enough, you've done your time. Also, there's a time to go, you know, as you're developing as a man. Like the 20s is still young and scraggly. Like I was still young and scraggly. I filled out in 05 because my first year at gymming with one of my squad leaders got me freaking beefed up with the creatine and protein intake. I came out that rotation now like much more like this and kind of stayed with that. But up until then though, I was a lot skinnier and scrawnier.
So how did you get in touch with an SF recruiter, or how did that process happen?
Yeah, so we had one on Stuart. We were getting ready for the next rotation out the door, and I wanted to do the SF thing now. I was ready. I've seen them in combat. I just dealt with the ODAs in Iraq. 2 rotations now. I've seen him out in the desert doing stuff. I've seen him running around in DCUs with beards and long hair, the chow horse. Like, that's what I want to be. Like, screw this stuff. So what happened was, in 07, they opened up the first summertime selection in the wild. So for anyone that's listening and doesn't understand, we run selection up in North Carolina. It's hot as hell, and we stopped running summer selections because soldiers were dying. So you'd lose like 1 or 2 soldiers from heat casualties. So they actually stopped it. So that year in 07, they opened up a summer selection. You had to be an NCO coming from a combat unit. So basically, you had to be tough, right? Because like, you had to be tough. You had to be infantry grunt, like someone that's like used to being in the freaking heat, not like coming from, I'm a cook from division, like, well, you're probably going to die of heat casualty. So it's a really competitive. So I'm coming out Stuart in the middle of summer. I was ready for it. Like, some things you can train for. You can train for altitude, you can train for heat, you can train for cold, like you can condition the body. If you aren't coming from someone that's butt hot like Florida or Georgia, and you expect to be able to like condition yourself to survive selection in summer, you're kidding yourself. So I spent my whole career dealing with that. So water intake, like my body was conditioned to like deal with the heat. I also knew in the army they didn't want to kill anyone, so I knew how heat category worked. So like, they were going to run as hard, but there was a certain point, like, I don't care who you are, you can't kill soldiers. So with that in mind, selection for me was not as bad as everyone else found it. Because at a certain point in the day, I was like, this is hard, but I know at some point they have to stop this because it's 11 o'clock and the heat is too hot. We're going to die. So then we play a lot, we call like the FF games, like the silly dumb games we play instead of physical exercise. But it was kind of cool for me personally. Like, you'd work hard, it would get super hot. You just had to outlast everyone that was dropping like flies, and eventually they'd have to stop the training because of the heat.
How did you prepare for selection, or did you?
So my unit was like, Kev's going to selection, we'll give you time off, man. Like, don't come to work in the mornings. Yeah, I just stayed in with my girlfriend, slept in. But I was always naturally lean, so I didn't have to get too ready. I was already in shape. A lot of people have to get in shape to go selection. I was already in shape. I wish I'd gone in better shape. It would have made my life a lot easier, but I was in good enough shape to go. I know I wanted to be there, so my mental wanted to be there, and I was tough. That's all you need to go to post selection. Don't quit. Be tough. Want to be there. If you're not tough, you're not going to pass it. If you're not in shape, you won't pass it. If you don't want to be there, then you won't put up with the misery that they take from you there. So like, I had all the combos I needed to be there. Like, I 100% had talked enough crap to my unit to not go back. Yeah, screw you guys. Never seen your ugly face again, first arm.
Yeah.
I was kind of like, well, I got to pass now.
How big was your selection class?
300 people.
You remember how many people made it?
178 were left standing out of the 300 at the end, and they selected 70 out of the 178. And I think the attrition rate of the 70 at the end of the Q course might have been like 53 left, 43 left.
Good Lord.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. So
you get selected, and you're an E6, right?
Yeah.
2 combat tours. What was a Q course for like for you?
I went for a wild Q course. For those who went back through the day and know some of the old stories, would be like, oh yeah, I went back through when it was rogue. So you get there. I got there. I checked out Fort Stewart. Now I get to brag. You'd go to roll call with a bunch of just random guys who'd be kicked out of their units and showed up. If your name wasn't on roll call, you were just like, what do we do now? They'd be like, be back in Monday morning. I'm like, it's Tuesday. So I did that for about 4 weeks. Like, there was a lot of us, they just didn't have roll call for us. So we were just told, like, basically just keep coming back, do PT. There was a strip club in the barracks run by one of the SF guys in charge of like the X-ray program that got busted. So those around 07 remember this story. They busted like this barracks strip club that had like the X-ray training area where these guys were like bringing in strippers from the club or like one of someone's girlfriend. So there was all kinds of rogueness going on. Once again, we didn't have phones. I got my first iPhone when I got to Germany in 09. Up until then, we had the old flip phone. So command and control of soldiers wasn't like it is now where they're all in our business. It was a lot more like, if your name wasn't on the paper and you weren't being called, you could be like, I don't belong to a unit and these guys don't know I'm here. I'm like, I'm spending Christmas with my girlfriend.
Yeah.
But then I finally did get picked up and I went through, Q course wasn't that bad for me. Like SUT, small unit tactics, it's miserable and hot, but like I'd done that already. I come from rotations and that was fine. I went to demolition course, kicked my ass, which is embarrassing, right? Because I'm an 18 Charlie demo guy. Yeah, because it's advanced calculations. That's the one thing I tell anyone going to the Charlie course. you really need to work on your mathematics skills more than your demolition skills, because you're doing advanced multiplications and algebra, and like suddenly it's a lot to take on. So that got my butt kicked. While I figured out my algebra skills, I hadn't really done in a long time. Language was pretty easy. Language was fun. All in all, I had a pretty good Q course all the way through, I think. No complaints to my career progression.
You said you guys had a bunch of shenanigans in your Q course too, man.
It was wild. Like back then, I said the phones weren't really that big a thing. So guys were getting into all kinds of fights. Guys were getting kicked out for doing all kinds of wazoo stuff. There was all kinds of strange behavior going on. From a lot of these guys were coming in from combat units. We had a lot of Ranger back guys, a lot of 3rd ID, 4th ID, like much like myself. So they were bringing craziness with them into this kind of crazy environment where you go from having a thumb on you 24/7 in the army to kind of, there's a break between this cycle and the next cycle. You're a recycle. Be back here in 4 weeks. There's a lot of like shenanigans guys were getting into.
Yeah, I can imagine, man. I mean, that's still early on. I mean, '07, you're still at the kind of we're at the height of the GWAT, and dudes are coming and going from long combat tours. And there's just a lot of stuff between Afghanistan and Iraq
it was definitely spilling over in the training, because I saw some big fights through trainees, just guys blowing off steam. I nearly got in a fight with one of my SF instructors. I can't remember his name, luckily, but if I ever saw this guy again, I'd probably slap him in the face. It's a little fat E6 that was our SUT instructor, and he was giving the group one day crap. He had a small man syndrome, and he was like, "This would never work in combat. I've been to combat." And I kind of like said a smug comment he didn't like, but like, you've been to Afghanistan and you're on the B team, you little B. Like, give me crap about your combat experience. Like, I'm coming from this guy's coming from range about. I'm talking about my buddy from 82nd. Like, we're combat vets. Basically, like, who the fuck are you? He didn't like that. So he got in my face one day on a lane and basically challenged me to a fight. Like, little dude shouting up in my face, and like, "Oh man, you're so lucky I want this tab, dude." Because he didn't embarrass me, but he basically punked me in front of the whole kind of group there. The only reason he got away with it was because I needed my damn tab. But I remember like his whole thing, like this little like Napoleon complex. That's the only guy I really had a beef with my whole Q course. To this day, he still rubs me wrong. I'm like, that little dude. Any other place I would have slapped you in the face. Other combatants instructor my whole career, and I come from like war units before like I came from the age of wall-to-wall counseling. Like, do what you're told, private. Like, who are you? Like, you could slap a private upside the head. Like, how dare you talk back to it? Especially the infantry world, like Ranger Bat, they were still savages. Like, you don't talk back to NCOs in the combat engineer world kind of thing. Like, we have more control over soldiers. And then later on in my career, I see the decay of soldiering, where it's now like, it's an opinion. I don't like how you talk to me.
A whole
if I can't shout at you and tell you what to do right now, you won't do it in combat. If you understand I'm going to slap you in the head in the fear of pain, then why are you going to do what I tell you to do when you don't want to do it in combat? Like, there's a certain level of soldiering that has to be maintained, that I feel like modern soldiering and this whole like current woke ideology that this generation is in is seriously taking away what it means to be a warrior, because the two don't go together.
No, I agree. I know you'd wanted to go to 3rd Group and ended up getting signed to 1st Battalion and 10th Group in Germany. How did that happen?
Sergeant Major Ernie Tabata, the legend, sent me to 110 because he was my demolition instructor, and he came from 110 as a Sergeant Major. So being British, he highly suggested I go there, and at some point during the course that assignment came up, and I had 3rd Group. Well, Ernie Tabata made me go to 110. He's like, send Garrad. He's got a British passport. He's like European. So I wanted to go to 3rd Group to fight in Afghanistan. That was my mission. That's what I was all about. I wanted to be stationed at Bragg, close to my family. I'm happy I didn't. So I remember I got 110 on assignment day. I'm like, I'm going to 3rd Group. My wife's about to move here. I've got all my plans done. They were like, Garrad, 110. I'm like, first of all, what is 110? I'm like, 3rd Group. But no, I sat down with Ernie Tabata, and he like spoke me through it and told me I wanted to go to what I wanted to do. Because I spoke to him about my career and what I was all about. So he knew what I wanted. He's like, you need to go to 110. Like, that's where you want to be. And it is absolutely amazing. It's the best thing I ever did, because culturally it's one of the original gangster units. It's the originals of SF, based out of Germany. They have a unique culture which the rest of the SF don't have, because they're in America and they'll never experience that. Like, unless you're stationed in Germany, you'll never experience what it is to be an SF guy in like the German battalions, which is really unique. You live on the economy, you work with the Europeans, like, it's really cool. Yeah. And you're in the old original SS barracks. Like, we used to have an SS Eagle, but one of the wives didn't like it. Like, yeah, but we should never have took down the Eagle. It was like history. Like, the fact we took that from the Germans and now like we're in the old Nazi SS barracks was kind of cool. But yeah, army wives, man, messing up all the fun. When I was in the 3rd ID, our mascot is Rocky the Bulldog. Big old thing. He used to have big old brass balls. Division commander's wife didn't like it, so we got the balls removed. But when I was there, Rocky used to have a big old pair of balls. Now Rocky's got no balls.
Yeah.
Like, that's the problem with the army. Like, all these things we got rid of, man.
So what was it like to be a British guy back in Europe?
Awesome. Yeah, I was still young back then, so I was still fairly close to my friends. My nan and granny were still alive, so you could fly from Germany on the weekends. I could go to Stuttgart Airport. I could board a flight round trip, €90. You'd fly to London, hour plus flight, go there for the weekend, hang out with old friends, go to the pub, fly home Sunday. I took my team out to London a few times. We did like nice nights out, some VIP clubs on the town. So yeah, that was kind of cool for me being back in Europe. And also access and placement, right? Cover. I'm a British guy. So like, who are you? Like, I'm British. Definitely not with the American Special Forces.
Yeah.
Like, there was a lot of shenanigans I could get away with.
What was the lifestyle like compared to what you'd experienced before coming from, big army?
Oh, it's much better. So anyone that's in the regular army thinking about going SF, definitely go. It's a different kind of soldiering. Like, there's the army and then there's special operations. Once again, I was in Germany, so I was even further away from the flagpole, so we had a little bit more kind of uniqueness to us. It's big boy rules. Well, it used to be big boy rules when the war was going on. Here now, like, it's kind of getting a little silly, but it used to be like you go work out in the morning, do your thing, and then get back to team room, meet up, and then you'd figure out what the plan was for the day, what you're going to do, and then you go forth and do that. If there was nothing going on, you take half days. Like, you wouldn't wear uniforms hardly. Like, why wear a uniform unless I have to? I can do all my job during the day in shorts and t-shirts. So most of the day we wouldn't wear uniforms. There's a longer hair regulation, a bit more relaxed. Like, the pay's better. Kind of how you're viewed in the military. That Green Beret gives you some power, man, when you move around places. So it's a whole nother side of the military. It was amazing. Yeah, wouldn't have given it up for the world.
After getting to Stuttgart, how long is it before you get your first combat tour as a SF guy?
3 or 4 months. I literally got to the team. So you usually get to a team and you have a senior that teaches you. I got to the team and I was the senior, and then I got junior. So I had to teach myself, self-taught. But luckily I wasn't brand new to all I was brand new to an SF team. I wasn't brand new to the army or combat or demo. So like, same, right? It's actually a lot easier because instead of deploying 30, 50 guys, you're just deploying 12. Mainly everyone's responsible for their own stuff. But I'm an engineer though, so I'm responsible for all the equipment of the team. Everything that's owned by the team is owned by me. So I became like the hand receipt Nazi. Suddenly you have to be responsible for everything like that. But overall, like, life is good. Much better than the regular army. What
was your first assignment? You guys went to Afghanistan, didn't you?
Yep, straight to Afghanistan. We're in Logar first rotation. That was a good one. That was when Obama was president. Afghanistan. So Iraq had been the main thing for a while. It took away the light from Afghanistan, and people forgot about Afghanistan. So 07, 09, soldiers were screaming in Afghanistan, like, remember us, like, you've left us here to die. So Obama came in, and in 09, he was like, all right, we need to put an end to Afghanistan. And Afghanistan suddenly became the main focus, and Iraq went to the back burner, and Afghanistan became the news. So that's when we had the soft surge, and Obama pumped in Ranger Bat, MARSOC, and SF, and our job was UW and DA. It was to clear out some of the fighters, and that's what we did. Like, we trained up the special reaction team from the police so we could handle warrants. So, because the rules of engagement were getting funny, like, you can't just go kill people, but you can just go arrest people. And if they want to die, we can help them with that too, right? So, like, It was really easy being with the SRT team, because you'd be like, we got a warrant, let's go get him.
And that was like an Afghan National Police Force?
Yeah, Afghan National Police Force was, I think we directly, not quite sure, but I think we basically were under like the Directorate of Intelligence. So they could be like, this guy's, what do we used to call them? JPELs? No, we used to call them Joint Priority Attack List. Were they JPELs? What do we used to call, like,
I think they were JPELs.
Yeah, we used to hunt down JPELs, like the top guys. So the military would just go out and you'd bumble around and fight whoever you could fight. In soft, we would hunt the lists. So in Iraq, I hunted the list. I had the old playing cards, but the list of guys you'd catch. Same in Afghanistan, soft, you're hunting down the top of the list. So as an intelligence guy, my job is to try and find the targets, and then we'd action that with our team. So if the army was like, make sure you're not going out and raiding, like, it's not a raid, it's an arrest. It just looks like a raid with helicopters. Like, yeah, we just get there and shout before we got there. Come out with your hands up. We're here to arrest you. Give him 30 seconds. I'm like, yeah, I'm counting down because I'm about to blow this gate. So I quite often would just get there and put the bomb on the door anyway. I'm like, 5, 4. This 30 seconds is up. I'm blowing this. So unless someone told me not to, you could just guarantee I'd be like, right, I clear that in the brief as soon as we got there. Like, on the 30-second mark, I'm blowing the door, right? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, he said it. Unless I get told no, I'm going to blow that door.
And you guys were all over, like Logar, Wardak.
Yeah, we ranged quite fast. So 110 picked up RC East. So quite often we'd have to go supplement other teams, or there's a lot of dead ground between the teams. So we kind of ranged far and wide. I even did missions from where we were in Logar all the way to Kabul sometimes, especially with warrants, when you're dealing with guys who might be in your sector, but now you can action them somewhere else. Or quite often we do standby missions where you're waiting for the human or SIGINT hit. So we hope he's in Logar, but maybe when he hits, he's like 2 hours away somewhere else. So quite often we'd have to be like on the fly. I guess we're flying there.
What was the dynamic difference between Afghanistan and Iraq? I did both, but I think it's important for
Iraq
people
was
to
more
hear.
urban. Iraq was an urban desert, really hot, really dry, blazingly hot, man. You'd be in body armor, just absolutely dying in the vehicles there. The heat was intense. I liked being in Crete though, because we had the river, so it was unusual because most people just died in Iraq from the heat, whereas I got to fight around in rivers. Like you could quite often dunk yourself in said river and be like, oh my god, cool off. Afghanistan is rural mountains. It's high mountain peaks, very hot summers, cold, freezing winters. We had snowmobiles up in the mountains of Logar and stuff. Like we skied up there. We took our skis with us and skied down the slope one day because we were a ski team and stuff. So like Afghanistan was different in that aspect. It was way more rural and the people were a bit more backcountry.
Yeah. Were you working with like the SAS, the SBS on that first trip or no?
I've had opportunities to work with SAS and SBS on missions, and then being in Germany, we also shared training courses. So for guys stationed in the US, all your courses are in America usually. When you're in Germany, it's actually more expensive to fly back to the US to do a course. So we share a lot of like a course with Merlin. There's a few courses that were held in England at Hereford, or we do a lot of courses. There were some courses people could attend with, like the German KSK had some crossover courses. We did a lot of the soft NATO courses all in country. So we wouldn't go back to America for very much. It'd all be like partner force.
What was that
crossover.
What was that like training and working with SAS as a British dude, but working in the American Army?
So I actually wouldn't get too much about it. People quite often would find out I was British and be like, wait a minute, mate, are you British? Or I quite often pretend that I was with someone else. So if I was ever doing anything wrong, quite often I'd have a British flag on. I'd just feign like ignorance, like I'm Americans, like, I'm not with them, or anchors. I 100% was using an American unit line about my identification.
Yeah. That's funny.
Also got me in trouble quite often though, because I used to wear the baseball cap with the British flag. Someone would be like, oh, this asshole British dude. And commanders would be like, what asshole British dude? I'm like, get your ass in there, Garrad. I'm like, oh, what? It wasn't me, man. I didn't tell that sergeant major to go beat feet.
I know you helped stand up NATO SOF. A lot of people don't realize that, you know, like NATO as a whole, a lot of those Eastern bloc countries didn't have special operations.
So 110's mission was heavily involved with the creation of, which is, I'm now watching the war in Ukraine. We're seeing Romanian SOF. I've actually seen some of my old associates in DRC recently when that Romanian content got rolled up. I was like, I know that dude, I trained him. So yeah, we were busy standing up the eastern flank of NATO SOF. So Hungarians, Slovakians, Romanians, basically everyone, Estonians, that whole band of people, right?
Did Poland already have their SOF units?
Yeah, they already have, they've got a fairly good one. They've got
the Grom.
Yeah, Grom's already up and running. But we were busy standing up the old Eastern European countries. So we'd literally go spend a month away in Romania, a month in Lithuania. We'd spend a lot of time in Budapest, old Booty Fest, eating goulash and shooting guns. But it was crazy, man, because especially like Hungarians or Romanians, you were using their facilities. So I remember we'd go out, was it Romanians? I think Romanians are a bit more wild. Like, not only were they always drinking and partying, so we'd like drink with them at night until wee hours in the morning, drinking like Plinka, which is rock gut. And then at 05, manifest for jump. There's been a couple of jumps, so I'm being like, oh, I'm going to die on this jump. Like, we are still 100% drunk boarding this plane. The Romanians like, yeah, this is good fun. Lots of gypsies in Romania, like proper old school Roma gypsies that they hate. I remember doing a 50 cal range where we're shooting into a tree line down range. And we're like, this tree line's cleared, right? They're like, yeah, it's clear. We checked it. So we're like firing 50 cals and Mark 19s. After a few minutes, all these people come out. And we're like, what the hell, guys? Like there's some Romanian gypsies. Like that's you said people. I'm like, God damn, guys, like we can't be doing this. We have to clear the range of Romanians and gypsies.
Yeah. One of the things I thought was interesting too is, you guys are doing airborne training with some of these, Eastern Bloc countries, and you guys get paid to jump, and those guys don't get the same pay. And, you guys are doing a couple jumps in a day, and those dudes are like not about it.
Yeah, it wasn't so bad when you were in their country with the chain of command there, but once we deployed downrange, we had some issues. My team never lost rapport, so we always kept it by we nearly lost it a couple of times. Some teams had catastrophic loss of rapport where the SF guys from America are gung-ho professionals to do a job, whereas NATO SOF are guys that were just assigned to that unit who have now become NATO SOF, who aren't being paid fraction of what you've been paid, and now they're attached to warriors who want to go freaking take them into every fight. They don't want to do it. Quite a few times they didn't get paid, and I remember our chain of command being like, you need to go out with this mission with your Romanians, and they're like, they're not going out. They've refused to leave camp because they're not being paid. So I can't blame them for that. If you're not being paid, then why am I soldiering? So there was a lot of issues with that. And then there was just a lot of issues with just, like I said, that whole, just because you're wearing an SF tab from another country, we are not the same beasts. So there was a lot of separation in camp. Quite often that turned into laziness and people just not putting their equal weight in camp. And that would always cause issues. Biggest one in camp, right? Like, we're running the whole camp. You eat my food, you drive my vehicles, you use my gas, you raid my demo room, you shoot our guns, like, you clean said guns, you help clean up the motor pool, you cook the food. You don't get to just use it all and be like, no English.
Yeah, I can imagine that would rub people the wrong way. What were some of like the unique missions that you guys were doing with NATO SOF? Because you would train these guys and then you would deploy with them, right?
Yeah, so that was the thing. We'd train them up in Europe, and then we'd go downrange with them, and they'd be deployed to us, and we'd kind of right seat ride. So their captain's learning how our captain runs, and then I've got a junior and a senior of the other team trying to teach them how to do stuff. It was always so. The Hungarians and Romanians are nice, but it's not the same as being attached to like just a platoon of Rangers or another soft team that's get it done. It's always kind of, everything's a negotiation. Everything has an opinion to it. Like, this is how the mission's going to go. Like, maybe we do it. Like, here we go again. I'm going to argue about how the mission needs to be rolled out. There's always kind of like, they were always out of shape and lazy on objective. If we had to land an objective and run up the hill to get the sniper position in before the raid happened, like, SF guys are touchdown, they're gone. Like, they're going to run that hill. Romanians, not so much, man. We get that soon, And like, it's like, God damn. So that was always frustrating. That would make me madder than anything. When there's work to be done on the objective, like, we're here on the kill zone, like, work to be done. If you're not putting the work in, it's like, why are you here with us?
Yeah,
but we were just, I will say, we were just starting off. It's a learning curve, and now, like, look at what's going on in Ukraine right now, in Russia. Like, where we stood them units up right now that are busy in eastern Ukraine. From the Romanians are in the fight right now. Like, they've got soft guys forward. So do the Hungarians. I'm assuming they're also in the fight in Russia right now, probably helping stand up the Ukrainians now. So.
Did you guys train much with the Ukrainians?
No, we weren't messing with them back then. But now I see that Romanians and the Hungarians and the Estonians are standing them up now. So
I'm sure the Poles are in there too.
They're probably forward on the fight as well. So just seeing that evolution.
What's some of the, if you have any, just go. I know you deployed a lot, so I don't want to cover every single deployment. But any fun stories from your time in special operations in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Depends what you call fun times, right? Well, I wanted combat. I like fighting. Like, there's nothing worse than going on the rotation and not fighting if you're a combat guy. That's why you join the army, right? So I understand why people have a lot of PTSD, because a lot of people deployed and didn't do anything. And the PTSD, I think, is self-caused because they desperately wanted to be in the fight. So they're like, I got PTSD from. I always wanted to fight every rotation, and I always got fights because I went out my way to find them. Like, so what's called an SF versus the regular army, you're a lot more independent. You guys you flow like a pack of dogs on the battlefield. Like, I don't have to like run with my squad. Like, I can independently be like, yo, I'm going there. Like, so you can move around and position yourself in a fight. So when there's gun battles in these groves, quite often, like, you can independently start moving around. So I'd quite often get into gunfights with the army when we were doing convoy operations. And the first thing I would do, I would break off from the convoy on foot and I would start flanking the convoy. I'd be like 100 meters to the left or right, following an army convoy in contact, trying to like catch an IED placer on the trigger, or I'd catch in a gun team and quite often I'd get lucky with that. So if I wasn't carrying the machine gun, so I carried a machine gun my whole career. So I was a 249 gunner. I carried all the 240s, the Bravo, the Lima, the Charlie. And then I ended up with the Mark 48 in 7.62. But when I was doing these kind of missions, I would carry a SCAR in 7.62 because I grew up my whole life hunting. So my snapshot game is crisp. But yeah, SCAR heavy, man. I'd literally run alongside army convoys in Medal Arm. That's where we were always getting ambushed, and you literally hope to flush like quail, or like Afghans trying to ambush the convoy. So stuff like that was fun because in the army you really can't do that kind of stuff.
You were kind of doing the mission that you had always wanted to do, right? I mean, you had talked about wanting to join special operations when you were younger. You know, you go to special forces, you get your combat deployment, you're working with international partners. Were you really where you wanted to be?
Yeah, at the time I was Kevin, the special forces guy. Like that was, which became heavy issues later, which we'll talk about, like how to get out of that. Because up until that point, like that was my identity. I was the soft guy. My whole career from when I was 13 had led to that moment. I got to where I needed to be, and I was at the pinnacle of that. I could have gone on to Delta and CAG, I guess. Mentally, I was worn out from war. I didn't want to go for another damn selection at that point. I was like, I've had enough of this.
I remember, you know, you were saying at one point you were looking in the mirror some days like, you know, who am I? And that's pretty heavy. What was kind of starting to drive that disconnect?
Yeah, so I've actually established what that is now later on in life. So I've had, it used to be a lot worse than imposter syndrome most of my career, where I don't feel like I deserve to be where I am, or that I'm underachieving in that position, even though I'm not. I just always feel like I've not done enough to get there, kind of thing. Now I understand what that is, and I've talked through that with people. I understand it's an actual thing now. Like hearing you read off my list of accomplishments for this, now I'm kindly able to accept that. Like, yeah, that's what I am now. So I've gotten over the imposter thing. But I remember even in SF, like, yeah, like looking in the mirror, wondering if I'm doing this thing, like if I really felt like what I was to everyone else in the mirror, even though I clearly was, I hadn't come to realize it yet. But it also could have been, like I said, that early war trauma and just constantly putting stuff away and not addressing it or ever accepting that I've done it. So maybe that was part of the issue as well. I never actually took time to reflect on all the things I'd done, because everything I'd done was just going into the box we didn't open, because everything was attached to something that had a trigger with something like. So yeah, I guess it just all kept going into there. So like finally now accepting, like, yeah, I have done all these damn things. Like this is who I am. Yeah,
I mean, I remember we talked a lot yesterday about how you kind of progressed in your special operations career, going to become an intel source handler, and kind of working in that aspect that doesn't get talked about a lot. There's a lot of training and stuff that goes into that. Can you talk about that at all?
Yeah, so that's kind of a cool different job inside special forces. So it's kind of like layman's terms for civilian listing. So on the team, everyone's got a speciality. You're an engineer, you're a weapons guy, communications, medic, or you're one of the team kind of command. And then within the team, you've got specialities. So I was a master breacher, so I was the demo expert of experts. So I held that title. I was also responsible for our intelligence collection on the team, and then what we used to call source management. So the management of, not really spies, but the management of people that we were engaging with. Yeah. I guess the civilian world would call them like spies or sources, but they're not really a spy, which is someone that's on my payroll that I'm getting info from. So when we're deployed, I've got a list of priorities. One of my priorities most rotations was find Justin Bergdahl, the POW. There was another POW too. So first questions to a source, like, are you safe? Am I safe? Where's Bergdahl? Where's this? When's the next attack on the US base? I had like my questions first, I'd rattle off. And if they gave me one of them that was a flag, like, oh, I know where Bergdahl is. Like, whoa, hold on. Like, meeting right now, like, where? Like, that's important. If I didn't get one of the main, then I'd start going into whatever else, like, what Taliban commander do you know? Where is he this week? What explosives do you know hidden? Like, I'm constantly trying to build a map of my battle space. And then I'm bringing in sources constantly to verify that your story matches his story. So I'm going to send that guy out to find if your story is real. You don't know I'm doing that. So, like, there's a lot of deconflictment going on with stories. And then every other SF guy and the CIA and agencies also doing the same thing. It's all going into a computer system. So after I meet this guy, I've now got to write a report that goes into the intelligence system. As I'm writing it, it's starting to tell me, like, yo, this name is connected to this name. And now, like, my job is to start developing a target packet for the team to start targeting with someone. Or if it's relevant information, maybe I just found out a key bit of information that the commander wants to know at like a national level, and I'm going to hand that up like, yo, I just got this bit, like, Bin Laden. Yeah. I just got a message that Bin Laden was seen in the valley. Like, who, where? So, like, there's lots of things like that going on. Spent a lot of time hunting Bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, like Gaddafi. We did the list of who's who back in the day.
Yeah. How was that kind of, different mission of doing the intel side, just kind of add depth to your warfighting ability?
It's kind of cool because all the other SF guys in camp, you come back from missions, that's it, they're now on downtime. You come back from camp, you've now got to interview people and get sources to come in. Also, it's a lot of plain clothes work. So my other source handler was a Polish dude, like long hair, beard. We spend a lot of time in civilian clothes so people don't know who we are. Source work is dangerous because they want to kill me because my job, I'm messing with the Taliban commanders. So as I'm bringing sources into camp, sometimes I get them into camp to meet me. I have to sneak them into camp because camp is full of Taliban. Like the American camps are full of Taliban. Like they're the guards, they're the cook. So they're also hidden in camp. So the guys can't come to the gate and meet me. I have to hide them in the vehicle like a meat truck and smuggle them into camp and like a whole process. I also have to worry about what if the guy's bringing a buddy to meet me? Like, yeah, but what if the buddy's going to kill me? He's got an IED vest on him. He's perfect, right? Get in camp, kill the source. So I'd constantly have to deal with that on my own. I literally, my life, my daily activities on camp, everyone's doing their thing. Like Kev's running around having secret meetings all over camp. Quite often I'd have to go out camp. I'd drive out in a little Toyota Corolla. I'd take the Terp. I'd load up my Corolla. Had smoke grenades, high concentrate smoke grenades, and hand grenades in the glove box. I'd carry my machine gun collapse, got a little mini. If we made contact, I would lay down fire. His job was to get the smoke out, to give us screen, and then we'd start chucking grenades, and we were going to fight back to camp. Whenever I left camp, I get my sniper buddy on the high tower we had that could oversee, and he'd kind of like be my eyes. If shit went wrong, he'd call the command out. But yeah, I've had to go out on my own into like Afghanistan to meet. Quite often I'd go meet them in the motor yard where the vehicles would come in, like the trucks. I've had battles out there, like combative style battles where I've like gone to meet a source with a buddy and the buddy's got squirrely. I'm like, just come here and put your hands on the vehicle, man. And he's like, no, come here, dude. Like hands on the vehicle. And now I'm in the motor pool yard, like beating this snot out some source with a Terp screaming at people. There's all these Afghan truckers like coming around, got guns out, like everyone back up. It's insanity. And then like we calm the situation down, like take the guy back to camp. But like this was going on as a constant kind of thing. The source work was non-stop dangerous because you just don't know if you could trust people if they're going to set you up that day. So that was always a little hairy for me. And also they're giving you information which is actionable. I had Taliban commanders that would come in and tell me stuff because they wanted you to kill the other commander. But that's a dangerous game to play, right? Because you don't know if they're going to sell you out. So some days they'd give us targeting stuff on targets. And you're like, do we action this or is this a trap kind of thing? So there's a lot of weight on us for that one. Like we give up info and we roll on it. And I didn't do my due diligence and get the team killed kind of thing. But that skill was really cool though, to learn that and learn how to kind of question people and get what you need from a source to give up information on their people. And then just having that mind that you can kind of see in my brain like a massive spider diagram of who's who and who's connected to this person, how this might affect this if I arrest this person, or what happens if I take this cache that these guys were going to use for this mission over here when we could have rolled up this guy if we just waited. So like you're playing like this freaking multi-pronged chess game in the kind of source game downrange, which was unique to just us, I guess.
Yeah, no, and it is very unique to like a special operations ODA and the fact that you guys develop your own targeting. That's very unique to special forces because you guys go out in 12-man teams, and then you have the FID, plus back then you guys were doing unconventional stuff plus direct action, and you guys were able to develop your own target package internally using intelligence. It's very unique. It's very unique, I think, to American Special Forces. Yeah,
it was cool. Like, looking back on that one, that's something that most people didn't get to do because I wasn't necessarily in intelligence field, but I'm doing the intelligence piece for the mission for us.
Yeah, and I don't want to go into the training, obviously, but it's a long pipeline. I mean, you were an ASOT level 3 guy, and those aren't easy courses.
Yeah, a lot of it's learning how to write reports, and just the hardest part is the cool thing is going out and meeting people and finding the information and talking. That's easy. It's afterwards you've got to now like remember all that, come back to camp, write it. And Army military report style writing is in a very specific way. You can't just write like, I met this dude, he told me this. They want it in this really stupid format, which it's really hard to kind of like talk through backwards in, which makes the report writing stupidly hard. But yeah, we go to a bunch of advanced training, like how to operate around the world as a gray man, not be seen by the enemy, how do we come into contact with people when we're also being hunted by, case in point, Romania. In Romania, we used to deal with gangsters. We used to deal with the Russians and the KGB. Same for like Budapest and Hungary. So once the ODA would touch down in country, you'd be picked up at the airport. Like you'd pick up your tail. The tail might be gangsters who want to rob us of the guns which come in. The tail might be KGB who want to follow us to camp we're going to. Or it could be the Romanians just trying to find out who I'm talking to in the country Romania while I'm meant to be training. So that's a catastrophic loss of rapport for a host nation country. You get caught doing something you weren't meant to do on the side. So there's a lot of training, just like the CIA. It's very similar. It's a lot of training that goes into how to operate clandestinely and accomplish your mission, meet sources, hire people, write reports. It can't be detected by someone else because they're like, okay, these guys are up to this now. Like, I can't let people know that I'm being tailed. So you have to let the tail think that you don't know what's going on. But I have to know who's tailing me. I've got to put surveillance on my tail to figure out who there's so much. It's complex. Yeah, it gets really, like, when you start seeing it all built out, it's freaking very, very taxing on the brain when you start figuring all the stuff that goes into it.
That deployment cycle you were in, I mean, you guys were pretty much 6 on, 6 off. At what point did that start affecting like relationships, mental health, your sense of identity?
It was good fun because we were young back then. I was married during that, but my wife wasn't in country. I was a geological bachelor in Germany, so I didn't have to deal with her too much. But like the guys that had wives and kids, it was definitely like there was a lot more arguments on the team. Like we just got back, now we're on leave, now we're in Romania for a month, then we're hungry, then leave, and we're gone again. So I didn't have kids to deal with. But I imagine if you were raising a family, it's kind of hard then to constantly do that. But for guys in it, it was great because everyone else was doing one deployment their whole career if they were lucky. Like meanwhile, we were on 6 on, 6 off. 1-1 out of Okinawa was on 6 on, 6 off, and Ranger Bat was on 6 on because just the way the rotations worked. Because 110 had the NATO soft mission, so we didn't share that with anyone else. It was 110, Alpha and Bravo. Alpha was on, Bravo was off. Charlie was the SIF. So if Alpha was in the box, we were off, then we were in the box. Charlie was always rotating through. So like, it was weird being in battalion because we're in a really small battalion, right? Like we all know each other. Friends across the entire battalion. Well, when you were home, one of your battalions was gone, you wouldn't see your friends, and the SIF was always in and out. So like it was like passing ships in the night. You'd come in and be like, oh dude, I haven't seen you forever. Where have you been? Like talk to them for a few minutes, then they're gone again. And then they'd be back again. So like Germany was wild in that one. You sometimes you just didn't know who you were working with because you wouldn't see anyone. You were just in and out of empty buildings constantly. It's a big old German barracks complex. Proper big old heavy buildings with dark, deep basements. You know, it's not like America where you're in these metal cages. It feels old and the buildings feel really empty, especially during the winter time when you get there, come in early morning to pack up gear as a Charlie. Like camp's empty, it's snowing, you're in these old German basements with like stuff's clanking. You're like, what's that? Is anyone out? Anyone here? Like anyone here? Like, oh. So yeah, it was weird being out there sometimes. It's kind of.
You mentioned that some of the worst moments of your life were in the Army. Can you talk about what you kind of meant by that?
Maybe. I mean, some of the worst. I mean, yeah, I guess some of the worst moments, like what we spoke about earlier, like Myers' death, Smith, Holland said. We trained up a lot of Afghans that we kind of become attached to, especially the good ones. Like they'd be your warriors. They'd always put forth the effort. And you'd always fight on the objective. Like you're like, yeah, you're the guy I like training. And then they'd get killed on objectives or killed by IEDs or slaughtered by the Taliban. That was always dark moments. Did lots of them. So I'm 18 Charlie. So one of the other jobs of an 18 Charlie senior engineer on camp, you become the camp mayor. My job is to wheel and deal for the team. So like I know everyone on camp. I'm trading this and trading that. So more so than any other one else on the team, my job is to be the face of the ODA. So I know everyone on camp. I know all the infantry guys. I'm going down to the mortar pit to get mortars because we ran out of stuff. Like I'm bribing the chow guys with rippets. So I'm very social. So as camp would lose people, that would hit me quite often because I know that kid. Like, So then quite often I'd find myself at memorials on camp where I'd go and attend because I knew that person. So towards the end of my career, that one was starting to weigh heavy on me because like Iraq was I believed in it when we went in, but now looking back on it, like we all know that we shouldn't have got to Iraq. And even Afghanistan, we should have just finished it instead of dragging it on. And like even while we were there, we didn't have a plan to win it. We didn't have a plan to finish it. And we were just dying out there for no reason. Everyone knew it. And that was getting very, very sad. That one was really weighing hard on me some days.
I can imagine, bro. I mean, it's a lot of loss. Eventually, I think you and I were talking yesterday. It stacks up over time, and you deal with it until one day you don't. You took a CIA course at Harvey Point. What was that training like?
That was cool. Another demolition explosive course. So I think most military explosive course, they're just teaching you military demo. Then Harvey Point is up there in Virginia. It's one of the agency courses. That is going through clandestine demolition, like how to blow up a car with this much explosives. They give you a whole bunch of cars, so much money. You literally start the work for the day. Like, today we're blowing up cars. Everyone's got a car. There's a car on the field. Find your car, go to work. You've got until lunchtime. Be like, all right, time to make a bomb. You like rummage through the bin. Like, I take this soap dish, these ball bearings, the C4, and you literally like make stuff. And then we'd like set it in the car. And then the instructors would come out and we'd talk through what we'd done. So I had one where I had taken the seatbelt out and I filled the plug with enough ball bearings and Semtex to blow you up. And the connection was made when you plugged it in. So you'd get in, like, blow your hip out. Then I made a claymore out of soap dishes. So I sprayed the inside of the soap dish, put the C4 in, and then the other side of the dish I sprayed and laid with ball bearings. So we've got a little mini claymore. I took a tube and then I wrapped them all the way around it like a 360 spiral and then camouflaged it and had it in the middle of the field. In theory, it would have been like a 360 claymore thing. It was great. We had all these targets up and blew it up. So like that was really cool with that course. They just let us do whatever we wanted and then we'd go to bed and the next day the whole field would be rebuilt again. Vehicles, buildings. Yeah, we just got to play around with some different way of whatever you could put your hand up and be like, I want to try this. And be like, why? Like, I think this will happen. Like, let's try it. We just go out, cut steel, blow stuff. So that really changed my perceptive on explosives. I went from being a demo guy to being like, oh, you can use explosives for pretty much anything if the right application, the force wave. Really cool. They had all this super slow-mo camera footage of explosions, and that changed like it doesn't just explode. It's not just like, to us it's instant. It actually deflagrates in like, if you put a block of C4 and I blow it up from this end, it doesn't just blow up, it blows the shockwave from this end to this end. So the force goes forward. So with that in mind, I could send demolition any direction I wanted based on where I primed it. Do I want the force to go this way, that way? So later on in my career, when I'm blowing up caches and stuff, I started using that. And I'd use almost no demo, just understanding like the blast, radiation effects and how that work. And I try and use the least amount of demo to blow stuff up. And I was getting really good with it, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. You almost became a canine handler for demo dogs, but they took your dog away for deployment. How did that feel?
Yeah, I was way back in the Army days. So it was after that first rotation, we were trying to figure out how to mitigate the risks of ID. So we just got into the Dogs of War program, and they were just buying all these Cocker Spaniels and I think they were German Shepherds. So I returned back to Fort Leonard Wood because that's where I'd gone for engineer training, and I did a 4 or 5 week course at Leonard Wood for the canine handler course. I was like, yeah, we're gonna get a dog, be attached to my unit now. This is gonna be neat. And they took it away from us because we didn't get dogs. We ended up getting like buffaloes and landmine detectors. Not water buffaloes, the buffalo armored vehicle with had a claw on it. And you'd like drive around and scoop up bombs.
Oh, jeez, dude. I know you considered going to Delta, but you didn't. What held you back from kind of taking that long walk?
Yeah, it's another like going the wars and everything else and PLDCs and just other competitions I've been in. Then I gone through SF and got to SF 6 on 6 off. Like I just didn't have the time to go. Mentally, I just wasn't. When were they gonna? You could train up on rotation, but you couldn't really, right? Because it's selection for that is mainly cardio and just like you had to get super cardio ready. So really, like if you were in station in Colorado and you could be up and down Pikes Peak and you had a year to get ready, like it would have changed my whole decision. But
yeah, I remember you told me, you mentioned like seeing your friends get wrecked by going from deployment straight to selection.
Yeah, like we literally the guys would get in shape, deployment, come straight back and go. And then if they didn't make it, you'd pick them up. Like one of my friends was absolute stud. And he just didn't make it. I was sure he would, but I remember seeing him. He was in better shape than I was. He was just one of my bravos, man. He was a warrior. He was just wrecked. Like you could just tell, like he had taken a toll. That for me was one of them big, like, oh, I don't want to do that. Like, and then by the time I kind of had another option to do it, I was already kind of at the tail of my career. The injuries are too much, man. Like I should have, I just didn't get the opportunity to be in the body condition to go and do it.
You ended up going to Special Warfare Center in school. What was that assignment supposed to be?
Yes, we call it the SWIC tour. So I'd come to the end of my rotation SF. I got there as an E6 and I'd already been a senior on the team for 2 rotations. So my next gig was going to be I made my sergeant first class, right? So it gets super competitive in SF. There's lots of E6s, there's a few E7s, E8s is far and few between. So to compete for your next rank, if you just stay on the teams, like you didn't do your time. So we call it doing your time. You go to SWIC and you give blood, essentially. Like no one wants to go there, but you go back and you become an instructor and you do your time. After you've done your time in SWIC, when you come back to team, you should now be a top pick for a team sergeant. You've done your time. I had TBI, definitely had PTSD. I had back issues. I had a herniated disc. This foot was absolutely destroyed. I hadn't had surgery yet, so I was just a walking wounded at this point. I thought I was going to go to SWIC, and at the last second, they were like, actually, it's recruiting duty. And, they offered my buddy, my Bravo. It was the two of us had to make a choice. One of us was going to SWIC, and one of us was going to recruiting duty. He was an X-ray, wanted to go to SWIC. He needed to go to SWIC. Like, he was a Bravo. He needed to go get his, like, time. I'd come from the army and done PLDC, SLDC. Like, I'd done all my leadership stuff, essentially. I'd done my ANOC. So, like, I didn't need... So, recruiting towards me at the time looked pretty cushy. I was going to go to Savannah, Georgia. I was going to be an SF recruiter. I was going to be in the SORB, which is Special Operations Recruiting Battalion. And I'd have some time off. I'd be independent. It's going to be great, they said. Not true.
Yeah, you were kind of like the poster child for SF, man. I mean, here you are, this big SF dude. You're half black, you're half white. You're kind of like this star. How did that kind of make you feel?
Yeah, and I'd come from the army units of war, so like I was a good role model. But like where it all fell apart for me, triggers, not knowing about that now. I got stationed back at Fort Stewart where I started. So literally, instead of being in the barracks down the road, I'm now the SF recruiting office down by the front gate, across from the memorial walk where like it's all my dead friends. It was kind of cool for a little bit being back at Stewart. Then recruiting command got really terrible, and we pretty much got handed over to the recruiters. So now I'm an SF dude with a tab and a Green Beret answering to the regular army. And they were like, oh, we're going to put you under control if you like it or not. And I bucked that hard, as you can imagine, like catching a freaking wild stallion and being like, you're going to have a saddle on you today. Like, the F I am. So then began like the torment of recruiting command. They tried to get me to toe the line. Because I wasn't a bad soldier, but I'd buck everything. If it wasn't necessary, like, why am I doing it? Like, if we don't need to be here at 7 in the morning, I can just show up at 9 and do the exact same thing. Like, why am I coming? Well, because we have, but tell me the why. If you can't tell me the why, then like, why am I showing up?
I remember you telling me like the irony of one time you were getting kind of chewed out. You're in, Sergeant First Class Smith's, the Medal of Honor, your friend's hall, getting recruited out.
Yeah, so like, not only just a recruiter, you have to make a quota. And the one thing we know about SF is you can't force people to go. We can't be mass produced. Like, you know what I mean? So the whole concept of you must recruit 30 a month. I'm like, but what if 30 people don't want to join a month? I'm going to make them. I'm just going to send the wrong people so you can be happy with the numbers, even though I know they're going to fail. So I wasn't happy with that. I would recruit those that could be recruited regardless of the numbers. So that was a big one. So I got dragged into that hall one day. Like, command had come down and summoned me over to like the big conference hall they decided to take over that day, while they proceeded to belittle me and tell me like how I'm a detriment to the regiment because I'm not recruiting enough people. My attitude is like, I'm only recruiting studs. So while we weren't recruiting a lot, my pass rate was high. So other people would be making like 20, 30 a month. Like, yeah, but how many are passing selection? The guy at Benning's getting 20, 30 to go, but only 3 or 4 pass. Like, I'm sending 5 or 6 a month, but I'm getting 4 or 5 passing. So our pass rate's much higher. They don't care about that. Numbers. Recruiting command needs to show so like, yeah, so they're telling me I'm a crappy soldier and a bad. Meanwhile, I'm in the Sergeant First Class Smith Memorial Room with my homie I fought to, like, yeah, so I just remember, I didn't say that to him. I remember sitting in the room, like, looking around at the walls with all, like, the war battle and all these pictures up while these guys tell me I'm a bad soldier. I remember that was one of the moral injuries, one of the first times the kind of like a moral injury was given to me, where it was like a stab in the heart, which went against everything I believed in and why I was doing the army thing. And I was like, this is not what I signed up for, and this wasn't why I was sent here. This was not what I was told I'd be doing. This is the first time I got kind of like the army weenie, the greenie weenie got me finally.
Yeah.
Didn't like the feeling. I was like, oh my God, I wasn't ready for this.
I know you were also doing recruiting rotations like in Afghanistan. You fly over for like a month, right?
Yeah. I went up for 5 or 6 weeks.
What was that like?
I tried to escape. My unit was terrible. I was recruiting. So they was like, the EOD guy got to go to Afghanistan. I was like, hold up a minute. He's like, yeah, we recruit in Afghanistan too. I was like, I found out there'd been no SF rotation to Afghanistan in like 3 years. So I managed to convince them to send me to Afghanistan, and they brought it. Once again, I got my ass chewed out though. Strict rules. You will not carry a gun. You will not go on mission. You will not raid. Like, oh man. So now I'm stuck at Bagram. I can't raid. I can't mission. They didn't say I couldn't do classes. So I had to recruit soldiers. Surprisingly, no one wants to be in SF when you're deployed. So what I found out was I became friends with the minigun contract course, and they were doing minigun and Carl Gustav, and they were having like 50 soldiers a week show up. So I took my minigun and Carl Gustav course, and then they made me an instructor. So I'm like hanging out in Afghanistan, shooting miniguns, shooting Carl Gustav, but it was a great way to deal with soldiers. So I'm there shooting them. Didn't help my TBI. Let me tell you what, most I shot was 20 Carl Gustav rounds in a day. I didn't shoot all of them, but I safetied them. 6 is the max. So didn't understand the effects of that. Like, not good. For 100 billion% sure that wasn't a good day for me.
Yeah, all those micro tears on the brain.
I remember putting ice cream on my food in the chow hall. I had like a big old plate of food, and I like dumped ice cream on top of it. I sat at the table, and they were like, "What are you doing?" Like, I don't know what I'm doing actually. So yeah, but I was literally now in Afghanistan, minigun instructor, Carl Gustav instructor, hiring or recruiting soldiers to come, and at the same time, these minigun instructors are traveling the country, so I'm getting to travel with them from camp to camp, and I'm landing in camps I used to be at, and they're empty. Like, I got to Medal Arm, and that was gone. Shank was tiny, and like everywhere was closing down. Like the Afghans were taking over the camps. And that was back in like 2015. I got a plaque that says "End of Mission." Like,
yeah, what was the irony of that, man? You're now going down, flying around to these camps where there's closing down where you used to kind of fight out of. I would imagine that's gotta be kind of weird.
It felt really weird. Like there was half the chow halls available. There was no taxis or buses. So like a few of the camps I got dropped off, and like after I got dropped off in the airfield, I walked for about a mile to get to my accommodation. Like there was no one you could flag down. Like camps were just vast and empty. So it really felt like the war was coming to an end back then. I was fairly sure we were going to be done with it then.
Yeah, didn't at some point they made you go to like recruiting school?
Yeah, when I first got to the unit. So recruiting school was, I can't remember if it's 8 or 12 weeks. It might be 12 weeks long. It's a long course. Recruiting school sucks, period. No one likes recruiting school. As an SF recruiter, I don't recruit regular soldiers off the street. I don't deal with civilians. So recruiting school teaches you how to recruit civilians and make them a soldier. I only deal with soldiers. So the entire purpose of recruiting school had absolutely nothing to do with me. Yeah, I had to sit through every class from 7 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon while stupid ass recruiters gave me crap and basically pushed my buttons non-stop. And I would be so angry, like, what am I doing? I can't work out in the morning because I have to be in class, even though I have no reason to be in class. My mental health and fitness is falling apart every day I'm here. The chow was horrible. You're asking me the most stupid questions, and you're trying to make me abide to stupid rules as a senior guy. Like, that's not how my brain works. Like, that's not the army I live in. Just because you guys are in it, I don't believe in it. So, like, yeah, there was a bit of an issue there with me in the course, and I had TBI and massive PTSD, and I'm suddenly around a bunch of army recruiters who are the worst people in the army. That's not true, but you know what I mean. Like, it's a recruiting command is a weird group of soldiers. Their job is to make numbers, and they're a bunch of sleazy people that are only concerned about their career advancement, and they do that purely off the numbers they recruit and what they can show. If you're a recruiter not making numbers, you're a problem to them, and they're going to do whatever they can to screw you. You are insignificant to the grand scheme if you don't make numbers, regardless if you're a tabbed SF dude that's done your time. You're just seen as a problem. But I worked with all the other SORB guys, so they were also having their own problems, but it was a really unhappy time for me going through that. That was the time that I fell out of love with the army. That's when I officially, it was like the first time I was like, I don't like this anymore.
One of the kids you recruited and kind of really liked went to selection, got out, deployed, or, made it through, deployed, and he died. Take me to the moment kind of when you found that
so it's just how it is. I'm dealing with all these recruitment issues. Come from an SF lifestyle where you're protected by the brotherhood and you got guys got your back, and then suddenly everything I believe to be true is now gone. I'm driving past Memorial walkway with all my friends. I'm getting told I'm a crappy soldier in the freaking building named after my friend. And now I'm recruiting SF guys to go fight the good fight. So I'm coming from Stuart. I'm in shape. I'm still doing out and shooting. So like guys are looking up to me. I'm coming from there. So I was doing good for recruiting. I was a poster child for it. So guys are looking at me like, I want to be like Kev and do this thing. So I'm sending guys off. And the one that finally hit me, I had one guy go through selection, did really well, and he kind of came back and was our assistant in the office for a while. So I kind of grew to like him and was telling him how to do well and his career forward. He'd gone off to Q course, and it's the last time I heard from him. And then I remember sitting behind the computer one day. Back in the days, you check the def scroll to see who you knew on it. Like, let's check for this week, see where I know on it. Yeah, and he was on the freaking list. So now I'm at a job I don't believe in, being treated like absolute crap in a camp I came from, which is full of memories and death. And now I've just sent a kid off who wanted to be just like Kev, and he's dead. Meanwhile, Kev's unhappy as hell and hates the Iraq war and Afghanistan war. And that absolutely broke me. And after that, I just kind of, my body fell apart. My back was herniated, so I finally got back surgery, and then they did ankle surgery at the same time. So I was laid up for a good couple of weeks with back surgery and foot surgery. I had to rehab for these injuries. While I also was hopped up on pain meds, going to work. Like, it was just absolutely, the end of the career was horrible. So then I was like, send me back to my unit. I've done my time. Like, let me go back to my unit. Like, how about they wouldn't send me back? They're like, nah, you gotta go here next. I'm like, the hell I am. Like, I've done my time now.
Where were they trying to send you?
Anywhere apart from back to an SF unit. Or like they were trying to extend my time again. Like, the SWIC tour is 3 years. I even contacted Chain and Command, like, you guys have effing forgot about us down here. Like, it's not just me. Like, there's another guy complaining, like, they left us to recruiting command. Like, we were basically forgotten about, is how it felt. Like, no one had our best interests at heart. No one was doing anything for our career progression. No one had given us any training for the last 3 years. No one had done a damn thing for my language ability. So I'm like, I'm losing my language skills. I'm losing my demo skills. They took away my demo pay, my airborne pay.
It was almost like a punishment.
Felt a lot like a punishment, even though it wasn't a punishment. Felt a sure like a punishment. At the end of all I've done, put on my body's broken at the end of the career because of this. Like, what's meant to be career progression for me quickly turned into like a hellscape, made worse by the fact I'm back in a place where I'd come from. I know all the bars and I'm drinking heavy. Like, it was just a lot. Yeah, it was a real deep dark place. Was Stuart on the second road? Like,
what? When did you realize you were done, man?
I think after his death and after the surgery and just dealing with command, just dicking me around. So I think what happened, I didn't want a med board originally. I think they were the ones that initiated this. After I got my surgeries done, they were like, we're going to med board you now. And I remember being like completely mad about that. But it was also, I was like, you know what? Yeah, let's do this. Because it got me away from them. So the minute, I actually found that they med boarded me, so that, because once again, I'm holding the recruiter slot. It was easier for them to med board me out the slot so they can then be like, we need a new SF guy to replace the recruiter. Instead of being like, let's help our SF dude, like, they were more happy. So more injury. I was stabbed in the back by the people I thought had our best interest in heart. And that's why I realized I'm just a number. They're just gonna, that changed the whole, like, I am doing this mission to like, oh, I'm an idiot. I'm expendable, aren't I? I was like, it was one of them moments. And then, yeah, I was on freaking pain meds and Percocets for this. I couldn't walk. That foot was terrible. My back had the surgery on. So just the alcohol and drinking, and I wasn't sleeping. I was having terrible night terrors. I was throwing myself from the bed. There was a period where like my brain in the fight or flight, I'd go to sleep and I woke up and I'd like be throwing myself out the bed. One day I threw myself out the bed so hard in the barracks during the recruiting school. I managed to like propel myself across the room, like wake up as I'm like, what the hell? Like slammed into the wall, like bust my face open. Another night with my ex in the bed, like I kicked her out the bed, like, oh, and I'm fighting with the blankets in the dark, just full like fight flow mode. Come on, my brain just was struggling. I was just falling apart at that point. So then they med boarded me, which was kind of good and bad at the same time. So they got me away from them, but then they dumped me into medical command. So instead of being medical command at SF, where I'm like treated through this 4 program, I'm just med command in the regular army, just with the SF dude, like with regular army soldiers. So their command was just like, yeah, just check in once a week. And I did that for weeks and weeks, and then weeks became months. And then they gave me my paperwork to leave. And they were like, well, just come back for the appointments. And I was in Afghanistan, Africa and Thailand. I'd fly back and do my med board assessment stuff.
While you were still on active duty?
I had dreadlocks.
Everybody just lost, like, they just
well,
kind of
they
lost
kind of
touch
like,
with you?
you see my DD2, I got my DD214 in cleared camp. I went to med command, but like, I'd been cleared camp and I didn't sign in anywhere else. And I was just kind of like on temporary duty, but I couldn't really do anything because I'm technically still a soldier, still getting paid, but not getting paid my full pay, just getting paid my crappy pay minus all my So I'm just kind of trapped in limbo. Yeah. So I was doing the conservation thing while technically still doing this. So I'd come back from these trips and check in, like do my range of motion on my back, and I had white spots in my vision from TBI forever. That didn't clear up until a few years ago. So I'd come back and do all these checks, and then I did professional fishing to make money, to like buy time. Then went to Africa to kind of like keep my mental health and kind of while this was all going on. I didn't retire until 2020 officially. That's when I got my that letter in the mail, like, you've now retired from the US Army. I was like, oh, thanks guys. I forgot about you guys.
That's wild, man. That's crazy how the government system's big, dude. And you can get lost in it, and people do it all the time.
Yeah. So I'd do it all over again, just like that. In hindsight, it kind of got me to where I am right now. If I changed any of it, it wouldn't have been the same. So it all was like, it was hell at the time, but it made me who I am today, and kind of my coping mechanisms and how I deal with stuff. It's made me better, but at the time it was hell.
Before we start going on to kind of your transition out of the military, let's take a quick break.
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right, everybody, listen up. If you're dragging through life, low energy, no sleep, can't build muscle, or just don't feel like yourself anymore, you need to hear this. Dr. Taylor Bosley at Precision Wellness Group in Southern Pines, North Carolina, isn't your average doctor. He's a former Green Beret Special Forces medic who deployed to Afghanistan, went on to become an ER physician, and after going through his own hormone crash, built a medical practice dedicated to optimizing the health of both men and women, and he's doing telemedicine in 30 different states. While other clinics rush you through a 15-minute appointment, Dr. Bosley spends a full hour figuring out what's actually going on. Reach out to Dr. Bosley and his team at www.precisionwellnessgroup.com/contact. Mention Vanguard 20 to receive 20% off your initial consultation. Fuel your momentum with real medicine and real results at Precision Wellness Group. Coming back from the break, one of the things I wanted to touch on before we kind of move on to your transition phase and start, going into South Africa and everything is you spent 3 years as a Special Forces recruiter. And I think I'd be remiss to not, at least ask some questions about that, because I know there's a big folks out there that are always looking at, stuff, what they can do for selection and how they can pass and get a leg up. So as a Special Forces recruiter that recruited SF candidates for 3 years, I'd love to hear your thoughts kind of on, what makes a good candidate, how candidates can train, kind of what you saw worked and didn't, and just really your thoughts on that whole process.
Okay, yeah, guide me as we go through that, because you asked quite a few questions. So I'm going to go down one rabbit hole at a time and get to it. So let's talk about who passes selection. That's kind of a hard one, because I was selecting everyone and I was seeing some would pass. I said the fittest of the fittest guys and they wouldn't pass. The one determining factor is that mental tenaciousness. It's going to hurt. You're going to be tired. You just have to keep going. You just have to want to keep going. The whole purpose of selection is to break you down over time. Everyone in the army can rock march from 12K, it's one day, it's half a morning. Can you do that for 18 days? Can you rock march 40K a day for 18 days straight with little food? Everyone can do it for the first 3 or 4 days. That's not when people start dropping out. They start dropping out when it's ow, this is really hurting. Your back is bleeding. I rubbed off all the skin from between my legs. So every morning I'd start walking like a cowboy. That's the hard bit. So looking back and what I know about my life now is setting my intentions. I didn't set intention when I went to SF. I just knew I wanted to be there. That was the be all. So going into it, knowing what you're getting into. So those that read about SF literature and the life that awaits for you have a much clearer vision of what they're getting into and what's at risk if they don't get it. You understand that your family's going to get more pay. You're E6 right now, you're a crappy unit and telling you what to do. Okay, go to selection, make an extra $500 a month, do better for you and your family, get rank quicker, get away from that, the regular army, which is taking away your downtime when you could be at home with your family, the SF guy kind of thing. So know what you're getting into and understand the sacrifice you're going to make. Selection is going to hurt. It's not just a physical event. We're going to physically hurt you. Your legs are going to hurt. Your back is going to hurt. Your body's going to hurt you can't imagine. We want to see the person that can get up every day, literally overcome the physical pain you're suffering through and do this thing. It's to push them. So that's what selection is designed to do. We're trying to find who's a team player. We're trying to find who can endure and who has the mental grit to keep going. And then the other thing we get to see is who's a team player, because a lot of it you spend on your own at selection. It's an individual assessment event. There's no one shouting at you encouragement. They're just going to tell you what to do. and they tell you once. So like, this is the standard set forth. You will follow all the road cones until the end. How far? This is the course. You will follow all road cones till the end. Does everyone understand? Like, that's it. Like, it could be like you take off running and they could be 100 meters long. You could take off running and them cones could go until the sun goes down. I've seen that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't know. And it's the whole unknown, which is stresses people out. Some people can't take that. That breaks a lot of, even senior sergeants and stuff, like studs, they get there. That unknown, just, I can't do it. Messes with their egos. So they have to be shouted at and encouraged. Like, come on, guys. Come on. When there's no encouragement, people have a really hard time putting forth the effort. So that's one group we get rid of for sure. Answer that question pretty good.
Yeah. And then, you know, what were some of the candidates maybe that you thought wouldn't make it that made it? Like,
yeah, there's always the studs that kind of 50-50 if they're going to make it. There's some even killed people who just aren't the best, but they've got a mental grit. They're kind of scrappy, or they grew up playing rugby or fighting or doing what I did growing up. So I was already tough when I went to selections. It's just a case of toughing it out. I guess if you come from a soft upbringing and you're in the army in a soft ass unit, like, you know, if you're in a soft unit, if you're in a combat unit and you haven't experienced what it is to be a combat soldier yet, and like obstacle courses, long range ruck marches, like, you're about to find out real quick. You're about to go for a shock to the system. It's not the place you want to be, like, going for that shock while you're trying to pass. And on the other spectrum, I had one guy that stands up particularly. The guy wasn't that smart. He was a bit of a dum-dum, but he kept coming to my office and he'd show up for PT every day. He was never really the best, but he would never quit. He went to selections 3 times, was never picked up, never failed, or never. He went all the way to the end, was never dropped out, but he just wouldn't make the mental cut. They'd drop him every time because he was a dum-dum. But meanwhile, this dum-dum is going to 3 selections. I can't even get guys who sign the paperwork who are studs to show up to selection. They'd turn their phones off and disappear. I have to go find them at the house because you just signed a contract. You've had a lack of movement. It's a big deal. There's no like, oh, I just didn't come, Sergeant. Like, no, you missed a movement. Give me your sergeant major and your chain of command. Like, report to my office now and board the bus, bro. Like, we've got orders for you to be at a place. Like, so quite often they just ignore me. Like, no, we're going to selection, bro. But yeah, I guess it goes to show that guy wasn't the fittest. Mentally, he wanted to be there. Unfortunately, he just wasn't the right person. But man, was he just, maybe the dumbness helped. He just too dumb to quit. But,
yeah, talk about guys who you get non-selected. You know, you make it through physically, but you get non-selected. What's that about?
Yeah, right. So everyone in the army has a selection story about why they didn't get selected. All of that is usually a lie. That's not the truth. It's very simple. You go through selection and you fail physically, and we drop you, right? You got dropped physically. That makes sense. Injured. There's no one peering you out. Like, the job of the assessors is literally just to get you through to the next phase. I'm training thought real quick. So people are dropping out physically. Some people make it all the way to the end and they don't drop out of any event. So they make all the minimum requirements to get to the next gate. But it's not just physical strength we're assessing. We're assessing the whole man, your ability to perform tasks well, your ability to independently operate. We're also chucking tests at you during this fit, like you're writing, doing all kinds of, it's all an assessment. There's psychologists there watching everything. And then we put you into team week where you now have to work with the rest of a team under a high stress situation. You're tired. Some people just don't work well with others. So that team week section is where you get peered out by your peers. That's usually what happens to most people that tell lies about why they didn't get selected. No, you sucked and you were peered out by your group because you're tired and you're angry. And now like 5 people are meant to push a vehicle and you're at the back, like laying on it. Like there's that one guy that's not pulling weight. You know who he is. So they get peered out. So they don't make it. Some people make it all the way through and they've just been blah. They've passed all the events, but the bare minimum. So quite often they'll get told like, we don't think you want it bad enough. Like, come back again for another assessment. Most people don't come back. It's one and done. They're like, that breaks them. They just won't go back again.
What was really helpful? You know, did you put people on a program? Like you mentioned early on in the podcast when we were talking about SF selection that, you know, you didn't send 30 people through, but you would send 6 through and 5 would make it. What did you see that?
Yes, I was recruiting out of Fort Stewart. So lucky or unlucky, I'm putting from the 3rd Infantry Division combat soldiers. So infantry, scouts, tankers from rotation. So I had a fairly good turnout. 75th Ranger Battalion, first bat is in Savannah, so another good pull out from 75th. Fort Bragg's up the road. I've got Benning with the other 2nd Bat Rangers. I've got 160th SAW, quite a few of them go over to SF. And then I've got Fort Gordon, which is like another training location for basic. So I'm picking a fair amount of guys out of the ranks to go. And then I would run morning PT selection every day of the week at my office. So we'd start early and I would just break people. I'd just rock them. I put them in heavy rocks and we'd just rock on the track tails. So we'd start at probably 5:30 and we'd rock until 2 hours in the morning. I'd rock them out, take their rucksacks off, bear crawl them, just through swamps and mud, and then we'd rock back. And we do that every day. And that's literally, you have to break in your feet and your back and your legs. You can't just get there. If you haven't broken yourself into a rucksack yet, it's not something you just do in a weekend. Like it's a period to burn yourself up to it or work yourself up to it. Selection's going to break you down. Your feet are going to be covered in blisters like you won't believe. You're going to have shin splints. Your knees are going to be shot. All the flesh will be gone from your back and shoulders from the rucksack rubbing, and all the sand just being in your uniform. It strips your back. So you're just an absolute walking mess. All your cuts are wet from being in the swamps and infected. So you just, like, everything hurts. Everything's miserable. So I've always been good at ruck marching. I was always just a super fit kid. So I was crushing the ruck march at selection. The name of the game is to be first. So I just take off like a bat out of hell, and everyone would chase after me. And bit by bit, I'd leave the field, and then I'd slow down, and then I just grind on to the end, long legs. So everyone else will run. I can walk at a walking pace, most people's jogging pace. So I just be like, oh. I'd have guys running next to me like, get slow down. Like, just walk, man. But I'd make up my time on my ruck marches, and I'd just crush them. I watched a lot of guys keep up in the early days. A lot of the X-rays would keep up with Garrad. Yeah, but I've been doing this for years, boys. Like, you guys are fresh. A lot of the X-rays didn't make it through the course. The old guys broke them off after all. They turn up really, really fit, but fresh fit, like fresh young skin, fresh young feet. That just time under load takes a toll on them.
So if you were to give a couple pointers for somebody who's training to go to selection, what would you tell them to do?
Push your body as far as you can. Now's not the time. Now's not the time to slack while you're training. If you aren't throwing up and puking now, or like if you want to do a 10K, do 15. It absolutely sucks. But if you want to pass, you need to be pushing your body for its thresholds. Like, you need to be hitting that wall that your body's like, yeah, I can't go on anymore. Yeah, like, you need to tell your body, like, that's not an option, and go past that. And the more you do it, the more you're building up your capacity to endure the suck, the pain. I do it to this day too. I'm running some days and I'll go another mile. I'm like, why am I doing it? Because my body doesn't want to do it. My body's not in control. That's my choice. Like, you can keep doing it, and I'm telling you to keep running. So, like, to this day, I still have that attitude. Like, in the gym, I'm like, I'm done with the chest, but I'm like, nah, 3 more. I'm pushing my body to show that it can, and that it helps when you get in them situations where you're like, oh, it hurts. Yeah, but you've already done that a billion times. So your body knows the feeling, and you can get past it. A lot of people, I think, hit that wall, and that wall is where they're like, I can't go on any further. Because I see it every morning when I rock these people to death. Like, I can't go on, Sergeant. I'll give you some water, and guess what? We've got another 5K. So you clearly could go on. So you're lying. So that one I'm a lot. Can't go on. Like, everyone can go on until you can. But that takes a lot to get to that point. Like, I'm yet to see anyone just move and like, I can't go on any further. Like, yeah, you can. Crawl another few feet, right? Like, very
so would
rare.
you say it's fair to say that a lot of selection is mental?
It's mental. It's super mental. Be in shape, but you're being in shape really to get your body through the mental. Brute force will only get you so far in selection. The rest of it is a mental game. Like, you have to be prepared for the hurt. It's going to be hell. No one's gonna be shouting at you per se, like selection, like a Ranger bat or Sapper score. No one's shouting or screaming at you. It's the opposite. No one's gonna tell you what to do. There's one day we shout at you, and that's in the pit where we do the log PT, and that's brutal because we have the whole selection there, and they'll be like, we're not quitting till 20 people quit, and you're like, 20 people? Oh yeah. By the morning end, people are puking and throwing up, and one by one, people are like, I'm not ready for this, and you'll flush out the weaklings real quick. A lot of people show up at selection day one and fail the PT test. Show up day one and like they're broken in the pit, and you're like, we're 12 hours in selection and you've already failed the first assessment. That was pretty common too.
Wow. Yeah, I just wanted to cover that. I thought it would be kind of, we'd miss an opportunity.
Yeah, so biggest one is just, it's the mental toughness we're gauging for. That person that can keep going. Special forces, man. You're behind enemy lines on your own doing, like, I want a guy that can go on beyond what your body can. Like, there's just 2 of us. We've been compromised. We're on our own. Like, I can't go on, man. Like, it's not an option. Like, we have to go on. Yeah. So that's what we're looking for in an operator, because we can train the skills. Like, when you get to, that's what the Q course is for. The Q course is to teach you how to be the operator. The selection phase is to see that we are taking the right person to mold. So after selection, everyone's always skipping and high-fiving. Like, yeah, we made it. Like, no, you didn't. All you've done is get the ticket now to go to the damn show. Like, you ain't made crap. All you've done now is sign the paperwork for the hard stuff. Selection was the easiest thing you did the whole of your career. 3 weeks of just running and carrying a heavy weight. That's it. Like, that's the easy part. Now we're going into academic hell, like death through fire hose learning, which gets everyone. That was the hardest part for me. It's academic like crazy. We've got a year or a year and a half to make you into one of the finest warriors in the world. Like, you picked up a foreign language, becoming competent with all the firearms, explosives, demo, small unit tactics. You're going into advanced special operations and source handling kind of intro. Then you're going out for specialized training. You're doing your Robin Sage, end of mission, and then you get into team. So like, it's from the minute you leave selection, like, man, now the work starts. Like, now you get to the Q course with a bunch of other hungry mofos who are also all competing for the same thing. Now it gets a lot more like jostling back and forth with your peers, and everyone tries to like make, there's a cutoff of 70%, 75% on every test. That's it. Like, you get one do-over. So if our French test is like 75% or higher and you score 74.5, guess what? You just failed. You get one retest and I'm going to recycle you. You get one recycle and you're done. So like, straight away from the minute you touch down, academic, learn a language in a few months, then you're on to demo trade. Like, it's so much stuff shoved into your brain in such a short amount of time while you're still young men. So like, drinking and partying and going out. Looking back in hindsight, I would take that course way more serious and study my butt off it. It's amazing we got all that done back in the days, all the partying and drinking we did on the side. Yeah.
Kind of as we transition towards, you know, you getting out of the military, I know you kind of, we talked about this weird transition you went in, because you kind of, you know, stayed in the military, but you really met it out at the same time. So you're kind of in and out at the same time, but you were back in Savannah, and, you know, I remember you telling me that was kind of one of the worst places you could be, because you're back with old friends. And
yeah, I'm back in this place. It's triggering me old memories. I'm back on literally the old camp where I fought the wars on, dealing with a chain of command who I physically hated, who are going out the way to kind of throw wrenches in my works as I'm trying to med board. My family's in Savannah. I'm going home at the weekend. I've got brothers who are coming of age in their 20s. So there's drinking and fighting in town, all kinds of shenanigans I'm getting into with them, and just bad habits, man. Like, there's drink and drugs and alcohol and women around. It's just like I was doing a lot of things to self-medicate my anger and my rage and my frustrations in the world. I didn't do it for long, but I did hit rock bottom pretty quick, and I realized, like, I can't be doing this. I need to go fulfill my passion, which was wildlife conservation. And that's what I headed off to do. Yeah.
What did rock bottom look like for you, bro?
Antisocial. I was sleeping in till 10 or 11. I was drinking lots of wine. Like, I finished boxes of wine. I'm on Ambien. I'm on Percocet for my back. I'm on stuff for my TBI. I'm on stuff for PTSD. Like, they gave me all, looking back at the stuff I was taking, at the concoction of stuff, like, I was out of it. I was like, it was such a weird state to be in. And also, I've been coming out of the military now. I had traumatic brain injuries, which caused lots of weird behavior. So I was just doing things which were out of character. Looking back at them, I was like, what is going on? Just my brain was scrambled. And not only was it scrambled, like, I'm now on all these sedatives and freaking cocktails and stuff, and I'm drinking, not sleeping. I'm angry at work. I'm one of them dangerous people on Ambien that come alive like a zombie. Like, I woke up in the morning, my car's gone. And my roommate's like, yeah, you went driving last night. Like, I remember going to bed. I've gone downtown and gone on dates and come back with people, and they're like, you were talking last night. I'm like, I don't know who you are. I don't remember any of this. Like, I don't know. Oh yeah, I can literally I can cook. If I don't go to bed on Ambien, there's like a point where a switch happens. I'm still upright, and like, people seem to think that I'm still coherent, but I'm just bumbling around and drunk. But I'm completely, Kev ain't here. It's just autopilot's on.
Yeah, sleeping pills they're scary.
Yeah, so that was going on. It was just crazy, man. I was getting rock bottom. I was unhappy with how I left the military, my med board status. I was unhappy with how I perceived SF had treated me, group as a whole. I mean, like, this whole brotherhood thing, the damn Green Beret, like, sacrificed my whole life for that. And I felt kind of, it was that whole realization. Like I said, you realize you actually aren't important. You're just a number you go from being an operator to being like, you're just replaceable like that.
I remember you told me you got pretty close to the edge. You know, you'd been drunk on your motorcycle one night, kind of like, you know, what's the point of this life?
Yeah.
What was kind of the moment for you that you decided, like, I can't go on like this?
I guess kind of that whole, like Simon just spoke about with selection, like that mental toughness to keep going forward. Right? Quitting wasn't an option. Like crashing the motorbike, being drunk, or putting a pistol in my mouth and shooting myself, which I considered. Like I'd done the whole like setup before with a pistol and the alcohol. Like maybe I should do this. Obviously, didn't do it because I didn't want. Otherwise, I would have done it. So same with the motorbike. Tested if I wanted to do it, and when it came down to it, I didn't really want to do it. So if I really didn't want to do it, I needed to get my act in order and like get underway with the next part of my life. So that's kind of how I looked at it. Yeah, I remember on the bike that when that moment hit me, and I was kind of like, whoa. It was rage and it was anger. It was frustration. So I remember like freaking ripping that throttle, and we were absolutely hauling ass down that road towards the end of the bridge at the end of like Veterans Parkway. It would have gone like smashed over the barrier because a hard right turn like into the marsh. It would have done the job. I had that Harley. I had no wind mirror. I had a night rod. So it's like damn near like hanging onto it, just going as fast as it can. Like, but yeah, I got to the bend and didn't want to kill myself. So I kind of like made the turn. The same thing. I was like, okay, I'm not going to do this. Then we need to do the next thing, which is live.
You remembered your childhood passion for wildlife conservation. How did that come back to you in that kind of dark moment in your life?
I always wanted to do that. Even when I was in the military, there were phases I wanted to get out as contracts came up, like 2012. And it was around the time that YouTube was becoming a big platform. So I was watching like the Rhino issue, there was guerrilla poaching. There was some early documentaries back then on Nat Geo that I was watching them. And I wanted to be there with them guys and girls helping in that fight. So yeah, at the end of it, same thing again. That was calling me, and I was studying and watching it. I was writing to all these other companies and non-profits trying to get into the fight to get out there and help. I finally reached out to someone else, who reached out to someone else, who reached out to someone else, who basically got someone to email me back. And that's how I ended up traveling to Africa to pick up this gig.
Yeah, you sold everything, dude, and just straight up moved to South Africa. What was that decision process like? I mean, did you have a plan, or were you just kind of running towards something?
Yeah, I'm British, so running towards something as a veteran for me has always been Africa. That's very British of us, like great white ivory hunters kind of thing. Like we have the whole, so I grew up with like Sellers Scouts books and roads. So that long history of Africa is like that untamed primeval wilderness that you can kind of disappear into, find your fortunes and stories. Like I always grew up with that kind of romanticized version of Africa, what's waiting for you, right? Plains, games, big elephants, lions, danger, big elephant guns, walking through dense brush, like the tribes. So yeah, that's what I went to go find, and I found it as soon as I got there, and my heart was like, yes, this is where I'm meant to be. Like this is what I'd be meant to be doing.
When you got on that plane to South Africa, what were you hoping to find there?
I didn't know what, actually, because I'm much like you discussed with me when your first trip to South Africa was kind of apprehensive because you don't know what you're flying to. All our stories of Africa, up until that point, Africa is just a place, it's a whole continent versus like, all these little countries, and each one's different. You just think you're going to this dark, dangerous place. Like South Africa is basically just like flying into a Florida with a few more black people and wildlife. It's just different balance of people, but it feels very similar to here. So once I got there and hit the ground, it's where I'm meant to be. My soul was happy in Africa. I like the people, I like the wildlife. I like the omnipresent danger and kind of like the inherent wildness of the place.
You were dealing with like pretty bad TBI, PTSD, medication issues, physical injuries. How are you managing all that while you were making this like massive life change?
I went cold turkey and left it all behind. Yeah, I
you,
just left it all. It turns out you don't actually need the stuff. So I was already rehabbing pretty good for my injuries. I was taking the pain pills more by the end. I've spoken to a therapist later on in life for mental pain. It started as physical pain. I was numbing physical pain, which I physically had. But while I'm doing the physical pain, I'm also numbing my mental pain, and it was making that happy, right? Taking pain for my back injury, it's making my brain happy too, because my brain's unhappy in life. So when my back injuries and my feet had got better, I was still in pain, but I really wasn't in pain. My brain was in pain. So once I got that, once, I can't remember if the therapist told me that, I read it somewhere. Once I read that, I was like, oh, like I am doing that. That was click. My body was able to separate the two. So yeah, I got to Africa. I didn't take any pain meds with me. I was no longer on the TBI medication. I stopped everything. I was just happy, man. I was exactly where I wanted to be. So I had no problems anymore. I was away from my problems in the place I'd always wanted to get to. I'm on foot with wildlife. There's fires. There's lions roaring. It was just absolutely where I was meant to be.
To somebody who's in that transition point, kind of where you were before you got to Africa, what would you say to that person that's either going through their military transition or whatever their job transition is, and they're suffering PTSDs, can't get off their meds, whatever? I mean, what do you tell that person?
you got to have a goal of what you want to do in life. Like most people, their only goal in life is to have a job. And having a job is different from like having your passion or a goal in life. Like having a job just pays the bills. Like we did not evolve just to pay the bills. We evolved to be very athletic, run down prey, explore. Like if you're doing a job that makes your heart sink, you're not really working a job. That's what keeps you happy. If you get out the military and you attach, like that was the be all end all job. It wasn't. The military sucks. We spend actually about 85% of our time in the military actively plotting like how to kill our chain of command, like hate how much they're treating us. Like some of the conversations that go on in the background, you're like, well, we should get these guys. Like it's horrible. Like military life sucks. We're just telling the best stories of a few years, you know. It sounds really good. But getting out, you just got to look at it. It was a job that was paying the bills. You're no longer young. Like, what's your next mission going to be? Like, find someone else that makes your heart sing and get into that. I see so many veterans just get out and like, I'll never do anything cool again. Like, well, not with that attitude, you won't. Like, I'm not even going to go sit at home on your fat ass. Like, I found this. There's other veterans out there doing similar things. Find this thing that, like, you can do. Yeah, most of them don't do that. And then they, like, what was left of them is left in the military. Like the husk of what they once was when they were young is just left behind. People in their 30s or 40s that stopped living when they left the army in their 20s kind of deal.
Yeah, you're not defined by what you did one time.
Yeah,
or what you did for a period of time.
And it wasn't that heroic when you think about it. There was like thousands of us all running around the battle space, all doing the same dumbass grunt stuff. It wasn't like this heroic one guy. It was like, so in the grand scheme of things, and the machine goes on. It's a machine that hasn't ended since as long as the military's been going on.
I think that's the hard time that people have a hard time with, right? They give their all, whatever it is, their job, law enforcement, military, whatever, construction. They give their all to this thing. And, you know, they're in their mind, they don't have anything left to give. They've given everything, taken time away from their family, missed kids events. But I think what people fail to realize is that machine is going to leave you. Like that machine, you are not the machine. Just because you think in your mind, you've given everything to this thing. I mean, it doesn't care about you. And I think people, I mean, I did. I think people have a really hard time. Once you process that and you really understand that, I really think like that's part of the beauty. You can really move on.
Yeah, that's what I got. Once I went for that epiphany, that's really helped. Up until then, when I was first getting out, there was a lot of, my ego was still attached to Special Forces Kev. It was such a powerful part of my identity. Like, you could pick up chicks with it. You could be the cool guy at the bar of it. Like, what do you do? I'm a Special Forces Kev. Like, that was, I'm an NFL quarterback for the Eagles. Like, everyone's like, damn, like, tell me more. Yeah. Once you lose that, one day, like, what do you do in the world? You're like, I used to be in the Army, Special Forces. Like, it changes the whole thing. Now you're a has-been. So like you've got to get that new story and your new kind of identity honed in, which I've done with this job clearly. Like, yeah,
there's still more life to live, man. There's still so much out there. Sometimes, man, we just get stuck in that funnel where you can't see it. But surround yourself with good people. Find good people who have good energy that are doing things and you know, finding purpose and, you know, find your own purpose in that. I mean, you are who you hang out with. I think a lot of people get out to and they're negative and they, you know, they're stuck in drugs and alcohol. So they hang out with people that are stuck in drugs and alcohol. And that's a vicious cycle, man. Yep. And if you can't defeat that or find a way out of it, man, it'll really spiral you. So yeah, that's a great point, man. So you arrived in South Africa. What were your kind of first impressions and how different was it from what you had imagined?
First impressions. So where my first assignment was in South Africa was way in the far north of the country, up on the border of Zimbabwe, like pretty close to a place we call Crook's Corner. It's like the epicenter of all crime. All the smuggling comes across the border, gun runners, human trafficking. So it's like the Wild West. I got dropped into this really massive remote park in the wilds of that under a mountain range. You know, we've got rhinos on the property with horns. We got poaching incursions. I've got gun and drug runners running up and down our main road. So like you might bump into them one day while you're just trying to do a rhino patrol, and suddenly like you've got guys jumping out with guns to protect cigarettes. Like, we're not here for you guys. Like, we're just trying to look after the rhinos. So that was a bit wild. And then just suddenly realizing like you're in this. I remember the first time I bumped into a massive bull elephant on foot. Like the next morning I went out. As soon as they got there, I was waiting on the team to take me out, but they were all sleeping. So I was like, I'm out. I'm going to go wander around on my own. So I'd gone out into the wild, like bumped into this huge elephant in the morning, like as big as a room kind of thing. I was like, this is like amazing. I was like, Nat Geo, there's like this elephant and the baobab tree. I was listening to the lions roaring in the morning by camp. So yeah, for me, it was just like years and years of waiting to be in that moment, kind of all coming to fruition from when I was reading books as a kid to like, here I am in the next chapter of my life.
Yeah. And it's really awesome to hear you talk about it. I know we were sitting around the dinner table last night and, you know, just the passion and your energy when you talk about where you live and what you're doing, man, it's infectious. It's really infectious because we're going to talk about it at the end of this podcast. I mean, you got into bush training. How did you get involved in that, and what is learning like bush training like?
Yeah, so tactics from special forces don't really hold up very well in Africa, surprisingly, especially when you're doing this kind of thing. Like, there's no big military movements. We're going back to what we call bush warfare, back to like the old Rhodesia days and stuff. It's small unit tactics, but we're not moving through the woods of North Carolina. We're now moving through the savannas of Africa, where we've got hippos and rhinos and buffaloes and lions and leopards and snakes and scorpions, and everything has thorns. So like, we can't travel in a wedge formation. There's no diamond. It's single file, and like tracking is a massive part of it now, because like we're tracking to contact. So I'm tracking human prints that if they're fresh, and I've got to be able to read the animals in that mix to be like, we're following the fresh human, and a lion just got on top, and that lion's probably right ahead of us somewhere. So like, what do we do now? And just the tactics when we make contact in that is different. Like, it's super thick. We can't just like everyone get online. Like, the bush prevents that. So it kind of becomes like every man for himself, and like this bombshell pattern fighting forward. So it's a different terrain to fighting for sure. That the environment that you're actually existing in is a lot harsher. You stop at night to make camp, like, yeah, now everything comes to camp too. Like, you could deal with lions. You can't just shoot stuff. You're meant to be protecting it. And if you're in a military perspective out there too, you still can't be shooting stuff because you're trying to stay low profile. So suddenly the wildlife becomes a massive part of the day-to-day activities out there, just trying to navigate around.
So what were you doing when you first got to South Africa? Was it mainly doing anti-poaching?
I got straight involved into the anti-poaching conservation mission of protecting a herd of white, and then we had critically endangered black rhino. So massive property, about 36,000 hectares. It's a huge, like, they did cross it on foot kind of thing. Like, we had our own, like, absolutely, like basically a county, huge. And then basically protecting the rhino herd out there. So the herd is on telemetry, so they've got bands on their feet. So every morning we get up and like track the rhinos, beep, beep, and get out on foot, find each rhino visually to be like, okay, that rhino's alive, check it off the list, go find the next one, visually confirm the rhino. Tracking white and black rhino on foot. Black rhino, one of the most dangerous things to track on foot, but there I am, like, learning through the fire hose, trial by fire, because they'd just be like, here's the telemetry, Kev, go find the rhinos. Like, off I go. Like, I think this is fresh rhino track. I think this is fresh. I had no idea. Now I'm like, yeah, I can tell you exactly what it is. So back then, though, it was literally trial by fire, like getting charged by rhinos and elephants, and animals attacking vehicles, and just kind of, we're out there in it. My mentor at the time was conservationist. He also has certifications as a professional hunter in Africa. Like, you go to be a professional hunter course, and they show you how to deal with big, dangerous game kind of thing. So, and then the owner of the property too is a world-renowned big game hunter, like famous. So I got to learn from legends essentially about, like, he fought in Rhodesia as well. So I learned about like bush warfare tactics they did in Rhodesia, and I'm trying to find ways to incorporate what I've learned from my military career, like what fits, what doesn't fit, what I've had to edit a little bit to fit into this. So I got my own unique way of doing my bush warfare stuff, I'm sure.
You went through Ranger training, but not like U.S. Army Ranger training. This was like African Park Ranger training. How did that compare to some of the military training that you'd done?
It's largely small unit tactics. You're learning how to be in the bush. It's mainly all movement to contact, right? Because you're actively pursuing an aggressor in the field. So your job is to get out on foot and to find that assailant. So it's done by tracking, movement to contact, controlling grid boxes. There's lots of OP positions. Ambushes are a big one. There's vehicle takedowns, there's aerial interdiction. There's a lot of aerial interdiction. Helicopters are used heavily, so rangers are flying, like how to call in birds, extract by bird. There's lots of canine work and detection, and then that's just like the SUT, the small unit tactics portion. And then we get into the crime scene management. What happens when you have a dead rhino? It's not just like dead rhino, it's a crime scene, like a crime, things being stolen, a rifle's being used illegally. So we've got to do bullet forensics, photographs, like the police have got to come in. So the rangers are learning how to hunt down poachers, protect rhinos, do crime scene management, and then just the day-to-day job of being a wildlife ranger, which is the management of the ecosystem as a whole. So the rhino poaching has definitely taken a lot of the attention away lately, but originally rangers were like kind of to protect the green space, and now it's turned into a straight-up paramilitary mission. So around 2014, 2013 is when the paramilitary mission began. General Euster, legend in South Africa, coming from the South African military, basically decided to make the Rangers of South Africa a paramilitarized unit to get after it. That basically we were losing 1,000 Rhino a year. We had gangs of armed assailants running around parks, acting with impunity, and that had to change. So the Rangers became paramilitarized, SUT became a thing, and they started fighting. And that's where we're at with that. That kind of answered the Ranger mission a little bit. It's a complex mission they're running, you know.
Yeah.
And you got the average guy on the ground doing the grunt work. If you're more at leadership command level, then it's paperwork. You've got guests at lodges, and you've got to check licenses and permits, and you're doing the general day-to-day activities of like managing a national park, all the none of the cool shit, right?
Yeah. You arrived at the tail end of kind of what you called as the Rhino Wars. Paint the picture for us. What was the scope of what was happening?
Yeah, so the Rhino Wars accelerated. The Rhino poaching picked up around 2012. We were losing about 1,000 Rhino a year, which is absolutely insane. Right now, we're down to about 18,000 left. They absolutely crushed the herd. We had thousands before. It's like herds of them. So that was just rampant Rhino poaching going on. Rangers were being killed in gunfights. It was just very, very like non-stop action. Guys were going out, getting into contacts. It was a lot of stress on the Ranger units. So I've been watching and reading all of this on YouTube. So I kind of knew what I was getting into. I was getting ready mentally for like what tactics I could kind of throw into the mix, things we could do differently. And then, I touched down on the ground with Ranger units. Have been going through this for years. And I was seeing the immense stress placed on the units and what we were dealing with. It's affecting property owners that have the rhinos. It's affecting national parks that have the rhinos. It's affecting the rangers who are having to see it. It's affecting the lodges in the tourism industry. So like the entire ecosystem of tourism was shaken up by this rhino poaching thing. It was affecting people's trust in the park. Like, do I want to go to Kruger if there's gangs of people running around with guns getting rhinos? So we had to get that. Well, they had to get that back under control, and they did.
Yeah, you've described hundreds of rhinos a year, armed insurgent groups, AKs, just bush warfare in the national park. Kind of sounds like combat. How similar was that to what you'd experienced in Iraq and Afghanistan?
It wasn't really, because we were fighting insurgents in Iraq and Afghanistan, and that's a different TTP. When you're an insurgent or an aggressor, your job is to fight the other aggressor, right? You're going to lay down an ambush. We're gonna get you. And the poachers aren't insurgents; they're criminals. It's a theft. It's a bank robbery. They've broken into the park. They've snuck around. The name of the game is to shoot the rhino without being detected and then get out. The only fights that happen are when they encounter a blocker group or the distance is closed, and now they're like, we got to fight for the horn. But the name of the game for them is always to break contact and get away. So the name of the game there was different than Afghanistan. Right? You're literally hunting man by track. We're doing it with the canines, and we're doing it with the trackers, like on target, and then we got to get them.
Can you kind of explain to our listeners like why this rhino, like why people hunt these rhinos and why it's so like such an illicit trade?
Yeah, so I've done some thinking of this and read some literature. So let's harken back 100 years, maybe 200 years. You're a Chinese emperor. You've sent out ambassadors into the world. They've gone to Africa. They've hunted and killed stuff. They've come back and told you this story of a massive beast that's armored and bullets won't pierce it. It's got a freaking a horn that's 4 or 5 foot long, tall, and it kills horses and men like nothing. You know, spears won't penetrate it. They also have sex for hours. So the idea was like the rhino horn holds a power. Like you kill this beast, which is hard to kill, and you bring the horn back, and in it some kind of like vitality from the sex and the power of the rhino. And it was also sought after by royalty and influential people because it's hard to come by. So as society's progressed, more and more affluent people have come of money, and all you know is like that's your status signature, right? Like if you had a rhino horn right now, people would be like in Asia, like, man, Ash has got a horn on the table, like doing good, right? So it's a flex as well. I think nowadays with the modern age of social media and this digital connection globally, there's a more of a demand that's just unsustainable because now the most basic biatch out there can want a rhino horn. You know, it's not sustainable. And now everyone can go out with a gun and kind of get into the fray of getting one. So that's kind of how we got to this point now with this massive uptick in the demand for rhino horn. It's just a flex. It's made from keratin, which is the same material as our nails. Medicinally in medicine, after a hangover, a night of partying, or like there's all kinds of Chinese traditional medicine things they use it for. They have like a special plate and you grind the horn down and kind of put some fluid or water on it and you drink the solution. Basically just drinking ground up fingernails. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of the most expensive commodities in the world right now.
Yeah, we just looked it up. On the high end, around $11,000 an ounce. It's more valuable currently than gold, diamonds, or heroin.
That's wild. Kruger National Park, it's like 2,000 square miles, the size of Belgium.
Yep.
How do you patrol and protect something that massive?
Yeah, it's a full-time job for the rangers in there. So there's about 500 rangers, give or take, protecting the Kruger main, and then we've got the greater Kruger where we're going attached to that, and probably about the same, another 500 rangers spread out. Everyone's got their battle space. It's all in sectors. There's RC, like Kruger is going to be, there's North Park, Central Park, Southern Park, and then the IPZ, the Intensive Protection Zone, where we moved most of the rhinos to. So there's zones where everyone works in. So you'll work in your sector. Each sector will have a head ranger and then his rangers below him that know their bush. And then you'll usually have a reaction unit that just does QRF reaction to like the bush warfare. They're going to drop in with the canines and go to work. Like their job is to find, meet, and engage that enemy, either like to arrest them, chase them out the property, or like to end up with cuffs.
You became a team leader running operations. What was like a typical day like for you?
Yeah, so I ended up in South Africa working for this non-profit, managing their anti-poaching conservation apparatus of this property they'd taken over. So all around us is rhino poaching. All the properties next to me are being hit by poaching at night. And then I'm trying to freaking find a way to get my guys out onto this property to do the absolute best job they can to kind of protect that. We actually ended up with a bunch of motorbikes, was the best way to get around. I had a massive 450 KTM Enduro and a 350 KTM Enduro, and we'd rip around this property like freaking from place to place and just put out constant noise and presence, and that kept people away. Because when poachers would be interviewed, they'd be like, we don't go to that property because of the motorbikes. We don't know where they are. Some days they're here, but at the same time, then they're on top of the mountain, and then they're there. So our goal was basically put down tracks everywhere, and we'd ride 24/7. I'd have 2 guys out at a time. So 2 guys out for 6 hours riding, and then they come back in, and then the night shift would go out. But man, there were times I'm out on my own in that property. I've bounced off of elephants. I've bounced off of rhinos before at night, because you're doing 70, 80 miles an hour on a KTM 450, ripping through a property, like jumping over berms, like, and suddenly there's a buffalo in the road kind of thing. Like,
yeah, I can imagine, dude. It's kind of wild. Yeah, one of the things I kind of didn't really understand until you explained it too is that, you guys are tracking these rhinos every day. So you guys become intimately familiar with these rhinos. You know who they are.
You sit with them. Like they know who you are. Like you get to go out during the dry season. You're dropping off food from them. You can literally sit there and they'll come up and like sniff your boots. You know them all by name. Like we know who they are. You get very attached to your rhinos. Like same for all rangers, because rhinos are habitual. They have a core habitat. They're not just everywhere. So like any ranger that protects anywhere where there's rhinos, you know your rhinos, because your job is to protect them. So every day you're going down to the waterhole to check your rhinos, and you're probably going to sit with them during full moon. And if someone's going to come and attack them and you get an early warning, you sit with the rhinos. So these guys and girls have a real connection with what they protect. And at the same time, it gets killed and taken from you. You have to see that. So there's like having your dog killed. You know, so the PTSD right now in the Ranger Force is really high, and we're dealing with that right now. We spent years making them into warriors or killers, but now we're dealing with, they weren't meant to be warriors or killers. They're meant to be wildlife rangers.
Yeah, you showed me some pictures last night of like crime scenes, right? Because you told them, you know, they turn into crime scenes. It's pretty gut wrenching. Can you describe what like one of those looks like, maybe? Or
yeah, so rhino poaching is a crime. It's not just like, oh, they shot a deer. Like national park is a controlled area. It's like America. If you take a firearm into a national park, you're going to jail. If I kill Asher and go to his house and steal his guns and then go kill an animal, I'm going to be charged for the murder, the theft, the taking the firearm into a national park, the killing of an endangered species. Now I'm going to kill the animal and steal the horn, another crime. I'm now going to... So there's a whole list of crimes that went on. It's not just like a dead rhino. It's like crimes were committed. So even if we find the dead rhino, we've got to do a crime scene investigation now. Like we have to take pictures of all the footprints. Like that's evidence. Like what kind of shoes are they wearing? What size are the shoes? Because we're going to link that to another crime later. So eventually we're going to get you for 5 crimes wearing your shoes. Fingerprints. Guys are touching the bloody rhino with their hands, and they're touching the horn, or maybe they put their hand on the tree somewhere. Like I can get a fingerprint. So we're looking for all of this. Maybe the guy sat down on the ground somewhere to take a break, freaking smoked a cigarette and dropped it. Like forensics, DNA. They usually take the rifle case with them, but if they're sloppy, they don't. Maybe it's nighttime and it ejected. Like that will link that back to the gun. And then we need to get the bullet, which is the bad bit, right? So rangers now have been attached to their rhinos. You love your rhino, you've guarded it, and now there's your dead rhino. If you're lucky, it died in place, and you're like, that's. If it's not unlucky, it crawled around for the whole night. And you're a tracker, so you can tell the pain and suffering the animal went through before it died. So there's always like guys on scene like, this fucking sucks. And then they're going to come out with a metal detector. The rhino's from the ground. It's big. It's on its side. It's 2-3 tons of meat, like 4 or 5 foot of meat. They've just shot it with a 375 or a 458 high powered rounds in the rhino now. So now we've got to start opening the rhino up. It's super tough. So we have to like peel all the skin back, and then like 50-pound lump by 50-pound lump, we've got to like carve it out. And like someone eventually ends up standing in the rhino, just kind of like dazed, kind of like big wide eyes. We dig for this bullet. Sometimes the bullets, but we need that bullet for evidence. There's like a lot going on versus just like, if you're lucky, you're part of the tracking team that gets to track. You get to the scene, you get put on track, and you're nowhere near the rhino for what has to happen next. But usually what happens is like the vets are coming out. So my friends are veterinarians. They're in the industry to save wildlife, but quite often it's them coming out to do the post-crime scene because they're able to do it better. But it's playing a huge PTSD trauma role and conservation that people don't really think about. Like that was real hard for a while dealing with the dead rhino situations.
I can imagine, man. You realized that you were still kind of running around Africa in special forces mode and it was kind of burning you out. What did you mean by that?
We're very high functioning individuals, right? Everything's got to be perfection. Everything's like a planned mission. There's second and third order effects for everything we do. Like we're trying to game out this rhino protection strategy. You're trying to talk to other properties. You're plugged into the police mission. You're reading like the regional plans. Like it was too much in my head. It was too much trying to figure out from like the intel side we used to do, like trying to how to connect that to like make arrests or help units out. And it was very frustrating because there's a huge disconnect in the industry. This park doesn't talk to this park. Police don't deal with this reserve. So like we know for a fact there's gaps in it, which like we're finding gaps that we should be addressing and finding people. And it was just a lot. It was too much for one person to be doing on their own in their head kind of thing.
What kind of mental shift did you have to make?
Me think about this one actually. What happened? Oh, so I'll tell you what happened. So after that rotation ended up, I came back to America. I'd gone back to Savannah real quick to see my family, grabbed the last of my stuff I kind of left there. I knew I had to get the hell away from Savannah ASAP because I just left that whole area because of that reason. So I had another SF buddy that had just been up in Boston fishing with my best friend Al. So I'd seen that on Facebook and I was like, where were you doing that? Because it was him offshore, like doing clams, shirtless on a boat, just having a good time. I'm like, that looks like a good life to me right now, offshore, doing that. So, yeah, I called this guy, Al. He's like, yeah, come up fish with me. Sent me money down. I literally loaded up my car, drove through the night, 16 hours, got to Cape Cod the next morning and started fishing. Started with lobster, striped bass. I've been a professional tuna fisherman offshore for a while. So what I'd do is I'd come back now. I'd be back in Cape Cod for like 90 days at a time. And I'd fish hard for 90 days, walk out with like a couple of grand in my pocket, and then I'd go back to Africa. So I came back, fished for a while, met my soon-to-be wife while I was fishing, and then I'd gone back to Africa again. So I went back to Africa another time, and now I wasn't working for that property anymore. I was more freelance, and this is when I went out to like the desert of the Kruger Desert out in the Cape Town, and linked up with this anti-poaching training facility. I was kind of helping be an instructor there and seeing a bit more about what went into the training. Bouncing around the country more, like expanding what was going on, just wrapping my head around it. It just became too much again. I came back from that rotation home, did the fishing again to make money. And then, yeah, I can't remember. Oh, I'll tell you why. I was frustrated with what was happening in Africa, that all these rhinos are being killed and everyone was running around like headless chickens. But like, okay, where do the horns go? What happens when they get to Asia? Why aren't we hunting down the other side? No one could tell me that. So that's why I was like, all right, my brain needs to go investigate Asia now. So did my research, found out Bangkok was the main supply point. So I went out there, linked up with conservation groups, got a bunch of briefs and threat assessments on like the rhino poaching, the horns as they were coming in, expanding my mind further about them going to the tiger poaching situation going on there. So that was kind of cool. Yeah.
So did you actually go after any of the poachers that were selling the rhinos, the rhino horns, or?
No, it's really, well, it gets bigger than that. So now you go from on the ground conservationists and rangers dealing with it. When you get to Asia, you're starting to deal with the next level of crime busting. You're getting into like legislators, investigators, private investigators who are doing reports and things. The embassy's involved as well. USAID was big as well. So you get that like next tier of crime convergence organizations. Fish and Wildlife is in the mix, FBI is in the mix, agencies doing some stuff because crime convergence, horns out of Africa, fund terrorism in some places. So yeah, but by the time you get to Asia and like the money trace, it's changed from hunting people to now like you're in the crime space, like
an international criminal syndicate.
Yeah, we need a whole like, we're gonna catch this guy. We need to prove all the crimes he's done. It's not just like go catch the guys. But what I was learning, I was getting to go see these markets and back alleyways where they were selling rhino horn, and I've seen ivory shops where they undercover stuff like Kev being rogue, posing as a British buyer, man. Just wanted to get in there and buy it. I tell people I've been poaching rhinos in Africa. Like I have a good story. Like I can talk my way into like, I can just talk the opposite side of my story, like what I do. Show you some pictures I showed you of the crime stuff. Just from the other side, is what I do, man. People be like, oh yeah, come. Fucking ivory out of bags. Seen it all in Thailand, yeah.
Did you guys, did you ever pass that information on to try to bust them with like the Thai police, or do you think
I did pass it on, but nothing really happened, so I just kind of stopped. I kind of came to an end with that little bit of research, and around that time, that's why I was like, okay, I'm gonna make my own non-profit and hire my own kind of specialists and go about this my own way. And that was gonna be like connected Africa and Asia, like info from there to info from here, and like meet in the middle and kind of do that. So that's why I started Wilder Sponsor Up and made my own non-profit to kind of get into it, to do it my own way.
I remember you told me that you had like had some whole SF guys come out to help you train the Rangers, and you watched them break. What happened there?
You mean like breaking a bad way or breaking a good way? I can't remember.
Well, I mean, they had a hard time.
Both. So let me phrase that one. So yes and no. I had guys come out. Maybe I would just rephrase it. I had guys come out to help me while I was out there running it. So I had some SF guys come out to help me with the training and kind of get on the ground doing it. We were having a great time when it was working good, because it was just me and the homies in this little house in the bush with KTM motorbikes and no oversight kind of thing, just running around the wilds having a great time. But it was really stressful because we didn't have the right equipment we needed, and we had constant rhino poaching around us, and the stress of like trying to protect the property and the people around us was wearing on us. So while I saw the first glimmer of Africa as a way of healing veterans, and the guys that came out were like, this is amazing, I saw the benefits, I also saw the opposite side of people coming out to that environment with the ongoing stress of rhino. Being involved specifically with the rhino prevention stuff was not a good combo for vets.
Let's talk about the poachers a little bit. You've described like professional 3-man teams. Can you kind of like break down their methodology or kind of how they do it?
Yeah, we killed all the dumb ones off. What someone said to me once. I was like, yeah, makes sense. So in the early days, low-hanging fruit, the early poachers could kind of wander around the park, do what they did, but like they were either arrested or killed off at this point. So now we're into like the later, like the insurgency in Iraq, we're into like the developed point now. The guys we're fighting are professionals. It's heavily armed criminal syndicates. To even start, they don't just randomly show up and poach a rhino. Like we have to plan in advance, because the ranger and law enforcement side of the mission is so good now. So you have to counteract us. So like they're practicing good communication OPSEC, leaving phones behind, changing out SIM cards. They're going to do an area recon. They're going to come up to the area. They're going to check out where the rhinos are. Maybe they're tourists. Maybe he sent his wife and his girlfriend into your park this weekend, and they've come and taken pictures of the rhinos. But they know exactly where they're going before they get there. I'm about to make $11,000 an ounce. I have enough money to give you $1,000 to tell me where your rhinos are, because you make $300 a month. So once I've done my recon, they're then going to go out and steal a vehicle. They're going to get their hands on like a nice fast car, like I think M3 SUV C-Class, because once they've got the rhino horn, they've got to get it back to the city in Joburg, 5 hours away from us, while we start dropping roadblocks. So they're coming to town proper prepared with a fast car. They've already done a home invasion and robbed a farmer, probably killed the farmer too, that white farm crime. They've already broken into someone's house. They've killed a farmer. They've taken the firearm. So now they've got their rhino gun, because only farmers have rhino guns. Like it's a big game gun. You need that. So they've got a farm invasion for that. Fast car will come up. They'll drop their shooter off. There's usually a shooter, a tracker, and a guard. One shoots the rhino. One tracks the rhino, one protects the team. So I'm going to carry a pistol, you have a big rifle, and you track. These guys are pros, usually ex-rangers, ex-military at this point, but all their professional rhino poachers have survived for good TTP practice. They've got to get into the park, avoid us, leave no tracks. So they're counter-tracking. They've already bribed someone, so they know where the patrols are. So they've got to get in undetected, which they usually do. They've got to shoot the Rhino, and the minute the Rhino gets shot, they're on the timer, because you don't know who heard the shot. Maybe there's rangers 100 meters away. Maybe there's someone doing a game drive. So once the horn comes off, that's quick. They literally cut that horn off, and they're gonna beat feet to where they're going. Like, they're gonna get out of dodge quick. So the actual time for a ranger unit to detect them on the way in, deploy, and intercept them is kind of hard. But I think we're going to talk about that later with all the AI tech we have in place to kind of fill the gaps. But we're still talking about massive areas. We're talking about professionals who, like, if you can counter track and you can avoid leaving sign behind, it becomes really hard for us to find you.
How do you deal with, like, you know, the whole ranger corruption thing? I mean, you just said it, like, a ranger makes $300 a month. One Rhino horn could be worth well over $100,000. Is that a big issue? Is corruption an issue?
Massive issue. You just nailed it on the head, man. If I'm paying you $500 a month, which isn't very much in Africa, because it's grunt work, right? It's not like high-end policing, it's rangering. We make it cool, but it's really not. Like, someone's always going to take the money. It's two rangers just got busted recently. I trained one of them. Like, literally just the other day got busted for rhino poaching. And there's a dozen more I know. Like, literally, it happens all the time.
What happens to them when they get caught?
Prosecuted to jail, yeah. The prosecutions now are getting much better. In the old days, the syndicates could buy them out or bribe the judge. But now, because of international media awareness and the fact it goes on Instagram and YouTube, people are like, they did this. Prosecution's getting much better. But yeah, the biggest kink in the armor, no matter how good, take the Kruger, they get millions of dollars a year from global NGOs and governments, you name it, to have like the best tech in the world. It doesn't matter. One person is the mole. It doesn't matter how good your tech is. The enemy knows the tech because of the mole.
The poacher's job is to get in this undetected 2,000 square mile park. How do they normally do that?
So just to, I'll kind of spread out. So we're talking about the Kruger a lot right now, but our rhinos as a whole are spread across South Africa. We basically call it the rhino herd, about 18,000 rhinos spread across the key national parks of South Africa outside the Kruger. And then you've got private reserves where you might be a private, like Texas. Mm-hmm. You just got a big old hunting property with rhinos in it too. So there's such a variation. When the Kruger does really good, the rhino poachers move to somewhere else. And when they get really good, they move to somewhere else. So it's a constant game of trying to keep them away from any one sector, if that makes sense. And they bounce around. They're constantly scouting out the properties. So wherever there's rhinos is a good property for me. And then whenever I get there to do my area recon, it depends on what they find when they get there. Maybe they know there's too many rangers or the police presence too much. Or maybe there's sniper cameras, which do all the traffic. They're like, it's too many here. So they're going to find a place on your fence where they can get in without detection. You'll see when I'll show you when you get there. It's park is massive, man. There's plenty of places to get in. Like, the animals coming in and out the fences quite often. There's ways to get in and out undetected. A good start.
You guys have FLIR, radar, sensors, round detection, AI cameras from Microsoft. Describe kind of how you guys are using all that technology.
Yeah, so now modern technology is catching up. We're onto we call it the smart park now. So it's an AI integrated smart park. So you've got the rangers, the ground pounders out there looking for tracks and physically patrolling. We've got a whole suite of AI driven game cameras, like trail cameras. So in the old days, you just take pictures like thousands a day, and then you have to go ride out my motorbike, get the car, ride home, and then be like, oh, poacher. Now the AI does it for us. It messages your phone like, don't message me unless it's a person. So it's scanning all day long, like impala, elephant, just moving it. When it gets something which it flags as like either a person or an unknown, you then get the notification. So the rangers will get the notification. The rangers are on their own like a Blue Force tracker now. It's on their phones. We call it, it's like Earth Ranger. There's a few other techs. Like, they're also plugged into a live thing. So as they're patrolling, they're updating, like, oh, I found footprints. Update. And it builds like a real time. Every ranger station has a live talk with a big screen up now, and we can see the property, and basically as things are happening, they're popping up on the screen. So you got the cameras going up. We put the cameras into dead zones. So we put the cameras into known areas where there's threats. We've also got acoustic devices buried in the ground, like wires that detect like the freaking eyelet in your shoe, like 100 miles. There's dozens of miles on them. And like, don't forget, it's not just a dead park at this point. It's terrain. It's like the military. Terrain dictates where the enemy's going to be. They don't just appear in the park. They appear from human population centers. So like if I've got a big ravine coming from town, I'm going to put my sensors in the bottom of that ravine. If there's a water hole, I'm going to put my cameras by it. So I'm going to put them based off all my prior SIGAX and TTP action. I'm going to base my detection threats off that. You're going to have your radar and LiDAR on your big high points scanning a whole park. There's like high-end thermal resolution cameras hidden around the park that are able to zoom out from freaking high-ass mountain points. So like there's quite a fair bit of that going on. And then you've also got dead areas. So wherever the cameras and tech don't cover, that's where your rangers cover. So you've got this daily strategy plan, like tech's covering my dead areas or what most known threats, and then your rangers are going out and covering areas where they can't get into. Sometimes you deliberately leave corridors for the enemy or the poachers. So we don't want to call them enemy because it's criminals. Some days you deliberately leave corridors for the criminals. So you know you've got rats in the ranks, so you have to therefore set forth fake information. Like we're moving the Rhinos to the south tomorrow. We're about to release a brand new herd, but we're actually undermanned, so no rangers are going. Like you're gonna have to start putting out full Simbo to try and to bait people to where you want to get them.
Have you guys been pretty effective using all those?
So yeah, it depends, right?
Has the technology helped?
The technology helps. The problem is it's vast. The parks are massive. Even if the camera does go off, let's say a camera goes off and detects poachers right now, the alarm goes off. Like we've got poachers in the park, right? All right, it's 50 miles away from where we're sitting right now. Helicopter takes 15 minutes to get here. Like by the time we get there, they're going to hear the helicopter on the way in. They're going to start to running. Like even if we get there, it takes us an hour and a half, 2 hours. Like they've been moving at a fair pace. So we've got to catch up to them. It's the middle of the day. Maybe we can't find them. So like the problem is some of these parks are so vast, even after our alerts, it takes a while to respond to get to them. So it definitely helps, but the vastness of the park is what is also a limiting factor sometimes.
You guys deploy like hound dogs, I think. Like you guys put, radio, like radio transmitters on them or something?
So with the whole paramilitary buildup, we decided to paramilitarize the Ranger Force. We decided to really lead into the air wing operations, so helicopters and fixed wing for air support. And the other thing we linked into heavily was canines. We revolutionized canines in like this battle, but in conservation period, I worked with canines in the military, and our canines in conservation are much, much better, especially on some of the tasks like tracking. So I can physically track off a site, so I'm a tracker, so I can get put onto track and I can go footprint by footprint. Or sometimes I can just kind of go along the path you're taking. I don't have to go footprint by footprint. I'm just kind of like, he's going this way. Every now and then, I just need to find a print. Like, it's like Dead Reckoning. I don't have to follow every track. I just have to pick up a track every now and then. It's still slow. Canines are faster because we can put them directly onto track, onto scent, and the dog will follow its nose at a run. We can just follow the dog quick. So traditionally, we'd work Malinois on leash. The dog pulls you along. But the problem with that is it's not that the poachers are weaving through the trees. The poacher was walking down the trail with nothing. So his footprints are on the trail, but his smell with the wind has drifted to the left or to the right. So you might end up walking through the riverbed like, what the fuck? Because the dog's on scent. The scent's drifted and the dog's following through the air. It's like, it's not that someone's trying to lose the handler as much it just feels like it is sometimes. It's because the dog's not on track. But that ability lets us track quick with the Malinois, but we're still tethered to the dog. So South African Wildlife College, which is in my area, it's like the largest professional wildlife academy. It's where we do all the paramilitarized training. They had a contract, or still do, from Texas actually, Blue Tick Hound company out here. So they fly in Blue Tick Hounds from the US and Texas to Africa. We've been breeding them now in Africa for a couple of generations. So we have long time Blue Tick Hound blood, specifically bred for Kruger. So what happens is rangers are out on patrol. They make contacts. Either the poachers run away or they get fresh tracks. So fresh for us is within an hour. We call it red hot. So if I get on track, I have to be able to tell if that's fresh. In my early career, I couldn't do that. And you make a lot of bad calls. It's frustrating because guys are like, we got fresh tracks. And you get there and you're like, this isn't fresh. This is like, there's a nighttime animal footprint on my track further down the road. And that animal went to bed at like 5 a.m. We're finding it at 9. It's not fresh. So we just deployed the helicopter and brought the dogs for no reason. So fresh tracks, good rangers. If it's on a hot track, like we can get them now, then the helicopter will come. They'll call the helicopter and they'll pick up the hounds at the wildlife college, and the hounds will be flown in and they'll literally just go freaking unload them. Either they'll come by truck or by helicopter. They'll put them on the scent. They'll mill around. Like I grew up working with foxhounds too, so my hound game is good. And then they'll release the hounds, boo, boo, and they'll rip out. So they're on telemetry, they're wearing a vest, they've got the collars, GPS, and then the helicopter chases the hounds because of lions. Because the hounds are free. I've got a video. They're free running through the park at this point. So they're absolutely, what do we call it? There's a term for it in hunting. Not full holler. Like basically when they're on full scent, they're like, you know when the hound's on scent, like they're ball, and they're moving. You can cover 20K in damn near no time. If we were on foot trying to cover 20K, it's going to take us a while, like slogging through. The hounds, though, absolutely quick. So they'll be on trail. You're following from the helicopter, and you'll see them like all in a line behind one another on fresh tracks. As they lose the scent, the dogs spread out. They bomb out and start like running. And right now they're checking everywhere. And then they'll get back on scent again, and they'll all like close up, and you're just chasing in the helicopter.
Can they do it together? Like almost in unison or something?
Yeah, all together. I'll show you a video. So you're following the helicopter with the armed rangers and the Malinois. So as soon as they make contact, the hounds basically don't quite attack. They try to teach them to attack now with the soup. They just kind of like boil in and kind of run around and bite, but they don't really attack. But you're literally right with them. So then the helicopter lands, and you're about to release the Malinois. The Malinois can go do the work, and then the rangers go in to make the arrest.
The poachers shoot any of the hounds?
Sometimes, yeah. But really, the hounds aren't really attacking this. Quite often, the poachers climb a tree, or like, also the helicopter's right here. So you're right over your hounds chasing them. So the poachers are like, before you know the dogs are there, you've got a helicopter coming right at you kind of thing. I think there's 6 helicopters in the Kruger. We've got a lot more in town as well. So sometimes there might be 2 helicopters, one deploying the rangers and one doing your aerial marksmanship. So
you're a master tracker. How does professional tracking work in that environment?
I've been passionate about tracking, and my whole career I grew up reading about these amazing trackers that could follow wildlife and stuff. I get to Africa, I'm learning how to track. I thought I could track. I grew up hunting and fishing, but my tracking was weak sauce. Got a little better, got much better. And now I've had the opportunity of 10 courses run in the industry. I've taken the professional man tracking course run by one of the best in the business, Colin. So like that's up to my man tracking game now. So that's an actual test you take for your conservation certification. So it's an actual qualified testable event. So I've got my certificate from my master tracker. And then on the safari business side, we have track and sign, which is your ability to, everything in Africa leaves a sign. And to get 100%, you have to be like everything. What made that poo? What made that track? What made that drag mark? You have to, every animal in the book I've had to memorize everything. Like I know every bird, insect. If it's a damn caterpillar, I can tell you what caterpillar that track is. I studied hard for that one. So I got my qualification on track and sign. So I'm a man tracker, whole qualifications in track and sign. And the other one is tracking and trailing. So that's where they assess you on your ability to follow an animal. So I'll be like, here's the track of animal X. Take me to it. You'd be like, let's go. And you go along with the instructor, you talk what you're doing. Like, I'm following right now, I've lost him because of this. And you guide to the wildlife. If you make all your certs, you get another certificate. So I worked really hard in the industry to get my 3 certs, which is kind of rare, but I love my tracking now. I live in an amazing place where I get to track every morning with the dogs. I track leopard and hyena almost every morning. My leopard tracking game is pretty freaking hot right now because I live in a place where I have tons of them, so I track every day.
If you detect poachers coming in, it becomes like a race to beat them before they can kill the rhino. Yep. What does that operation look like? I know you've talked about it in like a roundabout.
It depends, right? The Kruger's wilder, so then it's going to be strictly rangers deploying. Where I am in my town, we're the edge of the greater Kruger, so quite often the crime starts in town into the Kruger. So you've got the ranger unit will get notified, whatever property the poachers went into, them rangers are the priority right now. They're going to be the ones hunting these guys. They're going to put a stopper group as soon as possible on the road. Stopper group will appear from town and they'll block the main road. Farmers watch with like guns and freaking pickup trucks will literally shut down the whole fence, 20 miles. No one comes out. No one jumps that fence. I want to keep you in the park because now the hunt is on, right? We don't want you out. We want you in. So block you in the park. As soon as daylight's up, if we can get on track, is to get a canine in, get a canine in onto trail. That changes stuff too. Because very quickly now, the guys are like, because don't forget, there's a getaway driver somewhere around. Even if you can't see him, he's going to be like, I can't get you. So now the poachers realize, like, I've lost my way out. They're now going to get to running. You're putting out more smell, like the track changes from walking to running. Now we'll get the helicopter in. And now the name of the game is to keep you in until we can get you. the group tracking, let's say that there's a group tracking the poachers, they're moving north to south. I'm going to put a stopper group in. So I'm going to fly a group out ahead of them and we'll try and cut you off. So if you're going north to south, straight up the map, I'm going to put a stopper group in, let's say 5 miles ahead of you, and they're going to sweep on line left to right. And we're going to see if we call it cut and track. We're going to try and cut your spoor. If we don't cut your spoor, then you're still behind us. So now we can start working towards you. If we work ahead and cut spoor, we're now the tracking team. Helicopter will go back and get the first team, and the first team will leapfrog us.
Yeah.
So that becomes really effective. So you've got, think about all the strategies in place now. You've got blocker groups on the road. You've got helicopters deploying teams. If we need be in the fight, well, not the fight, if the tracker's going on long enough, just know the bigger helicopter right now is starting to load up hounds about 20, 30 miles from town. So all these parts are coming together. The longer they stay in the fight, the more teams that start to come in. Other ranger units start to block off their known routes of escape from their parks, and like this net starts to collapse on the rotor, and they start running. Then like it comes a game of chasing Africans. Don't even know this, but Africans are really fast.
Yeah. That's what I hear.
So like anytime you end up chasing poachers that are running for their lives, like just know you're chasing Africans through the park, and they're really fast. So it becomes absolute. I've chased guys before with units that run so fast they've run out of their shoes. You'll find their shoes, and then you'll find like bits of t-shirt in the thorn bushes, and they'll run all night like that in absolute like pitch black, running through elephants, rhinos, lions, lost their shoes, uniforms are shredded. You'll find this guy like half naked somewhere, covered in blood by the side of the road. Like I quit. Like no more.
You said once the poachers know that they're being tracked, they bust down to 3 and disappear. What does that mean?
So they'll try and stay together as long as possible. If they've got a horn, they'll try and stay together because they've got to protect the horn. If they don't have a horn yet, quite often they'll bust out to break up. They'll ditch the rifle or they'll hide the rifle, and then they'll try and every man for himself, knowing that will lose the team. Quite often we have to pick a person. We have to get 1, then 2, then 3. If you're lucky, you'll get all 3, but usually it's 1 of the 2 or 2 of the 3 kind of thing. But they also know the name of the game is to lose the tracking team. If it's a good poaching outfit, like ex-Rangers or ex-police, like they're going into counter-tracking as well. So they're trying to do all kinds of manner of things to throw you off a track. But that's why you have professional trackers, because like you can't throw them off track. People walk very specifically. If you walk backwards, I can tell. It's not like, oh, where did you go? It's like, it's all wrong. I'll show you when you get to Africa. Like, so I instantly now know counter-tracking. Someone now knows they're being followed. So I now know we're close enough that you know we're present, because you're now showing signs. You're trying to, so it changes the whole like metrics of the game. Also, we've got to start worrying, like, are they now laying an ambush? So, like, if I find signs of people laying down on the road watching us, like, well, they were just here laying, watching us. Like, here's what they're saying. So it changes the whole.
You've, I thought this was super interesting when we were talking about this yesterday, but most of these poachers are carrying 9mm handguns at a minimum, but they don't want to firefight with the Rangers. Why the restraint?
Because they want to get out. Don't forget, you're a couple of lightly armed guys. You've got a big game rifle and a 9mm pistol to crack off some rounds, but the Rangers are carrying R1000s, AK-47s. There's 6 of them plus a helicopter and a K9s. Like, we win that fight every time. You might win in the initial like melee and then run off, but overall, like, the Rangers are heavily outgunned and are going to win that. We have the support of a whole town. Like, we can mobilize 200-300 people armed into the fight over about the space of an hour. They don't have that. So they're bank robbers. They want to get in, get out. Like, if you fail to rob a bank, you don't want to hang around and fight with the SWAT team. You want to come back and rob the bank another day. So that's the name of the game, is to break contact, get out and away.
I think you told me too, man, if like the poachers are carrying AK-47s, like the ROE changed a little bit and the Rangers are like game on.
Yeah,
explain that escalation.
Yeah, so in South Africa especially, the Rangers are only going to engage when there's a threat to life. So they're not just shooting guys in the back, because there's a lot of misunderstandings. Kenya had a shoot to kill policy for a while. They had to put an end to their elephant poaching. So the Rangers were like, if you're armed in the park, we're going to shoot you. Because every time the Rangers were like, hey, put the gun down, the Rangers would get shot. So Kenya, Park Forest, was like, no more of that. Like, we're going to shoot. South Africa is not the case, especially post-apartheid. Like, it's not a good look. So there's always going to be an arrest made. But if the guys turn and face with a gun or raise the gun up, it's a good shoot. They're going to shoot you. But it's not a murder. The Rangers are law enforcement. When they work for the state park, they're basically an arm of the law enforcement, and they work for a private reserve. They are a hired security outfit that's designed for that purpose. So, like, you are trespassing with a firearm, you are a threat to everyone on the property, tourists, rangers, civilians. So like they're allowed to meet that with force.
Rangers do get killed though in close encounters, but how often does that really happen?
It's about 350 times a year around the world.
Really?
Yeah. So that was
you mentioned around the world.
Yeah, Africa, Asia, South America. Africa and Asia being the biggest causes of death for Rangers. And that was one of my biggest focuses late on in my career. So now I've got away from the Rhino thing. I'm realizing that it's really about Rangers, right? Rangers are all doing all the grunt work because everyone in conservation wants to put money to saving rhinos and saving elephants. There's lots of conservationists I know, my buddies, they're very soft from the wildlife side. But at the end of the day, like if I removed all the soft conservationists, guess what? The rhinos would still be okay. If I removed all the Rangers, conservation falls apart overnight because the bad men come. So it's really important that we protected like the thin green line. A lot of donors did not get that because donors just want to support fluffy things that make them feel good. Like, I don't care if it makes you feel good. Like, we're trying to win a war here. Rangers are really important. So Rangers are dying. I became a professional ranger trainer. I'm with a couple of the biggest ranger organizations and I'm an ambassador for Rangers nowadays. So I got to attend these yearly conferences and my biggest takeaway I kept hearing was like, Rangers are dying. We don't have the right equipment. We're bleeding to death. And not one person was like, let's stand up some medical training. So that's why I started the medical training for Rangers. And I was training about 500 Rangers a year. And I was just focusing on the trauma aspect. Like, I don't care if you've got a boo-boo or an earache. I care you were shot, rhino stabbed you, elephant gored you, catastrophic bleeding. Like, there's no C collar. It's like, pack the hole, stop the bleeding. And that's because of about 350 die a year. I've got the stats. So a lot of them are killed by rhinos, elephants, buffaloes, tigers, lions, hyenas, leopards. A few from drowning, fires kill a few, forest fires kill Rangers, and then the rest are like boo-boo stuff. Like Ranger got shot, Ranger fell from building, landed on metal. It's Ranger, right? You're in the middle of nowhere doing regular army dumb stuff, you know. Guys are in camp cooking food, and suddenly like old boy stabbed himself in the leg with a knife because he was cutting towards himself. Like, not a big deal, but it's arterial, and you're an hour from the nearest town. So little things become big things when someone gets gored by a buffalo and they're bleeding to death. Because quite often what the Rangers do with a lack of training is to chuck the guy in the back of the truck and race to town while they bleed to death. And as I quite often demonstrate when we do these night lanes, even during the summer, if you're wet and covered in blood and we drive to town, man, does the back of the truck get cold. So now you're on a cold bed, hour drive, loss of blood, like the patient's going to die. So we get into the whole like keeping the blood warm, management of the patient, stopping the hole. And I save lives. I literally, every year we were doing that, Rangers would write me like, yo, I did this thing. Thank you so much. So that one for the first time was feeling really good to me. Like I was actually having an impact in the world of conservation, like saving people's lives from medical.
Yeah, that's awesome. Winter versus summer operations, how does the environment kind of affect the tactics, or does it?
Oh yeah. Right now we're in my winter. So winter in South Africa is our dry season. So desert. Much like the northeast of America, instead of snow and cold, but like all the leaves leave the tree. It's where I'm at right now. It's gross. It's just brown. There's not a single bit of green anywhere. But now I can track well. Everything is open. So I can see lions and elephants long before I bump into them. It's cool days, not too bad in the heat. So the scent stays close to the ground. So as people walk, we're dropping scent particles. It's coming off as a sweat, our skin's coming off, and it falls to the ground. If it's nice and cool, it stays on the ground. So when I run a dog, the dog can pick up the smell. When it comes summertime, it's hot. The ground is radiating heat, it's coming off the ground. Any scent on the ground instantly goes up into the air. So tracking with dogs during heat is really hard. Also, during the summertime, everything is green. It becomes an absolute wall of green. So you can't see anything as we move forward through this stuff. So then it gets really, really hairy when we're following poachers and deep stuff like that. But you don't know what you're going to bump into up close.
How often do these guys actually get away?
More times than they get captured. It's just such a big area. Unless you guys are in the right time at the right place to intersect the tracks, quite often what happens is they came in during the night and you didn't know about it until the morning when you are now on your morning patrol and you find tracks or you find sign of a wounded rhino or something like that. And that starts the whole kind of like event for the day. But really it's now, it used to be not random, but it was all the time. Now the syndicates have broken down to the last few big syndicates. So now there's a syndicate here, there's a syndicate here, and there's a syndicate here. They move around the country to keep fluid. They don't stay in one place too long. They'll hit the Kruger today, and then they pack up and go tomorrow. They've learned to leave here. Then they'll pop up on the south side of South Africa, and then they'll pop up here. In the old days, they're like constantly in one place, and you could start to get onto them. Now, though, like they've evolved crime networks, and also because people keep giving them information, so they understand the breakdown. Like it's a lot more random now.
Is South Africa, like as a whole, like, I mean, is like the government involved in trying to stop this stuff, or is this mainly just a national park issue?
No, the government's involved. It's part of a massive rhino poaching strategy, because it gets into financial loss of the country. So South Africa is losing a bunch of money by losing horns. It's also collapsing. It has the potential to collapse tourism, right? People don't want to come to the country because of the rhinos. Then you get into just the theft of firearms and the killing of farmers to get the firearms needed. So it's like, then you get into money laundering, and you get into corrupt politicians and judges needed to ship the stuff out the country. So that one rhino horn starts to cause a lot of problems because of all the pieces that are needed to make that thing happen. Corruption, corrupt cops, corrupt politicians. You've got dirty ports officials. If you've got dirty port officials, you also ship in humans and children and all the other stuff that goes in. So like, if they're doing rhino horn, they're probably doing all the other things. So rhino horn, although I will say South Africa is an inherently corrupt country too, though. So we 100% have South African politicians involved with the rhino horn trade who are enabling the rhino horn trade, which also makes it really hard, 'cause at the very top.
Have you guys made any headway in the last like 4 or 5 years on like the far as the criminal syndicate?
Yeah, lots of people. Everything will be replaced. We could shut down the whole syndicate today. All we've done is open up a new.
Yeah, that's got to be frustrating too, right? Like,
Yeah.
you spend all this time fighting, and you're like, man, am I winning? Are we winning? You know?
Yeah, so once I got that whole special forces mindset, like we're going to try and save the world and taking everything so personal, now I'm just kind of like, we'll do our best, and I'll give my little portion to that, and I'll try and help out wherever I can and make a difference. But on the grand scheme of things, it's a wicked problem. It's too big and multifaceted to ever fix, but it is essential that we keep a finger on it, and I'm glad that people do work their ass off to protect these species, because if we didn't, it would all be gone. It'd be really sad to see that. It'd be the collapse of the ecosystem. It's not just, you don't just lose the rhinos, you've just lost your mega herbivore, the grasslands. Like the collapse that comes with that is also huge ecologically, so just don't want that to happen.
Kind of transition a little bit, just talk about South Africa and kind of where you live, because I think it's really helped your like mental health.
Yeah. So when I first started off in the rhino business, I was out in like the wild side of Africa. Even if I tell people in South Africa where I started, they were like, Esh. Esh is what I love. Esh. E-I-S-H. Esh is a South African expression for surprise. Like, Esh, man. So I tell South Africans, I was like, oh man, I was up in all days doing rhino poaching back in the day. They were like, Esh, Kev, all days? It's the Wild West. But the guy who owned the property where I used to work, he had this gorgeous house with all these trees, and he had like all these nyala and antelope in his front yard. And I was like, man, I really want to live like this. So once I came back from Thailand, I did some work in the Kruger, and I discovered this town I live in now. And I absolutely packed up and moved my life, moved my wife there. I was like, we live here now. I told her on the way. Like, we're moving to South Africa. We live in Hoedspruit now. There's nowhere else like it in the world. I've got about 140 leopards roaming around, 2,000 lions, a couple of thousand rhinos, elephants everywhere, thousands of antelopes and everything else, like buffalo, zebras, just all around my house.
So you live kind of like in a private reserve in the Kruger?
Yeah.
And that's kind of like on the northern part of South Africa, or maybe the northeast?
So the Kruger National Parks runs down the eastern border of South Africa. So in the very top, like the triangle, we've got Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and then the Kruger Park running down the side of South Africa. It's actually a trans-frontier park, so the park flows into Mozambique, which is the Parc de National, and then into Zimbabwe as well. So there's no fences, so the animals can free flow. But I live in this amazing landscape, one of the few last places in the world where you can live with mega fauna like I do, and there's no hunting. We're very limited hunting, so it's not like here where we blast everything. The animals aren't hunted, it's protected. So everything just lives around us. I showed you the leopards. You're like, what? Leopards?
Oh, the pictures. I mean, I can't wait till we probably, toss some of the B-roll up on this podcast, man, because what Kevin's talking about, the pictures are like, they amplify it by about 1,000
yeah,
times.
like the leopards where we live are super habituated. They live around. The lions live behind my next fence because they're big cats and they eat everything there. Like, it's a lion. It's a problem when they're around. Like, they're cute, but they also destroy your house. So, like, imagine having a 600-pound cat show up and like shredding your sofa and sleeping on it. They do this when you live in it. But I have lots of leopards, and the leopards have grown up for decades around people. Like, the cubs grew up around people. So Man, they'll walk by you when you're sitting. I've had people sitting around by fires at night like this, and like, oh, look at the little antelope, and then a leopard's come and killed it. You're like, they hunt
Right in front of you.
Oh yeah, they use us as cover. They're so smart right now. They don't eat people. There's no reason to. We've got tons of food. They will take cats and dogs, but attacks on people like super rare, and it's not something they usually do. But it's leopards are super elusive, and you never see them. That's the one thing about leopards. Where I live is complete opposite. They're everywhere. I track them every morning. I hear leopards. I'm really rare to hear leopards. They're a very quiet cat. Where I live, there's so many. They are very vocal. They are always challenging one another. Sounds like a chainsaw. So in the morning, I'm sitting outside drinking my coffee. That's what I'm listening for. And I hear like the big male, like, shoot my azimuth. And like when the sun comes up, I'm taking my dogs. We're going that way. We're going to go try and find that leopard. Part of that track and trail training. I've heard it now. I need to go find this thing. Quite often you get to the area and I can't find it. So I've got like, I'm starting to do these big concentric circles.
And what's the point? Just to look to see who it was and what it was, or just to keep your skills
just
fresh?
To keep my skills up, and because I can. So I want to know, like, because when I get there as well, like leopard behavior, I need to know like what the leopard was doing, what he was thinking, to kind of figure out where he went. And when I can find the leopard, then my brain's like, rewarding.
You had an elephant come through your back door. Tell that story, dude.
Yeah, not my back door, but another house I was on. So quite often, like if you're in I've got friends that live on the other side of the fence in Big Five. So they deal with like elephants coming up to the house like that. So I've had elephants come to back doors, or elephants look through windows before. The first property I was on, we had elephants that you quite frequently would come to where we live. But where I am currently, I don't have elephants. So elephants kill lots of people. They're super dangerous. They make you late for everything. They're quite frequently blocking the road when you need to get somewhere. And if you try and get around them, they'll destroy the car. They also destroy your garden. So if you've got a really nice garden and somewhere, like just know that the elephants can show up at night and absolutely destroy your stuff.
You had a friend who had a leopard break through her window.
Yeah, that's quite common actually. So I had two actually recently. So where I live on the wildlife estate, leopards love cats. We don't have many pet cats. It's somewhat frowned upon. But my friend had one. So the leopard had come to her house, basically got to one of her back windows, reached into the window and scooped the cat out and ate her cat. So she's a tracker too. So she had to like track the leopard and found her cat like in bits, just like pick it all up. I know another lady that was sitting on the sofa at home and she had the window cracked and the leopard forced its way through the window onto the sofa with her because she had cats, and then ran around the house after the cat. And then I think the leopard smashed out through one of the doors. So I like where I live. I got big dogs. A leopard shouldn't mess with my Rhodesian or my Dalmatian kind of breed. But if I let my dogs out in the morning or at night, I'm out there with them, and I'm 100% prepared to fight a leopard that if it jumps my dog. No, there's no question. That cat's gonna get worked on. But like as soon as it happens, I'm gonna deal with that cat before like it can happen. But like,
yeah, those Rhodesian Ridgebacks, what they use to hunt lions, right?
Yeah. I got a proper formidable dog, but I got some big leopards too. That my big male's gonna be weighed in like 120, 130. He's a big cat. My Rhodesian's about 92.
Do you know all the different leopards that live around?
Yeah,
you?
most of them. Yeah, because we have they have home ranges and territories. So we've got an Ingray. Ingray is the Zulu word for leopards. So we have an Ingray research group in town. We've got about 140 leopards documented across our landscape. And I've got about 12 that call where I live home or overlapping. So big males, sub-adult males, females with young, independent females. There's quite the plethora of leopards coming and going on my estate at any one time.
Yeah, how do your dogs do with all that wildlife around you?
I'll show you some videos. So we call it game neutral. They don't off leash, don't give a damn. I'll walk by zebras and warthogs from me to you. They won't do a damn thing. They will ignore it.
Dogs?
Yeah, have to. Or stuff kills it. So off leash, 100%. I can bump into lion, leopard, high on, but the dogs present, the dogs will not react. They'll 100% look at me like, what do we do, Dad? But yeah, we'll go walking when you're here, man. So I'm out on trail like quite often. I was out the other day, I took a video. We had 2 zebra stallions come basically walking up on us from me to you, and the dogs just stood by me like no issue.
You've mentioned that you got like out near where you're at, there's about 30,000 elephants out in the greater Kruger.
Yeah.
You said that's like too many. What problems does that kind of create?
Well, the elephant issue in South Africa right now is very contentious because we have a lot of elephant conservationists who want to protect elephants. And I'm also with that. I love my elephants. I'm also very aware of my big bulls who live next door. I know some of them by name. Some I don't want them to die, obviously, but elephants aren't meant to be behind fences. So modern humanity has destroyed the elephants. They're meant to migrate all around the country, eat food as they go, right? They're massive animals. Nowadays, everything's behind a fence. The Kruger National Park on the outside perimeter is behind a fence. Elephants have been breeding since the last cull, which was back in the 80s, 70s. They used to cull like a few thousand a year, but public rights groups and the social outrage grew too much. Now we haven't had a cull in 40 years. We have too many elephants in the park, and they're eating all the food. So they're literally turning forests into grassland because they're knocking down all the trees. We're losing bird species and habitat to nesting like vultures. At some point, we have to deal with the elephant species. We can't do birth control. It's too expensive. We've got 50,000 elephants. But like, what about birth control? Okay, cool. I'm going to give birth control to 30,000 elephants. Who's paying for this? Helicopters $1,000 an hour. Who's hiring the vets? Like, no one's doing that.
Yeah.
It's cheaper to go out and shoot them. But in this day and age, it's going to be really ugly to shoot the elephants because it's a cull. You have to get a helicopter out and you have to separate a herd and you kill the whole herd one by one. And then you land the helicopter and you go through and kill all the ones that are still alive. The old videos were graphic, but that's where we're at. We're not doing it now, and I'm firsthand seeing that it was really bad. They're destroying the park, and that's an Africa problem. No one wants elephants because everyone has too many elephants. No one wants your elephants, so you can't move them. We've just got them behind fences. If you're a small private property, like my buddies, I think you have 12 elephants. Yeah, because only 6 of them are mature females. So you can shoot 6 with birth control 3 times a year or every other year. You know, it's not so bad. Because you know where they all are. They're in your property. When we're talking about 50,000 elephants in the size of Belgium, like, which elephants are we darting? It's just,
Yeah.
We caused a problem, though. So humans caused a problem. So regardless if, like, the hunting softies or like conservation bleeding hearts don't want it to be done, by not doing it, however, we are also responsible for the outcomes, and it's destroying all the other wildlife. So we don't want to do it, but at some point someone has to do something, and I don't know what will happen if we don't, frankly.
Yeah, we were talking about snares yesterday too. That's another massive problem. People, are they trying to catch them and kill certain wildlife, or?
So also different criminality with poaching. So rhino poaching, criminal syndicate. When you get to snare poaching, South Africa is built with fences. There's a fence freaking for everything. So there's no shortage of wire on the landscapes. If you're a poor hunter, all you've got to do is cut the wire from the fences and you've got 100 snares for the day. You get out on the game trails and you like the well worn routes, and you put a big wire loop. But you don't just put one because they play the game. They put 100 out. So maybe you come tomorrow and you got 1 sting, or maybe you come tomorrow and you got 99 stings, but you only need 1 anyway, so just leave the rest. So that's the attitude I don't like. And then with the poaching one like that, it falls into 2 camps. You've got the one guy who's doing it to feed his family, and he's poaching a little bit. But then, like everything, you've got a syndicate who's doing it for money. The name of the game is to catch as much stuff, fill the back of the truck, and then you go back to Joburg and you sell game meat to a butcher. And the butcher pays a premium for zebra, giraffe, stuff you can't get in the city. So once again, it becomes a business. Like, guys professionally come to the bush to do that on scale. Some of the biggest sets of snares I've cleaned up, 350 plus in a day in an area. There's everything in it. Buffaloes. I've seen dead buffalo, dead giraffe, and then there's dead hyenas and leopards that came to eat the other stuff. It's like absolutely horrible. So you've got all this other additional poaching going on as well. We're constantly fighting that.
Yeah, you guys do a lot of helicopter flyovers for snare patrol sweeps. Like, what do you guys normally see from the air?
Amazing wildlife and landscape. As we're sweeping from the air, we're looking for rhino carcasses, or maybe there was a rhino which hasn't been counted for a couple of days, and they're like, we heard gunshots, rhino wasn't found, we're gonna go out and look for the rhino. Sometimes it's just a standard anti-poaching patrol flight to get into an area which maybe they haven't been in for a while, or maybe they thought they had an incursion and we were flying out a tracker. Like, you're gonna fly, like, it's the wild, man. We can fly that helicopter 2 foot off the ground. We can get out there and get down over a riverbed and literally like look out the door, like, put me down like tracks. Get out, see if they're fresh, be like, not fresh, like jump back in the helicopter. If we find fresh tracks, you call it into the rangers, be like, okay, we found the tracks you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you really are remote out there at times. I know we've talked about you riding your motorcycle. You crashed a BMW 1200 adventure bike in the mountains, no cell reception. How did you kind of get out of that? What happened?
Yeah, it didn't take us. Sometimes I don't take a cell phone because I like the adventure. Otherwise, if you get into trouble, you're like, oh, just call for help. If you don't have a cell phone, it's like, well, I guess we're surviving today. So I was like, I'm going to drive up to the mountains. I was like, oh, what if I take my phone and I break it? And I was like, I don't need my phone. Yeah, I needed my phone. So literally, I'll take you up the mountains when we get there. That's where we're going in 4-wheel drive. I got that bike way far up into the mountains and I got into this massive rocky field. It was just too much to turn around. So I was just like, I guess I'll just keep going straight. I managed to dump the bike leaning backwards down the hill. It took me a while to get out from under the bike, but then I just couldn't lift the damn thing up. So I'm like on top of the mountain, stuck. There was a French couple who just got their vehicle stuck. They took another 4x4 and got stuck, and they came walking down the mountain. I'm like sitting there like for an hour, like, what am I going to do? This French couple like, hello, you need help? I'm like, this is the fact of people here. Like, yeah, please help. They helped me get the bike.
So you're literally trapped underneath the bike for an hour?
No, I got out front of the bike. I just couldn't get the bike up. The weight and the angle, like just to stand it back up to try and like get going again. It was almost falling back down the mountain. We were like trying to go like up. God. It would have been okay on a dirt bike. They could just like max power and spanked it up. But on a proper big touring bike, like the weight I've got on that thing is just too much.
Yeah, I mean, out there in the wild, you can become a snack real quick. What kind of predators are you worried about in the wild, kind of when you're out there?
I mean, lions always. Well, everything is habituated to people, but everything is still dangerous. Lions are still dangerous. Not too worried about them eating us, but at nighttime is a whole different cat. So bumping into like mating lions is bad news. If you bump into a male lion mating with a female, they are both going to come at you because you just interrupted sex. Lions on a kill can act aggressively, or a lioness with cubs. That's bad news too. So if you're walking along your own, you bump into cubs hidden in the bush and mom's close by, like you're about to deal with a 300-pound cat. She's not happy. Leopards, you should give plenty of respect to. If you're a kid or you're sick, they'll take you. But generally, we don't deal with that too much. Hyenas can also be a problem. So I just had hyenas kill a kid recently where I am. And then I'm following a story right now. There's a group of man-eating hyenas in like Tanzania right now, killing villagers, running around like because they're traveling from village to village at night. Like they're taking down adults. Like I said, I've bumped into them. I saw a video of the actual hyenas suspected of it because they were chasing a guy. It's a guy filming it, and they were proper bear size, rip you apart kind of hyenas. So worry about the lions. Hyenas aren't no joke. Leopards so. But then hippos won't eat you, but they'll certainly kill you. Same with elephants. Buffalo too. Won't eat you, but they'll sure as hell kill you.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Herbivores my biggest threat. Herbivores first, hands down.
Yeah, you said what, the hippos?
Yeah, hippos, buffalo, elephant, biggest problem, followed by the predators.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Your daily routine starts at 5 a.m., coffee, lions roaring. Like, what's a typical morning for Kev like?
That's it, man. I get up early for sunrise, make my coffee, sit outside. No phone yet. I mean, like, it's super important for humans to experience that like change of light. That's a huge dopamine reward watching the sun come in. I also like going from that dark night where I can hear the crickets to like the first birds of the morning, and like there's a change in light and you can feel the energy of the bush coming as the birds start to talk and the daytime insects wake up. I can hear the first lions. It's like, it's such a good morning, like getting into the day ahead to be like morning gratitude. Like, yeah, I can hear all this stuff going on. And then I get out there after it. You take the dogs for a walk. So I head out for about an hour walk in the morning. I go out and track whatever I can find from the night. Get back, eat breakfast, and I ride my bike to town. I ride through the wild. So like I take a trail, like freaking passing leopard kills and stuff, about 3 miles to town. I pop out by the gate, go to the gym, come home, breakfast, and then I work from home for the rest of the day, setting safaris online for the business or raising money for the nonprofit realm.
Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about that here in just a sec. When veterans come visit you, you know, I know you're real big on kind of making them do security halts and really ground themselves in the environment. What's the point of why you do that?
Yes, we call it security halt now. Back in the old days, it used to be SEAL, stop, look, listen, smell. But I teach the importance of the grounding because most people are so oblivious to their surroundings now. You just kind of get off the vehicle and walk. I'm like, no, stop. We're going to stop for 5 minutes and just like feel the moment we're in. Like, so I talk through the whole situation with them. Like, first of all, I want to feel the breeze on my face. Like, The breeze is telling me where the smell is coming from, right? So I've got a breeze in my face here. Anything I smell is coming from that direction. That's my danger. So if I smell lions, elephants, it's not to be like, where is that coming from? Like, I already know, like, I can feel the breeze. I'm very aware of my breezes. I'm listening to the bush around me. I'm listening to, like, the control, neutral sound, what that sounds like. So before we step off and we don't realize what we're stepping into, I want to know a bass sound. Like, what does the bush sound like now? Like, can I hear alarm calls? Can I hear big game? Can I hear elephants, buffalo? So that's going on. I'm smelling. Like, can I smell carrion? Can I smell lions? Buffaloes smell as cows. Like, am I getting anything on the wind that's letting me know what I might be getting into? So I'm really just kind of like grounding myself in what I'm doing. And then I'm starting my tracking eyes. So before I just walk off, like, we've got ground sign, aerial sign. So I'm like starting to look around, like, what kind of ground am I working in? Is it sand? Is it mud? What do I expect that's going to cause to my track as I move out? Like, what kind of animals am I going to encounter based upon the vegetation around me? So I'm basically starting to figure out the puzzle before I step into it. In the old days, I'd just rush off into it and try and figure out as I went. But then you don't have a baseline to be like, wait a minute, that smell, what is that smell? Or like, sound wasn't here last time. What's that background sound we're hearing? Like, this background sound could be 1,000 buffaloes stampeded towards you. You're just like, if you weren't aware of that sound, like, you get caught by these things. So most people nowadays in this modern age are so wrapped around social media that the idea of just grounding yourself, it's predatory. Before we go hunt whatever it is we're about to hunt, leopard, lion, people, we're going to ground ourselves in what we're about to immerse ourselves into it. Like, we're about to turn on the hunt, like, kind of thing, you know, turning on the senses mentally. So we're all like fired up.
Yeah. You've said that, like, living there puts you back into how humans are meant to be, like, constantly aware of threats. Explain that a little bit.
My wife's the same, dude. We're both like, oh man, we can be sitting outside in the night. We're both like, a little slightest noise, like, it could be a bush baby jumping from the roof, like the slightest little, we'll hear it. Our brain, she will sit bolt upright in bed at night. I didn't hear this thing, but I know she heard something. I can just lay there in bed. Like, I don't know if she starts like listening, if she's hearing, I'll be like, what is it? I'll sit up too. Like, we're both tuned into, like, either something's broke into our yard, we heard it jump the fence, or like something bumped the fence outside. So you become super in tune to that when you have dangerous wildlife around for a living. So I'm just kind of uber aware of it. So my senses are just always turned on. I could be walking my dogs and I could in fact bump into leopards with cubs. It's going to be a real problem for me real quick. So like, I have to by de facto be very in tune. I'm also taking out guests and clients into the wild. So my job is to be in tune with that. So living in it, not like, I'm not startled in tune. I'm like, oh, oh, oh. It's just kind of like very aware, like a cat ear, and the ears swivel constantly. Like, what was that? Like, oh, I heard that. I smelled that. So yeah, the wife too.
Yeah, and that's kind of interesting. That's an interesting point, right? Because one of the issue that veterans have coming back from war is kind of like the state of hypervigilance.
With no purpose. Hypervigilance with no purpose is terrible when you're at home with your wife.
It's debilitating, right?
Hypervigilance when you have purpose, it's not hypervigilance, it's called like the thing that keeps you alive.
Yeah, survival.
It's the sixth sense. So that's another one I've picked up and developed. Definitely. The sixth sense is a thing. I still don't know what it is. I think sometimes it might be outside stimuli that are so minute you aren't physically picking up. It might be a smell molecule or a sound decibel you heard, but that's enough to set off based upon your past experiences, that sixth sense thing. Like, there are times when I've been out doing stuff and I've just been like, hold up, like something's not right. And then we bumped into the predator. I didn't know why it was there, but like, you just kind of know this thing is there. There's also times when you kind of feel you're being watched sometimes. Quite often, like, it's a disturbing feeling. Like, something is here. Like, I know I'm not alone right now. Like, so like, you kind of get into home with that. I've seen lots of rangers do it and friends do it too. It's just, I guess it comes from the trial and error over and over again and knowing what that smell or sound indicates. Like, it kind of enables that sixth sense kind of thing.
How has living among predators changed, like, your understanding of fear and like threat assessment?
Dude, I fear no man nowadays, unless you're going to eat me, which no one's going to. Like, you're going to beat me up. Like, I deal with animals who will eat me and drag me off into the bush kind of deal. Like,
good point. But
with that comes that whole confidence in dealing with lions and leopards or anything on foot is like, you have to bring supreme confidence. You can't. So they eat baboons where I live, and baboons are primates like us. And when they get scared, they scream. It's annoying as hell. I hate it. It drives me insane. I want to kill you when you make that sound. Like, we're the same. We're just a big baboon. So when we bump into lions and guests are like, it pisses the animal off. It's like, shut the F up and get away from me kind of thing. Like you're just supremely calm and cool, no jittery movement. Even if the animal's mad, like you're showing that you're confident. So that's kind of a nerve. And like, what do you know? So we might be equals here, maybe. So as long as you can respect that and show calm and confident and move off, I've decided that nothing likes being stared at. If I bump into the lions or leopards and I'm staring at you, like apex predator, forward front eyes, like I'm looking at you, like why? Because I'm going to kill you. So quite often I've seen lions will always kill leopards. I saw a massive male leopard one day bump into the lions, and he just looked at them and was like, whatever, bro, and just kept going. And the lions are basically like, yeah, we didn't see him. He's not worth our time. Like, so that's a big one I've picked up now too. Like bump into the things, they're agitated. Like you can also just be like, I see you, but I'm gonna choose not to see you, bro. Like I'm gonna disengage the threat by pretending we don't see each other. And you can quite often take yourself out of the situation where the animal's like, cool, you disengage, pretended you didn't see me, and I didn't see you. And we can both kind of go about our ways. But basically, nothing wants to get injured in Africa. If it gets a predator, if it fights me and it doesn't kill me and it's not going to eat me, but I stab it, and he's just going to attack me and walk away, like, well, cool, I want to go back to the hospital. I'll live. You're going to die of your wound now. That lion can't do that. So unless he's going to eat us, he won't attack us. Same with the leopards. So you just got to constantly remind that in your head.
You've talked about the spiritual aspect of seeing the full like cycle of life daily. What does that kind of teach you about like the world and life? And
yeah, I got a whole new perspective on life. The whole humans are a weird species, man. We've lost the plot. Like we think we're so unique, or that like only we go to heaven. Like, oh, so the whole rest of the planet teeming with life. That's we're just the same as everything else. We die and we go back to the ground, and the animals eat us. But with that being said, like it's changed my whole perception on life. Like the animals are doing this thing. I'm just a lot more appreciative of the moments I'm here. I'm just living my life. There's no grand scheme for Kev. The grand scheme every day is to survive, to wake up, eat enough food, survive until the next day. Like that's the only purpose of life. There's nothing else more. Like it's not to make $1 million. It's to survive. And if you stop doing that, you die. I see the suffering that the wildlife goes through. I see the suffering the predators go through. I see him starve to death. I see him die in fights. Like life is violent and brutal. This modern human age is really weird. Over the last 100 years plus, we've convinced ourselves that there's no violence, there's no pain, everything should be perfect. So I find like being around the violence of just nature as it is kind of like changed my whole perspective on things. Everything struggles way worse than we do. Even on your worst day, like, yeah, you weren't mauled by a freaking lion, your leg's not hanging off or waiting to be killed, ripped apart by hyenas at some time in the next 72 hours. Like even on our worst days, like we are so distant nowadays from the suffering of where we came from. Like being back close to it kind of puts me back into that, like, this is where I think people should be more aware of like what goes on in like outside of human world. Puts it more into perspective, you know. We're so wrapped around this. We don't ever consider or empathize with anything else other than ourselves, which changes my whole thing. Once I started empathizing with other species and I can understand why the lion feels like he does, like why the elephant does what it does, or like why the little bush squirrel is doing what he does during the day, like the fact that I can be empathetic about something else really carries over into my own life and ability to be empathetic about anything. It just kind of like put me to a connection bigger than just the whole people thing, especially in today's day and age where most people are fed up with people. The vast majority, like, I hate people. Like, kind of the same one. At least with wildlife, it is what it is, and it's a genuine kind of thing.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk. I mean, you lived in Thailand for a little bit. I don't want to spend too much time, but it was of a profound. It had a profound impact on you, so I definitely want to talk about it.
Yeah, Asia's amazing.
You left South Africa for Thailand. Kind of what drove that decision? I think you talked a little bit about it earlier.
Yeah, the rhino poaching epidemic, just the rhino horn, ivory, basically every illegal commodity coming out of Africa, wildlife-based, going to Asia. So just going out there to see what the trade was and like seeing ivory being sold in the markets, getting into that. And then also just for those that haven't been to Asia, get your asses to Asia. It's absolutely amazing. It's cheaper than South Africa, super safe. It's a culture you've never seen, an Asian culture. Like, it's unbelievable. The smells, the sights, the gold, the monks, the temples. I like going out in the world to see things I've never seen before. I like the awe, and I like my brain accepting and seeing new things. Thailand for me is that. It's absolutely amazing. There's endless food. It's so diverse, from the beaches to the city. I mean, Bangkok's a great city. I kind of don't like it sometimes. It's a bit much, but everything you could ever want is in Bangkok. The best restaurants, hotels, people, nightlife. And I ended up going all the way north. I explored Thailand, didn't like it. I ended up settling down up in the Golden Triangle, up in the border, like Myanmar, Laos, like the main drug routes of like the old days. But up in the mountains there is a little town called Pai. It's literally on the border of Burma. It's a hippie town. It's literally the furthest you can get out there. Like most people on vacation will never go there. It takes like a day just to get there, like a little minibus. But when you get there, it's an Eden of hippies. It's a lot of hippies from around the world running away from their problems is what I found. Like abuse, people being abused, kids, bad parents, just hippies in general, just weird people. All of them are in this town. So I got to kind of go from that whole military upbringing where everyone was military and just like then paramilitary life. So like being around all these hippies and the various ideals and fluffiness. I made a lot of friends in that space, and like most of the day was spent hanging out with people, like hippie stuff, man. Smoking weed, drum circles, like dance parties. There was quite a lot of live band events in town. So I was like, I had a social circle where it was really nice to be around, like from sunrise to sunset. Like you'd hang out with your friends, and it was fun. Like you're just doing silly things in this tourist town, kayaking or like whitewater rafting. I'm big on motorbikes, so I was doing motorbike riding there. So I'd be riding like down the jungles for hours, deep into the jungles. But then I'd come back to town on the social life. So that was really big for me. And then it's a hippie town. So why they go there is for psychedelics. The mushroom scene up there in the mountains is really big. It's one of the last few places where you have the elephant camps. So elephants being used for work. So the mushrooms grow in the elephant dung. So mushrooms around the world are all different depending on where they grow. The mushrooms that grow up there in Thailand are some of the most kind of visual and mentally kind of healing medication I've had. Because it is medication, which is crazy. All the crazy stuff the army gave me, but which was no good for me. And I had mushrooms before in my career, but never like for the perspective of using them for a healing or trying to find. So I remember actually reading a study from the Department of Defense on psilocybin use and MDMA usage. I had the manual from the military about what the effects were on TBI. Mushrooms are able to kind of reconnect neurons in your brain and whatnot. So there I am suffering from TBI. I'm doing these mushroom trips in the jungle, which is absolutely amazing to be in the deep, dark jungle at night with like the bugs and the stars. Having great trips, but quite often on the tail end of that trip, that deep, irrespective part where I'm like on my own in the jungle. I'd ride my bike deep into the jungle and do this stuff at night and go home like the wee hours in the morning. I've sat there in jungles, like overlooking valleys with like the moon shining on it. I'm just the only one out there. And then the good part of the trip's gone away, like the colorful part, but like deep inward looking where I was able to kind of dig up some of this old army stuff or some of the old trauma that was hanging on. I had some good cries some nights. I was like, man, did some stuff come out? I was like, I forgot about that. But it was clearly, it had a big meaty hook kind of into me clearly. And these mushroom trips would like get another hook at me, so to speak. Like, I'd get over another thing which would really hold me back. And with each one I'd get rid of, I'd kind of get a little happier. Like this new version of Kev came out versus like the SF super strict paramilitary Kev. So yeah, the Thailand path really changed me. Definitely changed who I was as a person, chilled me out a lot. And then COVID started to happen in Thailand right around the time. So we actually left Thailand to avoid the outbreak in Asia because we didn't know what it was at the time. We just knew something was coming. And then we got to South Africa and we got locked there for COVID for about 10 months. Spent 10 months locked down in South Africa.
In hindsight, do you wish you would have stayed in Thailand or did it matter?
No, I was over Thailand. I love going back to Thailand. So I go back about twice a year. So I mean, Thai culture I freaking love. Like I ride motorbikes. I helped the first groups up there, austere motorbike course in the jungles there on the border of Myanmar. Oh. And then I've gone back and advised some other teams, trying to get people back there for training and whatnot. I like the food. I feel very left out in the culture though. If you don't speak Thai fluently, you never feel like you're really part of the conversations or that you're part of the event sometimes. And the Thai people are pretty much eating all the wildlife. There are tigers and there are elephants, but nothing like where I live in South Africa. Like there, they freaking kill and eat everything. So I love South Africa for the living and the paramilitary style, getting to do my old job. I love Thailand for motorbikes, food, and just like the Buddhist culture, which is amazing.
Yeah, I want to talk about your COVID experience in South Africa for a little bit because it's a wild story, man. I mean, you during the COVID lockdown, you were in the Kruger region, and you said that you were in one of the strictest lockdowns in the world.
They were shooting people. They were killing people that were outside their house in Joburg. The police, the military were deployed for martial law, and they were not set up for it. So they were killing people that were violating. So it was a hard lockdown. God, I was there with staff, so I had 2 other veterans staying in the house with me and my wife. So they locked us down in January. We had enough alcohol for a week. We stocked up. We were dry. We had no alcohol for 10 months. They shut us down. We were making bathtub wine and punch, getting drunk on it.
What happened? Did South Africa ban alcohol, or?
We didn't have any COVID vaccines. So they were afraid, South Africa's a big drinking country, that the drinking would encourage people to share alcoholic beverages and socialize together. So they shut down alcohol as a means of controlling it. So what happened then, the black market alcohol boomed. So we brought some stuff off the black market, but then everyone ran out of that. So by the end of it, like 3 months in, we're making bathtub wine. Like we had a big bathtub full of yeast, and like I remember me and my buddy bottled it, and we let it stew. We were fiending. And we finally got to drink it. We like popped it open. We drank some. We were like, it's got alcohol in it, yeah. We drinking this bathtub wine and got hammered. But yeah, so the whole of South Africa is super strict lockdown. Can't go out, no nothing. We lived in the park, so everything on the our side of the fence was good to go. So we were going around from house to house and having, not parties, but like we were still buying, and we were still able to get out into the wilds and explore. So I got to see firsthand what happens when people disappear from the wilds. Like the wildlife came out like never before. Nocturnal stuff was out during the day. It was amazing to see what actually the world should be like. It was quieter too. There's no planes in the sky. There were no cars. It was amazing. I wish it stayed like that. I remember when the first plane came, I was like, what the F is that? I'm like, oh no, people. Yeah,
I think you said you were like, it was almost like you felt like you were living your best life during that.
Yeah, it was great. Me and my wife had turned into like Cinderella, and the like wildlife was coming into the yard and hanging out with her. I had to like stop that. I was like, you need to stop this or you get gored by something. But massive antelope were hanging out in the yard all day long, had porcupines. We spent so much time in the backyard with the wildlife. Like we had a really unique kind of understanding kind of thing, which has also changed my whole perspective on a lot of stuff. I got to openly interact with wildlife that was choosing to come and interact with me. It wasn't forced. They were choosing to come out of their own means and come be like, let's check out this dude, see what he's got going on. So we were having some interesting moments.
So after Thailand, I mean, you came back, COVID was happening, but you started Wild Response, which is a non-profit. What was the mission?
So I started Wild Response in Thailand.
Oh, okay.
So I actually started in Thailand, moved it. So that was the first official mission into Africa, was with Wild Response. It was for the protection of endangered species and the training of wildlife rangers. That was the purpose of the organization. So we hit Africa running, routinely training about 500 rangers a year over the space of my career. Dehorned dozens of rhinos, done wildlife rescues. I spoke at conferences on rhino protection or anti-poaching strategies for Africa to Asia. I got to train U.S. Army Special Forces. I did work with the SEALs. I briefed Special Operations Command Africa on situations in Park West and Benin. So I really went down this huge I became a wildlife conservation professional and spokesman in the industry. We hit the 6-year mark. At the 6-year mark of the nonprofit, you're either going on to the next phase to grow, or it's the next first chance, we call it sunset, the organization, to be like, at this time is the time now to shut it down, be like, we had a good mission, but we're going to wrap the mission up. Because otherwise you need the next line of funding. It's like you have to grow to the next side. So we'd done all our metrics successful up till that point. Like it was now like we needed $1 million to come in, but with that came a whole bunch more drama, right? Like there's more board members that come on. Now there's suddenly rules. So like Kev's been running around training rangers, having a great time. And now I've got board members I talk to. Like I can't just do what I want to do. I can't say what I want on the podcast because people are like, oh, I shouldn't have said that, Kev. Like what if you, like suddenly people were up in my butthole about what I was doing, even though I was the one that made the whole damn company. Like it's my baby. So I decided to shut it down. It just come to a logical end. It was just too much. It stopped being fun by the end. It stopped being my passion. By the end, it was stressing me out again. It was just too much. And now I've got board members and staff members and everyone's asking me for money. Fundraising was a constant stress. So I remember the wife was we were tired and worn out. So wrapped up Wild Response. And then I was like, I'm going to start a military contracting company. I'll get into contracting. I had friends that were doing it. So I started the company, registered it all.
What kind of contracting were you looking at doing?
I was looking at environmental protection. So getting into property management, maintenance. There was all kinds of contracts in the US just from the environmental protection or environmental works kind of side, be it BPA or site assessments. Like there was a bunch of stuff which was very unique and niche, which I was like, this is perfect for me to get into. I came back to America to a conference for contracting. I sat through 5 days on like how to be a contracting company and win contracts. I've never been so unhappy. I remember sitting in there at no point was I like, oh, this is great. I've been sitting in wildlife conferences and poaching conferences. I'm like, this is actual people doing this thing in the world, to now like people talking about how to make money from the government. It's the most dry, boring crap. So literally in my heart, I knew I didn't want to do it. I called my wife. I was like, I'm done. I'm coming home. Like, we wasted some money on this one, but like, I'm not in it. So I met my business partner, Indy, who's actually running a big contracting company now, and she works soft contracts. So she was meant to come to Africa, and we were going to start this kind of contracting company where we got into soft contracts in this Africa space. But she came out to Africa and she loved what we did so much. She was like, why are we doing contracting? Like, we should be doing safari, dude. So I convinced my business partner to quit her successful contracting company, and now we run a safari business.
What kind of contracting was she doing?
She's doing like course setup, soft specific, helping set up testing, training sites, all kinds of stuff. But like
Across Africa, or
no, all across the US.
Oh, okay.
Mainly for soft, the Green Berets, CAG, Delta. So she's plugged into that space. But my niche was I've been in Africa doing all that. So third group, actually SOC AF period is in Africa. So we've got mass 53,000 soldiers on the continent. So they're buying POL, petroleum, oil. Like, I was like, let's get into the mix, and we'll literally go to each country and knock on the door. Go to the fob, like, who do you buy gas from? Like, well, we're the preferred retailer now, so buy it from us. But when she came out to Africa, she had so much fun with safari. She was like, we could make better money with the safari stuff than contracting. As you know, contracting is very competitive. It's a lot of work for very little what you actually get out the slice. Safari business is pretty good. People book, we get percentage. Like, more people that book. So it was a much better lifestyle for both of us. So now, yeah, that's what we do professionally.
Before we dive into Wildworks, let's take a quick break. All right, everybody, listen up. If you're dragging through life, low energy, no sleep, can't build muscle, or just don't feel like yourself anymore, you need to hear this. Dr. Taylor Bosley at Precision Wellness Group in Southern Pines, North Carolina, isn't your average doctor. He's a former Green Beret Special Forces medic who deployed to Afghanistan, went on to become an ER physician, and after going through his own hormone crash, built a medical practice dedicated to optimizing the health of both men and women, and he's doing telemedicine in 30 different states. While other clinics rush you through a 15-minute appointment, Dr. Bosley spends a full hour figuring out what's actually going on. Reach out to Dr. Bosley and his team at www.precisionwellnessgroup.com/contact. Mention Vanguard 20 to receive 20% off your initial consultation. Fuel your momentum with real medicine and real results at Precision Wellness Group. Yeah, now we get to transition kind of to some of the things you're working on now, which is I'm excited about. I know you're excited about it too, because it's got multi-layers to it. You started a company called Wildworks. You kind of did this personal analysis on everything you had been kind of going on in your life. And what did that really reveal to you?
I mean, I'm a professional wildlife conservationist and professional naturalist. So I live in the industry. I've taken courses in everything. So I've actually taken a lot of my guide courses, even though I wasn't in the guide industry, because it was important to my skill levels in the anti-poaching world, like my tracking courses. And then I ended up running a veterans program whilst having the non-profit conservation group bringing veterans out. So I had to learn about how do we manage tourists in the field. So I ended up taking my guide qualifications. All my friends in the industry own lodges and are property owners, are making money. So while I'm busy trying to save all the wildlife in these places and work with my friends who are making cash money, I'm a broke conservationist. So I was like, you know what? It's time to actually get into the business of making money now. So all the skills and background I had and all my friends in the industry, it made common sense for me to get into like the next thing I enjoy, which was the safari business, which is what I've been doing forever. When I bring out friends and family to Africa anyway, I've been taking people on safaris and plugging and playing them. I was an 18 Charlie my whole career. So moving people around the world and travel and all that kind of management that goes into that, super simple, same, but different. Like, instead of moving 12 soldiers from Germany to here, I'm moving tourists from America to place A and booking. So yeah, that's been great. Also, I've had the opportunity to travel all across Africa and Asia from national park to national park, and I've stayed in all the top lodges and places. So I know what's out there and where to get people to. So yeah, natural transition for me was to transition to a professional safari company owner while also giving back to the industry as a professional conservationist.
What are people looking for, you think, when they come to you to say, hey, Kev, plan me a safari?
They're looking for usually their first African adventure, what their like quintessential Africa in their head: lions roaring, elephants by the water hole, like a nice camp and food. The problem is Africa in everyone's head is just this dark place with black people and mud huts. It's like everyone pictures Africa as Africa. Like when you get there, everybody's different. Rwanda is one of the nicest places I've been in Africa. It's spotless. It's like absolutely spotless. They rebuilt the whole country after the war. The coffee scene's amazing. Not what you'd expect. Like South Africa, while super dangerous if you live there as a black person and you're poor amongst all the other millions, but if you're doing well financially on the top end of the financial spectrum, you don't deal with any of that. You're in the finest lodges, the finest wildlife places of the world. So yeah, that's what the average Americans are expecting me to book them all the cool, none of the and it's my job to know how to get you to where you need to be. Also, it's handy being an American safari company because it makes me easy to sue. There's something kind of a bit disturbing about, like, what if I give my money to this African safari company and they disappear? I get to safari and they're just like, hello, and no one picked up the phone. So we wanted to make Africa accessible to Americans and the veteran space by being like, we're an American company based out of Savannah, Georgia. I live in the space. My business partner's here. Like, trust us to get you to where we need to be. That we know the business.
I know you do a discount for veterans, and why is it important for you to maintain that connection to this veteran community?
I wanted to get far away from the military when I first got out. Like talking to you and just talking to other veterans, I see how important my story is and how much it kind of aligns with people. I've had so many people hear my stories from other podcasts and come out and see me and do it, bring family members out, kids as well. It's been absolutely amazing. So while I market to the overall US market, the US veteran market is also a super attractive market. Like I think our active duty plus veterans, we're close to like that 10 mil mark plus family members. So to consider them separate from the American market and just focus on them, it's a huge untapped market that most US companies don't even mess with. They don't realize like you can market on every US base to US. So I do it for that reason. There's also lots of US nonprofits set up for taking veterans on these health and wellness trips around like Alaska and Tennessee. And I'm always like, you can also fund them, bring them to Africa, like show them something they've never shown. So it's always been a big part of what I've wanted to do. And I always have fun with the veteran trips come out. I'm yet to have a bad trip with vets. I'm like, I didn't like this trip. It's always, I know what we're going to get all the time.
Yeah. You and I were just talking about this morning, man. Like when I have veterans come on the podcast, it's just easy, you know, like the way we eat, talk, and, you know, there's just this instant camaraderie. I mean, you and I didn't know each other that well when we first met, but you know, we've hit it off from the very beginning when we were prepping and prepping for this future project. It's been fun. And you have a really awesome energy about you. And you have this really great outlook on life of somebody who's, you know, been through all the stuff, the war stuff, and then just your personal battle. And I mean, you had something pretty personal happen to you very recently, and just watching you kind of work through that while still maintaining a positive outlook is just, it's super motivating. You're approved by SOCOM Warrior Care. What does that partnership look like?
Yeah, so SOCOM Warrior Care is our Special Operations Command. Our Warrior Care Division is set forth to look after the health and welfare of our nation's warriors. So Green Berets, Navy SEALs, Pararescue. They're actually not too sure that they're kind of a weird one, because while they are somewhat of a non-profit charity, there are actually a wing of SOCOM. So SOCOM has its own like charity wing that looks after the health and welfare of wounded warriors and veterans and whatnot. So they're able to send groups on trips around the world, or able to get, you run a non-profit, you've got $50,000 right now and you want to help Navy SEALs. I'm in Africa and I can get you there. I can link you up with Wounded Warrior Program or SOCOM Warrior Care, and they're going to verify where you can spend your money. So my program in Africa is a verified SOCOM recognized program. So I'm allowed to take SOCOM warriors to my health and wellness like therapy program in Africa, recognized. So if you're a charity or you're a veterans group and want to raise some money and do it as a tax write-off, like we can go through SOCOM Warrior Care for the program, for the donation portion of that. So I worked really hard to get that recognition, because it's one thing to say you're a veteran in Africa, like come see me veterans, like people don't want to spend money overseas. So I went through all the steps to kind of give the program to SOCOM. They've gone through my books, verified I exist, how to find me. So now I have the only SOCOM recognized overseas program in Africa. No one else exists.
Is that something that SOCOM sends people to, or how does
it was for a while? I've done 2 groups, been approved and vetted by SOCOM. I wanted to do more, but it's such a full-time thing to like it got too much like fundraising. I kept having to reach out to organizations, be like, send me veterans. And then they'd be like, can you help us also fundraise? So maybe after this bigger podcast, we reach the right veterans group. So ideally, I provide the whole program and outline. And if you've got special operations, wounded veterans you want to bring, then we're able to align that with SOCOM Warrior Care and kind of make it an official program.
Kind of tell us a little bit about like what a tour looks like. If somebody calls Kev and, hey man, we want to come to South Africa to do a safari tour.
Yes, we've got quite a few different packages, right? All depends on the client. So I've just, we do beach to bush right now as a fairly popular one. So I send people down to Cape Town first. They fly into Cape Town, and then on the Cape Town beach, doing downtown Cape Town, wine tours. We have world famous wine regions in South Africa and Cape Town. So I just had clients out drinking wine in Franschhoek and Stellenbosch. And then they went down and met the penguins because we have wild penguins. Did some stuff on the beach, and then they fly the hour flight up to the Kruger, and then they finish off in the bush there. When you're on safari, typically you're doing 2 events a day, a morning and an AM and a PM event. So safaris in the morning, a drive, safari drive in the afternoon. And then the middle of the day is really just your rest and relaxation in camp. There could be a nice swimming pool, a sauna. There's usually massages, whatever you want. There's nice meals all day long. So it's really just immersion into nature, disconnection from your phone and website. Just learn to chill and enjoy being in the moment. People have a really hard time, I've noticed, just doing stuff without being distracted nowadays. Gone are the days you can just raw dog 4 hours with nothing. I can, just staring at the birds all day long. But like, I find that our attention span is being robbed from us. So people have a really hard time just being grounded and present and being like, I like this space I'm in right now. I like the sounds I hear. I like what I see. People have to get me on the phone and take pictures of everything. Like, dude, just be grounded and present. It takes about a day or two, but by the end of the trip, everyone's into it and got it. And like, sleep is better. They're eating good. I can see the mood change as they kind of like, they get washed over by the wild. Like, it just kind of comes into you, right? Like unbeknownst to you, like your brain levels, like your stress levels are coming down as the sounds of the birds are more and more like kind of around you, letting you know you're in a safe space and a healthy space, like fresh air and the sounds of bugs, like all this stuff together, unbeknownst to us, the human brain's kind of like, yeah, it's what makes us feel good. Also, unbeknownst to us, in the like the hum and drum of this modern lifestyle, we don't know why we're stressed because the body's kind of like it's loud. There's electromagnetic kind of off-put. So yeah, being in that wild, like even if you don't enjoy it, like your body is going to tell you enjoy it.
What's the length of the average trip, or do you design it based on the client?
I base it on the client, but I say that the minimum time should be 7 days, because it's a day of travel in, a day of travel out, which gives you a good 5 days on the ground, which is just about the right time. No one ever's like, that was that was quick. Everyone says it was just the right amount of time. Everyone wishes they could stay longer. 2 to 3 weeks people do stay for, but like that's getting in there now. But I find like that 7 to 10 to 12 days is like the perfect sweet spot.
And then do you have different packages, or do you kind of have the same thing you do, or is it depending on who the
different
group
packages? So we send people all over Africa. I've got clients right now going to Tanzania and then Zanzibar. I do guerrillas in Uganda, Rwanda. We do desert trips out to Namibia, Kenya, the Great Migration in Tanzania. I send people as far away as Madagascar to do lemurs. So it all comes down to the client. Client's going to reach out to us for the website, be like, hey, I'd like to book a client. I'm going to set up a time and a call, and we're just going to kind of have a chat with the client, find out how many days they want to go for, what it is they think they want to experience in Africa, and then what their budget is. And then I can work with that. I can sit down and be like, so just, roughly, you're looking around $300 to $500 a night per person for safari, because you're paying for your accommodation, 3 meals a day, plus your activities. You're paying for your driver, your guide. It starts to add up. On the high end, so you're getting into an entry 3-star safari, which is good. That's $300 to $500 a day. And when you get to 5-star safari, you're looking around $1,000 to $1,500. So I was actually just out with clients. They were staying $1,500 a night. So I was going out there every day to get food. Hey, I'm here for dinner with you guys. But like, nice. I mean, the top 5-star lodges of Africa are in my backyard. That's Kruger National Park is Yellowstone main park. They're full of riffraff. Then you've got the private Yellowstone, which we don't have here. Imagine a private Yellowstone, which was only 4 and 5-star hotels. That's where I live in Greater Kruger. So I can really tailor to anyone, any budget. We even do riverboats. So like I can send you down riverboats down the Zanzibar River where like you're doing your whole riverboat tour. We do helicopter tours. If you just want to come out and learn tracking with Kev, I'll just do a tracking only course. I've sent some couple of girls, military veteran called me to his two daughters that just graduated veterinarian school. So actually, I think they're in Hoodspit right now. They're doing a veterinarian course in Africa. So I've got them out doing 6 weeks of veterinarian work. They're going to dart rhinos, dehorn, like everything. So they're going to go back to America after that with all that experience. So sky's the limit. Whatever you like to do, if I can fulfill it, I'll do it. I also offer Thailand. It's not on the website right now because I was told not to do too much, but still people book me 2 or 3 trips a year to Thailand. Hopefully we're going to Thailand as well. So the more we talk about it, the more it keeps happening, right? Manifest what you want in life. Thai food and pad Thai.
It's gonna happen, man. What kind of things you got going on in Thailand?
The Tiger Project right now with Freeland Foundation. So there's about 5,500 tigers left in the wild. Thailand's got around 270 right now, wild tigers, which is kind of, people don't even know about that. So they're on the border of Cambodia and Myanmar. I've been really dealing with the species on the Myanmar side, that border conflict right now. But yeah, free roaming cats. I've been donating video cameras, like game cameras, to conservation groups and helping them get them out into the jungles with the motorbikes and just trying to catch tigers in places that tigers shouldn't be. Because that's how you find tigers. Like we know where they are, but like we don't know where they aren't unless we go check for them.
You got homes in Africa, America, and Thailand now. How do you balance kind of those 3 different worlds?
Yeah, if I'm in the States, I'm in Savannah, Georgia, or in Boston. If I'm in South Africa, then I'm in the Kruger. And if I'm not there, I'm probably somewhere in Europe doing something in between, or I'm in Thailand. South Africa picks up the majority of that's where I live. America's where my family is and friends and my heart, but Thailand's where it's like that far off Asian country I can disappear into. Like I can rent a motorbike, head off through rural Thailand, just into a world lost by time. There's monks and old temples, and just like the further out you go, the more further back in time you go. By the time you get to like the border of Myanmar, there's like Karen's tribes, the long neck tribe with the gold bands, like living in huts, like you see in Rambo kind of thing, just out there like eating food in the villages and driving around. It's just, yeah, for me, I like that. I like the feeling of being able to just disappear from people. So being out there in the jungles is nice because you'd be deep in the jungles, turn the bike off and like just sit down by the side of the trail and just like the jungle just like closes in around you. So like, yeah, I like it.
I know you've talked to a lot of groups that have come out and visit, especially, in the healing space. What are some of the biggest takeaways that you hear people saying kind of at the end of a trip, hanging out with you?
All of them like being reconnected with a vet, either me or just the group as a whole. All of them miss, like we're having this chat, man. It's just nice when you're talking to your own people. Like the conversations you have are just much better. Like you just talk to your tribe different than you talk to civilians. Also, all of them like the fireside chats. The fire always scores good in Africa. We do, in the afternoons, I'll always get a fire going and we'll be under the stars and preferably in what we call big five, so with the big animals, because then we can hear the lions and hyenas. I was out another night, just the other night, I was out with an old army buddy that came out from back in my army days, Pam. As we're eating dinner, there's a fire next to us. Something caught my eye. I look over. There was a huge hyena just like plops next to us, like walked up, sat down at the end of the table. And then he walked off and was like singing, like, woo, woo, woo. I was like, this is so cool. Like chatting with an army friend, there's a hyena here singing to us. Like, this is like...
Yeah, one of the things I thought that was cool that you told me is like, we all kind of went to war and there was this adrenaline thing that we have being in war. And, you can't really replicate the feeling before an ambush or the feeling before an IED, but there is this crazy adrenaline dump when you see a lion or
Yeah, so I quite often can get my adrenaline up by getting into situations I'm tracking stuff and you kind of go a bit far and bump into the wrong thing. You're like, oh, I'm in the situation now. But so back in Afghanistan days, like especially when I'd be hunting like alongside convoys or I'm the engineer, so I'm usually up front, especially if there's landmines around. Like I'm having to go through ahead of the team to clear for this. Like you're expecting to get shot. You're looking at everything on the ground. Like your senses are alive. The adrenaline is buzzing through you. It's a very powerful feeling. Like everything is just alive. We get that in Africa if we're tracking wounded or wildlife or doing a follow up on a snared lion. Like you're in it, and like as you're getting closer, you can kind of. There's this ominous kind of adrenaline spike coming with it. And I like that feeling. It's very hard to get in America in a controlled situation. I get it less now because I know what's going to happen when we track the lions. So like more than likely I know what we're going to find. To the average person who hasn't done it before, all you know is like, we saw lions just on the vehicle on a kill, and today we're on foot following them. And I'm talking for the average person that's untested, that's terrifying. So there's also some mental resiliency in going forth on that track. And all of them afterwards, once we break contact with whatever the animal was, lion, elephant, buffalo, and we come away, there's always like, oh, like giddy excitement, big smiles, big eyes. And I can tell, like, yeah, I gave them what they wanted. Like, they were like, oh.
That big dopamine.
Yeah, you got it, and we got out of it. But that's why I like about the wildlife space, we can do it over and over again. So when you're doing our track and trail assessment, or when I'm out with guests, the best way to encounter an animal is the animal doesn't know we're there. So like, I find the animal, we get downwind of it, and we track all the way in until we get a really good sight on the animal. Like, we can watch it. The animal has no idea we're here. So we're in the middle of sneak out of contact again. So we constantly get to move into this danger zone and get like that, oh, and then we get to get out of it again. But I get to do that on the regular in my day-to-day life. So like, I get my buzz when I need to get it. I can be like, we should follow this, right? Like, this is dangerous. Let's follow this one. But same with the hippos in the river. Like, hippos are also sketchy when they're around. Like, I had hippos jumping out the other day at us, just kind of out there in it though. I love it. It's a controlled, dangerous space. Like, yes, it's dangerous. Elephants kill people. Hippos kill people. Hyenas and lions kill people. I get to be on foot with said dangerous wildlife. But through my skills and my training, I'm able to mitigate that danger and kind of move around this landscape like humans are meant to do around all this dangerous stuff. So it's a landscape most people wouldn't survive out in if we just dropped off on it, or you'd be absolutely terrified of the wildlife. Especially if we're moving around at night. I've done a lot of night stuff on my own out there too. My wife is stressing me out recently. She's doing like this wildlife rescue where she was only out at night. So if she didn't come back in on time, I'm like, it's 3 a.m. and she hasn't come back yet. Like, do I need to go find her? Like, a leopard get her? But she likes being out in the night. I do too. It's something really powerful about it's like all the animals on edge. You know, there's big predators out there. It's like your kind of senses come up. And at the same time, you have to you have to own being out there. You have to be uber confident. Like, in case there is a lion stalking you, it has to stalk up and be like, yeah, I don't want that person. So you just got to constantly be present. Just be like, I remember in the old days, some days being in the dark of the army was kind of scary. Like, what's out here? Now I'm just kind of like, I know what's out here. So I just have to act like I know it's out here anyway. So just supreme confidence when you move around in it has really changed my whole perspective. Like, when I come back to America and dealing with people or crowds, and it's kind of like, I deal with wildlife nowadays.
It's funny because I can see you talk sometimes and you close your eyes and I can see you like in that space.
Yeah, when I'm like, I can see it and I can.
Because I'm a very visual person too, so I can see you like visualizing what you're talking about, and it's really it's infectious, man.
You'll see it when you come. That's why I'm so happy you get to come out and see it, because I do close my eyes and visualize it because it's such a powerful thing to be in. Like, it's iconic scenery and you're just out there in the wilds of this wildlife, and it's like when you're actually there standing in it, you're just like, I'm actually here in Africa doing this thing I've heard about and read about. Like, never thought I'd be here doing it, and here you are.
The dopamine aspect, you've said that like there's dopamine that follows on and that it helps with healing, and you've described this like natural dopamine drip from hearing the birds and the crickets and the wind in your face. Why do you think that natural dopamine is so much better than artificial stimulation? Most
people don't get the dopamine. Most people go out the military is big on dopamine. That's another one. Maybe that's a big hook too. Come on, what were we doing? 50 cows. Oh, dude, I love helicopters. You put me on a helicopter, my feet hanging out, like, oh, it's my favorite thing in the world. I miss that. There's adrenaline that went with that. Airborne ops, like jumping out of planes every freaking 5 times a month. Adrenaline. You're about to do the thing. One day you get out and that's just taken away from you. Like, okay, now you're married with kids and you work in the office. Like, when was the last time you had an adrenaline bump? And we're like, if you're not riding a motorbike and getting scared in traffic, like, what are you doing to get that thing that you used to have? So that's what people miss. It's very hard to replace, unless the only thing that replaces it is true adrenaline, like true awe. I used to skydive. I got into skydiving kind of because of that reason. But awe is a really cool one. So I've got an accent, so I'm saying awe, Alpha Whiskey Echo, like the act of awe. Like first time seeing a mushroom cloud, like, oh, like first time hearing lions roar next to the vehicle, like right here, because quite often they'll be right next to us. It's like, it shakes your rib. I actually had people cry for that one. A bunch of veterans crying in the vehicle. It's such a powerful sound. It shakes your rib cage, and it's also the sound of a predator, which is historically eaten man. So there's something in our brains that's very primal with that one. your first big elephant, like a 6-ton elephant that walks directly at the vehicle. I had one walk at the vehicle recently and rubbed down the vehicle as it went by, like shaking the vehicle. And everyone was just like, awe. Awe is awe. Nothing else is like awe that provides the same, like, it's that mouth open, big eyes, kind of like, what sensation. I can do that a couple of times each trip. I'll get at least 2 or 3 guaranteed. Elephant, lion, on foot. That doesn't do it. There's something wrong with you.
Yeah. Another interesting thing that you and I kind of talked a little bit about is like the whole circadian rhythm reset. You said, you wake up early with the sun and you end the day, you're tired. I think, what's your thoughts on kind of like sleep? And I know like it's been a massive issue in the veteran community, like dudes don't sleep, and that leads to like a spiral of issues.
I don't know what is up with that. Like, it's an old military thing. Like, they get out the military, drinking energy drinks, drinking coffee, smoking, dipping, not sleeping. Like, I sleep 8 hours a night. I wake up at 5, I go to the gym, I run around all day. I don't wake up with an alarm clock. And at the end of the day, I don't watch TV, I watch YouTube. So once I'm tired and the sun goes down, I'm like, oh, time to go to bed. Also, as soon as I go to bed, I can wake up and eat breakfast. I'm pretty much food-based. Like, once the last meal of the day's been had, what's the point of being awake? But for real though, the circadian rhythm is the natural rhythm of people. Right? People spend too much time on the phones and they don't sleep. It messes up their rhythm. The blue light messes up. People have their phones that like message them all night and text like, turn that crap off. Keep it away from the bed. Like, it's not good for us. I only drink coffee and water. I got away from all the energy drinks and stuff. I don't do too much tobacco, a little marijuana every now and then. But yeah, that thing has a profound effect on our sleep health and just our day-to-day kind of health. So I've cut out a lot of that stuff from the military and I'm so much happier. I'm a big believer in, not even believer, it is what it is. You are what you eat. If you put good meat, good veg, good carbs in, like that turns over to energy and muscles. If you feed yourself Hot Pockets and crap, like you are now Hot Pockets and crap, my man. It's literally, you are what you eat. Lion eats buffalo. Lion is buffalo meat. Human eats Red Bull, Zens, and crappy pockets. Like, you are Zen and crappy pockets. Like, so I think post-military, we're in this healing phase for mental healing as well. My brain was damaged. Going to Whole Foods, cutting out soda, just drinking water, like all these things I did to make my health better. And I feel great nowadays, minus my injuries.
You described kind of like everyone leaves with like this, oh my God, that was an amazing. What do you think they're really taking with them when they go back?
Most people don't explore that far away. So everyone goes to Africa, like they've confirmed in their head they can in fact travel across the world to a dangerous place because their parents were like, don't go there. Their friends were like, it's going to be dangerous. And then they went and did it. And it wasn't any of them things. It was really fun. So in their head, a lot of people are like, I can do this. I can do this again. Like, I can go on these adventures. Understanding that Africa is a massive country and we're going to one country in a continent kind of thing. So just understanding what Africa is. But really the exposure to the wilds has a profound effect on everyone. It's just really hard to come back to America and get the same exposure. Our national parks aren't the same. It's not the same. You can go drive around an American national park. You might see some bison or wildebeest or like a wolf, but it's not the same as 20 lions ripping apart a buffalo kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think one of the unique things too that, you and I talked about, Wild Works is, how it's really a shared experience without shared trauma. So you've mentioned that like you can do this shared experience from being in the bush where it's hot and you walk a lot and there's lions and there's danger, but you're still having this, shared experience and fires at night and good food. And, how does that bonding work?
Yeah, so for me personally, I talk about my connectiveness and all the ways I've gone, but basically the story I have now, I have my vets when they come out as a group, how I've got to this point now and what has helped me, like that grounding. I call it just like my prepping for the hunt, like my grounding process of smelling. But really, like that's like a meditation thing nowadays. Like people in the West would be like, you meditate before you go off. And like, I just call it grounding for I hunt, right? I just want to see what's going on. But like really, that's people are thinking about all these things in their heads, stress of family, and I'm now grounding you, making you very present in this thing because of the danger which is about to come if we don't do this. So people take it very seriously and people appreciate it. A lot of veterans afterwards tell me they still do the grounding thing when they get stressed out. They're like, stuff was going bad, so I stopped on the street and I was like, the breeze is in my face. I can smell the car wash suds down the road, like concrete under my feet because I'm in the city and there's some concrete like this. But that ability to ground and be aware of what all your senses are telling you for a second is like that kind of that Navy SEAL technique of like the breath breathing to get your heart rate down. For me, same thing. If I'm running or I'm stressed out, I got lost in the bush and just got attacked and I'm bleeding to death, like first thing I should probably do is like stop my bleeding and do that process. Because I need, before I rush off with adrenaline and panic, like, where am I? What do I smell? Could I hear a vehicle which might be my help in the distance? Like, I need to just chill. So I feel with veterans that get overwhelmed or maybe the rage is kicking off, just chill on ground. Like, just, what do I smell? What do I hear? What do I feel? Like, where am I?
And it's kind of when I hear you talk about it, I hear like, you know, at face value, it sounds like, oh, people are going over there just to hang out in the bush, but really they go there and they come back with kind of like some skills that they
coping
can apply in
mechanisms,
life,
yeah.
like coping.
It's coping mechanisms, but we get to do the coping mechanisms in a real dynamic place where there is real danger, and everyone gets to. You guys are gonna get it. You'll go through these steps, and by the end of the week, I'll be like, everyone stop, do the grounding thing, and you'll be like, what's that smell, Kev? I'm like, you picked it up, right? That's the smell of something dead. Let's go find that. Because like, so yeah, it's just teaching you. We don't get taught these good. This is human skill 101. Like, we're meant to be upright, long distance running apes. That's how we developed. That's how we conquered the world, like crushing all the other species. Now we're to the point like, that's such a bizarre thing to tell someone, just to be grounded and track and look at the ground kind of thing. I think it's what naturally makes our species. That's like the start of the process for us. So when you do that, it naturally kind of puts us back into that space. At least me personally.
I love that, man. We'll make sure we leave all your links in the description for this video. If you're listening to this on iTunes or Spotify, you guys can check the description to the audio, and we'll have links to Kevin's Wildworks and Kevin's Instagram. And I really hope that, you know, there's folks out here, they're looking for something, and you know, we're going to talk about at the end kind of what our plan is and what we're going to do to kind of, you know, really put this on the you know, the front circuit as we kind of transition into the, you know, to the last piece of our interview. I just want to talk to you about some of your kind of a philosophy and your worldview. I mean, you're a person, you know, you were born in Britain, you know, kind of, you served in the U.S. military. You're extremely well-traveled, well-spoken. You're obviously a networker. So I want to just talk to you, just, you know, some things about your larger picture of life. You've lived this incredibly like unique life, British countryside to American military to African wilderness. How has that shaped your worldview?
Yeah, so people that don't travel, I don't get how you can have much of an opinion on the world. I've traveled most of this world, apart from like Russia and China, so I've got a fairly good grasp in my head of the size of this world we live in, which most people don't. It blows my mind. Like, I've got a grasp of where the continents are. I've met many, many different cultures different than ours and see how they handle all their complex human problems different than us. Every place is different. So it's really just, it's taught me different coping mechanisms. Like, I picked up part of the Buddhism, like, way of life, sabai, like, yeah, man, sabai from Thailand. I've incorporated that into my life. I've incorporated like Sans Bushman practices and Zulu practices into my life. So I take a little bit from everything in the cultures as I travel. Like, if it works for me or someone else is doing it, I'm like, oh, I should really incorporate that into my life. So the ability to travel the world and experience all these things, for me especially, is still a learning experience. I'm still picking up skills as they go. Yeah,
so that's great point. You've talked about humans and our disconnection from nature, especially in the last 100 years. You've said now it's like a hobby that you just look at on YouTube. What have we really lost?
Yeah, we're calling it what does my friend call it recently? Give me a second to think of the word. Sorry. An extinction of experience is what humans are going for right now. We're losing, quite literally, we evolved with the rest of this planet for millennia. We went from apes to this. Like, it didn't happen overnight. Along the way, we were tied to nature the entire time. We knew the sun, the stars. There is, fascinatingly enough, like, there is parts of humanity that we've lost, we'll never get back. Like, we don't know fully what we're able to do as a species. Like, are we telekinetic? Is there a success? What if in days gone by, like, we were connected to, I don't know. Like, we don't know. We lost connection with that when we went to this next step. And the further we get away from nature right now, like, the more and more generations that come after us that have no idea about it. These young kids have no idea. They're so hooked on the phones, they don't even understand the concept of going out into the woods or camping, like, to even understand, like, why we should go out there. So if you don't understand why you should go out there and why you should care or why it's so important for our mental health, like, why would you protect that? The less we protect it, the more we lose it. And as we lose it, like, the more and more we as humans become a lost species that's really mentally ill and unwell. And, like, we don't know why. Like, I do. I guess we aren't. This isn't right. This isn't natural. So it's taken a huge toll on us. So that extinction of that natural experience which we came from as humans. I'm really lucky to work with the tribes in the world who are like, I worked with the last hunters, like the Sandsbush people, the pygmies in DRC, like the last real hunter-gatherers of the world. There's still a few out there. No connection to us, no phones. They don't want nothing to do with us. Researchers have gone out and met them and studied them for happiness, and they score off the charts. Don't have much food. They forage all day long, but like their family networks are great. They live in 20 groups, 20 family members. Everyone knows everyone. Share everything. Dad teaches mom, teaches son, teaches, like, they're happy. Then we come to our society where we've all got the money we want and like, don't talk to my daughter anymore. My mom doesn't like me. Like, we're unhappy. So we lost a lot to get to this point, and we didn't get happier for sure. We got more convenience, but we didn't get happier. So for me, the ability to be around these last, really like the last few percentile of the human population that get to do this and see it and kind of somewhat experience, incorporate into my own life is something very few people get to do nowadays, I guess. It's rare.
We live in this world, man, where there's, you know, man-made disasters, active disasters, war, you know, people don't know how to purify water. Some don't know how to fish, don't know how to make a fire. How prepared do you really think most people are for real adversity?
Absolutely not at all. People, it's kind of funny to see so many people that think they'll be okay. Like, oh, I'll figure it out. Like, you don't have time to figure it out. Nuclear bombs go off now. Okay, it's all done, right? We don't have days to find water. We've literally got to find water in the first 24 hours or we're going to start dying. So like, unless you've got a plan to purify water, you're going to die. Let's say you do find water, but you don't know how to purify it. You're going to die from dysentery disease. So like, most people can't make a fire. Most people can't navigate by the stars. I'm actually shocked. Most people have no sense of direction. You can spin around, but like, where are you? Like, I don't fucking know. Like, no, they can't even be like, where's the sun at? Well, sun rises in the east. It's going that way. Like, it must be this way. People just have no idea. So the survival aspect that most people think they're going to be able to do is not going to be very good. So I actually live in South Africa. So if nuclear war does start, we're one of the few places they reckon they won't nuke. And I don't carry a gun or have any survival stuff because I'm going to take everyone else's stuff. Because when all the rules are off and I don't have to follow the rules anymore, I'm coming for everyone's stuff. So like, I don't have to stockpile. Everyone else is stockpiling for me.
Yeah, you mentioned no one's bombing South Africa. You're kind of, you know, the country in itself isn't super significant. But abundant food, wildlife, fish, water. Did you choose that location strategically, or did that just kind of all fall into
a little
place?
bit? It's a conversation me and my wife have frequently. Like, no, what is, if the world does descend into chaos or aliens come, whatever else, like, we could do all right in South Africa. We live in the reserves. We have ample food and fresh water and fish. Whereas the rest of the world would struggle to demodernize, Africa's already demodernized. Like, everyone always cooks on fire there, you know? The poor, hungry Africans are already hunting gazelle with spears and making do. Like, we're just going to go back to the way it was real quick. It's going to be America in our massive cities where there is no wildlife or water that we're going to deal with disease and dysentery and gangs and crime because everyone wants what you have. Whereas I live in the wilderness. We can see you coming a long way away. We're protected by the wilds. I can literally go find a place to take over deeper into the park where the lion's on my boundary, you know, like, you can come find us, but the animals will get you on the way in kind of vibe. So I've got a plan to disappear if we needed to.
Living among wildlife has changed your view on intelligence and consciousness. Can you kind of explain that?
Yeah, it's a weird concept, right? Humans are intelligent, most of us. We're like, my dogs, people are like, oh, my dog's as intelligent as a child. My cat's as intelligent. Okay, your cat and dog are dumb as hell. It's a domesticated animal that can only feed itself if you feed it. If you stop feeding it, it dies. It's not very smart in the grand scheme of things, but how smart is your dog? It knows faces, right? It knows commands, like, it has friends, a personality. Like, that's a dumb dog. Imagine an animal now that has to live independent of people for a whole life. A lion's 12 years, like, doesn't get taught by people. It's finding its own food, water. It knows all its friends. It has enemies. It remembers they're living a life just like us. They have beefs and grudges. Like, that hyena family cut me off that day. It's like, animals are just as advanced as us, and the wild animals are even more advanced than what you can imagine the most domesticated, intelligent animal is. So when you start to get to that empathetic, like, just consider how everything else is living besides humans. They're not just dumb animals. They are having an extremely complex, violent life that they have to survive for every day to get to 12 years. Like, they survive droughts and fires and no food and family and friends and losses. Like, when you get to watch it, because they're all my neighbors, I see some antelope hang out with the same antelope, and there's like, I can tell your dog and that dog are friends by the way they interact. I see antelope interact and they're friends and buddies and they play. Like, I see a lot of play. Playing as an animal is a sign of intelligence because you have to understand the rules to play it. So playing as a species is kind of, it shows intelligence. Playing as two different species, it shows even more intelligent because both species have to understand the rules of the other species, and both of you have to understand we're a different species. So I have to play nice with you for you to play nice with me. So it's one thing to see like an antelope play with another antelope species, but what happens when you see an antelope play with a bird or a bird play with a squirrel and they're actually playing a back and forth game? It changes the whole like dumb animal to like, there is a whole game that's been decided by two different species and they're agreeing to the rules and they understand what's going on. They've put down the rules of R eat U. Like there's so much more going on in the intelligence of the wildlife in the wild. And when you get to appreciate that and just not be like, oh, I'm just not watching a dumb lion, like you're watching a thing that is super honed into the environment. So the most fun for me is jumping spiders are ridiculously intelligent, off the charts intelligent. I've had some amazing interactions with our big jumping spiders where they talk with their palpals. So quite often when they're mating, they'll lift up their front arms and they're doing a Morse code back and forth and they talk to each other. And I've watched them do it. So I've kind of learned some of their Morse code. I found jumping spiders before and I've been like, and they'll quite often be like, so you have a saying like, this is cool. Because any other time he'd run away. So this little spider who I could squish and eat now has to be like, I recognize it's a human and I think that human might be friendly. And then quite often they'll disappear. And you're like, oh, he's gone. Going about your business. And suddenly the spider's here. Like, and now they're like right in front of you. Like, I've had like these whole interactions with these little spiders where like, we understand what's going on. I've even had them jump on my legs and come all the way up before, like right into my face. And like, they're like looking at you and figuring out, like you can see all the little eyes going. It's like, it's really cool. Like, that's not just a spider, like that's intelligence. Like that little creature is going through, like, I'm going to make contact with this big thing. Like, I don't know why, but like, maybe like, does it actually know what I'm saying? This little spider is going for all these thoughts to come and deal with me. So I actually made friends with one, me and my wife made friends with. It made a nest outside, like our little rubber ducky, and like it'd come out and see us and go back into the nest and had the baby. So it was really cool, man. Like, it wouldn't run away, be like, oh, you guys.
That's wild.
So like empathy, if now whenever I just squash a spider, I feel bad. I'm like, oh, I wish I didn't sound that little spider that was doing its own little life. So yeah, it's amazing seeing. I don't give a damn about flies. There's nothing going on with it. I'm not watching a fly like, oh, look, this little intelligent fly. But like spiders, the small predators, yeah, it's really cool to see them living their life in the wilds and how it's all interconnected and get to also put myself out there in amongst it as well and kind of be accepted into it. Is rewarding.
Even in Africa, you've kind of lost a desire to hunt. You mentioned you just don't have the desire to go out and kill stuff anymore because you live with it. Explain that like evolution as somebody who was an avid outdoorsman.
Yeah, I grew up hunting because you never got to see this thing. You hunt white-tailed deer because you never get to actually see the damn thing standing still. Like the only time you get to see a white-tailed buck is after you shoot it. Then you're kind of like, oh, cool, you get to touch it. Now I get that to live with that stuff around me 24/7. I get to see it, like have friends. It just kind of changed the desire for me to go out and shoot this thing just kind of lost its taste a little bit. I still eat game meat. I do want to kind of kill a wildebeest lately. It's been on my mind. I want to kill one because they're delicious, and I want to do it myself because I keep buying wildebeest meat. So I feel like I should be the one to kill the animal that I'm going to utilize. I haven't done it yet because I'm kind of weird about it. I don't know if I'm going to do it and feel really bad about it and be like, oh, I shouldn't have done this. But yeah, I've shot everything, man. Giraffes, hemsbok, wildebeest, kudu, impala. Shot my fair share of stuff. Just when I started living with it, it kind of changed my whole perspective on the hunting thing. So I'm not anti-hunting. I just reached a point in my life where I'd shot enough stuff, be it people or wildlife. And right now I'm just not really into the mood of shooting too much. Same with fishing. I used to have fun fishing, man. Like cast out your rod. Now I'm just like, I feel really guilty. That little fish is like having a good old day. Like I'm just a little fish. I'm going to bring it out the water. I'm like, oh, look at this. And chuck it back in again. And the fish is like, what the hell did I do? So now I just have a really hard time like catching fish and ruining their day just to chuck them back in the water. It's like, it's kind of a weird thing, right? I love fishing and catching things with a hook and chucking it back in. Like, it's kind of a barbaric. So, yeah, I just kind of got a lot more empathetic. And I just kind of, I was fishing up in Cape Cod. I was killing 1,000-pound tunas. Well, not many, but the biggest one I caught, the last one was 1,000 pound. And killing that sea monster made me really sad. Because it's not like I'm killing it to eat it myself. I'm killing it to sell it for money to Japan to make sushi rolls. Monster of the deep. One of the last monsters of the deep. Because you don't catch many £1,000 anymore. Because we collapsed the whole ecosystem of them. So there I am killing it to be shipped off for money to go across the world. Not even to our freaking continent. To be sold to sushi. Kind of put a dirty taste in my mouth at the hunting and fishing. It was all kind of like aligned together at the same point. I was like, I'm just not digging this right now.
I know you're pretty responsible in the use of psychedelics. You and I talked about it at length yesterday. We both agree that, you know, I've had tons of podcast guests come on here, talk about just how healing it's been to get away from SSRIs. And, you know, there's been a lot of people have talked about their spiritual connections being enhanced by use of psychedelics. And I know you integrated into your life. How has that like helped you in your healing process?
Yeah, well, no one really tells you about that, right? Even today, psychedelics are such a frowned upon, although it's getting bigger. Now there's a lot of veterans groups that do psychedelic therapy. Guys go down to South America and do ayahuasca and ibogaine, or they go to Thailand. There's also an MDMA therapy being done by DOD right now. So like, it's out there and there's studies. I've got like the papers I can show you. I kind of went on a self-discovery myself when it was a little bit more rogue and kind of frowned upon. So I didn't really talk about it much in my career. I've been very quiet about it because I didn't want people to be like, oh, it's just a freaking druggie. But like, meanwhile, it was fine if I did Percocets all day and took bags of drugs that maybe everyone, it's fine. That's issued by the doctor. Like, meanwhile, we know the doctors have been trying to kill us. Like, so the psychedelic space is amazing medicine because there's nothing else that kind of pulls on the threads of what's in our head. Everything else just numbs you. Like mushrooms, you're going to go into the brain. You're going to go into your old thoughts in a way that you can't really do when you're sober and lucid. Like, I had the most strange old memories come back and I'm able to like process them. So there was a lot of healing and weight I was able to lift from these psychedelic experiences. My connection to my wife is always huge. So even though I'm working my ass off and I do a nice psychedelic day, I'm always very aware at the end, like, man, I've been supported by some good people my whole career. I've been loved by my wife. My family supported me the whole time. So the psychedelics really make me appreciative of what I do and where I am in the world. I'm too right about that. And also another one, just like the universe. There's something in psychedelics that has pulled on threads in my brain that I don't know if this is the right place. I don't know if this is the dream and the other place is the awake place. That makes sense.
Oh yeah.
And then we start talking about like nowadays with AI and like, I think it's the Sora platform. I just saw AI now making worlds inside of worlds where you can go on an iPad and be in a world and zoom into the laptop on the table and go into another world. And it looks, so if you can do that in that, like, well, what's to say that this isn't we can't tell what's reality. Like the psychedelics on quite a few occasions have pulled some strings where I've questioned, like, wait a minute, is this the real one or is it the other place? So I find that's kind of an interesting one. Most people have no idea what I'm talking about, but those that do know what I'm talking about, it's interesting because it really challenges the brain to kind of to question reality, like what is out there kind of thing. But yeah, there's a lot of healing in it for sure. I love it. I've done some interesting ones. I've done the mushrooms, tried some LSD. I've done frog venom from South America too, which is meant to be very like the ayahuasca thing. But we also had amazing side effects too from that. So it's all going to be treated with care and taken seriously, but it's powerful medicine. Yeah,
and definitely. I mean, we've talked about it a lot on this podcast, and I think there has to be a responsible use. I mean, you know, the perfect example I can think of is there was I think an Army Ranger up in Seattle, or up near JBLM, went to an outdoor concert, took a bunch of mushrooms, and had killed a couple people. I mean, there's not a doubt in my mind that when that dude took those mushrooms that he intended on harming somebody. Something happened during that experience.
Yeah, mushrooms are usually pretty friendly.
Yeah, I just think, you know, that it's like as the use grows, and I just think there's a lot of good in it. I just think that, you know, we got to continue to talk about like responsible use, and I'm not the authority on that, nor is that my lane.
For me, it's so interesting. It grows in the ground. You know, like how shame on the government to tell me I can't eat a damn thing that grows in the ground. Like,
it's wild, right?
Evolved from nature to have that effect on me when I eat it.
As they shove poisons down. I mean, Western medicine
alcohol. I can buy alcohol is literal point. I can go buy 2 bottles of vodka now and drink them, and I can come out alcoholic by the end of the week and die. And they're like, oh, I just part of the game. Eat too many mushrooms. I was like, oh, it grows in the ground, which is also suspicious. The reason they're telling you can't eat them should tell you everything you need to know about the things you eat from the ground. The fact that the government don't want you eating them because of the healing side of it. That's why they don't want you doing that. Because heaven forbid, people are like, we don't need medicine, we need that. Like anxiety, all that other PTSD.
Well, I mean, you look at the veteran, just the veteran healthcare system. I think, I don't know the exact number, but I think the SSRI industry is in the billions. And I mean, you look at MDMA or some of these psychedelics, one-time use, dudes are getting cured. There's no money in the cure. And that's what's just so frustrating. I mean, we're losing, I think the number, I don't know that we have a number, but I think the number is upwards around 40. They're losing 40 people a day, man.
I'd be very curious to have a guy that was, and before he pulled the trigger, be like, okay, how about this? Pull the trigger in the morning. We're going to do a massive mushroom trip today, though. See how you feel by the morning. Because you're going to go through all your stuff in your head in the 6-hour trip. You're going to go through all your emotions and you're going to get... It allows me, especially sober-minded Kev, can't access my true feelings because I'm very guarded because of Iraq. So I have a hard time getting to my true feelings, the surface level. The mushrooms get down into the root of my issues. It gets down deep into my alter ego, like why I am the way I am, why I do some of the things that only I know I do that I shouldn't do. Like the mushrooms really allow me to question myself. Like it's basically like the judge and juror comes to town and like opens my brain from the inside. And like you're in the trip. I can't be like, actually, I don't want to do this anymore. Like tough crap. Like the book's been opened and they're going through it right now. So I like it for that. It gets to lay bare how I feel, my emotions. I get to kind of process that. And at the end of it, mushrooms always feel really good. Like it's always, I come out of a trip feeling like, ooh, that was good. Next morning, I always wake up feeling so much lighter after the mushroom trip. So much. A day of drinking, I wake up the next morning feeling like hell.
Torture, man. Yeah, it's like
mushrooms. I wake up always like, that was actually a really good trip. I'm like, that was a really good breakthrough. And I always feel better, always. But the alcohol, like every time, never good. Yeah. Never ever.
What's next for you, Kev? I mean, I know you got Wildworks going. Like, what does that look like in the coming years?
Yeah, so I've done the army now, I've done the non-profit game, and now I'm doing the Wildworks Safari business, and that's looking like growing the company right now. I've got a full-time social media management company doing our social media outreach, so got really good content online. You can go check that out. So it's growing. The end goal of the company is to get it up and running to the point that I can hire some staff to run this for me, and I can literally sit back and make my next paycheck and just kind of travel around. From end goal is to be able to travel around from fancy ass lodge to fancy lodge and be like, approved by Wildworks, approved by Wildworks, or my staff meanwhile do bookings. And then hopefully to get me personally to get more into that, like I'm going to be a recognized personality in the safari field, like some of my other friends, where people pay to exclusively come and go tracking with Kev. Like we want to go tracking with Kev and do gorillas in Rwanda, or we want Kev to take us to Thailand to find tigers on your adventure kind of thing. That's what I'm working towards now. Having the company go and me being a personality that people are like, I want Kev for my adventure, and I get paid to travel the world and have fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, this podcast we're recording is going to be seen by a lot of veterans. The great thing about the podcast and the day and age we live, especially on YouTube, is it's going to be around for a while. What do you want, like, veterans that are seeing this? What do you want them to know?
Well, Wildworks is a veteran-approved company, right? We build it for the Americans, but you guys are my vets. You serve, so I always have love for the veteran community. So 10% discounts. You and your family. I also don't state it enough, but really, it's not just veterans. I do all first responders because my dad's a cop, mum's a nurse, and my wife's a firefighter. So if you're a first responder, 10% discount. Call me. Same for friends and family hookup. If you're coming to South Africa and you're going to book a safari to where I live, if I'm available, I usually always try and make myself available for the vets. So if you come out with a group, I'll put you in a lodge. I'll always come out for dinner. If I'm available, I'll take you tracking. I try and go above and beyond for the veteran space because it's good marketing for them to go back and be like, it was good, send more vets. So I'll always go above and beyond to help you guys and girls out and first responders for what we do for America. Is my way of saying thank you.
That's awesome. If you had to give one piece of advice to veterans struggling with transition, what would it be?
This too shall pass. All right, it's temporary, man. Like once you get out of it for a while, I was trying to explain to civilians, the military is such a weird job because there's nothing else like it in the world. Like, they own your ass for the entire time. Like, so you're completely owned. Your entire life is military. And then suddenly one day it ends. It's like getting out of a relationship, like a girl you've been with 4 or 5 years. You don't just get like, we break up tomorrow, I won't think about you again. Like, it takes a while for the heartbreak to go. Like, it's just time, right? You've got to get them hooks out your system. Same for the military. As long as you understand it's just a crappy job and you're a number, but as long as you understand that, enjoy it for what it is, take out of it what you got, but that's it. You can't bring it with you. Just understand that. I wish I'd understood that going in.
What about for civilians who feel disconnected and don't know how to find meaning?
Same kind of concept, right? We aren't meant to just be working to make a paycheck. That's not why we evolved. Like this, we evolved to be an upright running ape, super in shape, able to run long distance, fight a lion. And if like, you can't run 100 meters right now and or fight a freaking labradoodle, I think deep down inside you aren't mentally happy because you aren't fulfilling your role as like what you're meant to be doing. So mental health is closely tied to our fitness. So anyone can get in shape. It's just like the whole selection conversation. You just have to do it every day. It's not easy, but it gets easier the more you do it. But yeah, so much of the biggest thing I'm seeing people unhappy right now is about their physical condition we're in. And my biggest one I stress is we are what we eat, which is why everyone's so unhappy right now. Like we are putting poisons into ourselves and then wondering why the system isn't balanced, you know? We're meant to eat
and
meat,
I've seen
vegetable,
like
carbs.
Working out there's a direct correlation with mental health. I mean, I work out as often as I can. I don't love it. I'll be honest with you. I'm getting a lot older and it's harder, but I force myself to do it. And I've never once gone and done some type of exercise and like, you know, be done and be like, oh, I wish I hadn't have done that. Most of the time there's this, especially early in the morning, there's something about working out early in the morning because no matter what the day throws at you, you got up, you hit the gym or you walked or you run or you did whatever and you've accomplished something. So nothing in the day can take that away from you. You've done something and you accomplished something for the day. So even if you don't do anything else today, you still got up early and, you know, exercised your body, which for me, man, just, it's made such a massive improvement in my mental health. Just that one small commitment. Yeah.
So my big one, I swear, I've always been fit my whole life off my injuries at the end, but I've got back on shape now. It's, the more you do it, it becomes really easy. It just eventually becomes a habit. Just the same as eating junk food. You can replace that by like, eventually you'll love running. You'll pick up the endorphins. It'll click one day and like, now you can run. It doesn't take a year. It might take a month or two, but that's not that long on the grand scheme of things to be able to pick up and be healthy. You can be old and start running again. Like we are literally evolved to run. I can't run, my legs hurt. Your legs hurt because you don't run, you fat earth. That's why like people sit down too much. Like get up. Movement is life. Movement is life for humans. Absolutely. I love running in the bush. I love tracking. Like I'm going to try and fight to keep flexible and able to do what I love doing. But movement is life, and not moving and sitting behind computer chairs is death for us.
Yeah, I agree. Kind of my last question for you, man. You've lived an extraordinary life, but you're still in your early 40s. What adventures are still calling you, Kev?
I don't want it to, but I feel like war is coming soon, and I feel like I might get one more war before I'm an old man. I'm still kind of like at the edge of still usefulness. I'm watching what's happening in Ukraine. We're about to get into our next fight in South America, so I feel like bush war in Africa might be inevitable in the near future. And when it does, it tends to take part in national parks and these wilderness areas. So I will definitely stand by my rangers and conservationists to maintain whatever we can during that. So I feel that might be something coming, which is why I stay in shape for that one. And outside of that, like, I don't know, we're chucking around the words like nuclear war right now. And oh, by the way, there's an alien spaceship coming. So any one of them two in the next near future, you know, I'm kind of keeping my plans open. Who knows?
Bro, I do not watch the news. I swear to God, man, anytime I turn that news on for more than a day, my mental health goes down the toilet and I'm like, the world's coming to an end. The world's coming to an end, you know? But it's awesome not watching it. There's a part of me that thinks that the world has always been burning. The only difference is we can see it 24/7.
That's the issue
you
too.
know? And everybody's like, oh, it's the end of the world. I mean, you know, in the religious world, there's a lot of people who are like, oh, these are the end times. It's like, dude, can you imagine what it felt like to watch 2 nuclear bombs go off in Japan, or millions of Jews get killed, or the whole world go to war? Like, you know, people will fret all day long about how the world is, but they won't take the time to even get to know their damn neighbor or do something nice for people that live in their community. So I think if people would just spend more time, get the F off the news, man. Put your dang cell phone down. Be a human. Talk to people. Love people.
Cell phones took all that away from us. People don't hang out nowadays. The cell phone.
It's the worst. We were talking about it last night at my house, man. Like it's It's the devil, man. I'm not a big social media guy. I have to maintain a social media for the podcast, but if you go on the Instagram, I mean, it's where I post most of my stuff. It's just kind of the stories from the podcast. You're not going to see me every day. Hey, I eating chicken today. And I just, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have time for that, man. I'm too busy trying to be present. And, you know, I still have a family that I'm trying to be present for. And I love this podcast and I love what we're doing, but I'm trying not to let it take over my life, even though it's desperately trying to take over my life. But I always give guys an opportunity in the podcast to, you know, kind of say something to their spouse. You talk a lot about your wife on and off camera, and I know she's a big part of like who you are and what you're doing. Is there anything you want to say to her?
Yeah, she's awesome. She's been my like, she's got me for a lot. Like, she met me right after the initial Africa trips where I was going for my PTSD, and I'm not the easiest person to deal with. Along my healing journey, I've been a pain in the ass as a massive, big, angry SF dude, and she's put up with me the whole time. So like, COVID was hard running the non-profit. We've gone down to like, we run out of money, you know, we kept pushing forward fundraising. It's been a lot of stress. I've been out late nights with rangers in the bush. She stood by me the whole time. So yeah, absolutely love my wife and what I've put her through. We've traveled the world, all this stress, you know, moved to Africa during COVID, but yeah, couldn't have done it without her. So
that's awesome.
Teary-eyed for my wife. She's a great partner for me.
Yeah, no, that's awesome, dude. We love it. All right, Kevin, before we tap out here, man, how can people find you, man? I know we're going to put it in the bio, but just let them.
Yeah, so you can find us online. For the website for the Safari Company is www.wild-works.com, and works is spelled WERX, so wild-works.com. Same on Instagram, wild-works. We have a full Instagram page, high-end kind of media we put on there, and I can be found on kevin.pip on Instagram.
Awesome, dude. Well, hey, bro, I just really wanted to say thank you for making this trip and for coming out here. I know the Iraq stuff was hard. It was cool to hear a different side of the war. War is not cool, so that's not what I'm saying. But, you know, we've had a lot of special operations guys come in and they get to fly in and fly out. But just hearing, I was just talking to somebody yesterday who had sent me an email just about, hey, man, what about the infantry guys and the engineers and the artillery, man? We were there for 12 months, 14 months, 16 months. So it was really cool. Although I know it was, you know, somewhat traumatic for you to kind of relive some of those events. It's still, that's a part of a history. I'm talking about, you know, your friends that you lost. You know, it's a way for them to just live on a little bit more. So people can remember that the sacrifices they made for this country and really for their friends, right? Because when, you know, when Sergeant Smith was plugging that hole, I mean, yeah, maybe he was doing it for America, but the reality of it is he was doing it for the guys in the company and for the people on the left and the right. And, you know, we're better because men like that have lived, right? And I think we have a responsibility to try to live the best lives we can in their honor, man. You know,
Amen.
Be grateful that such men lived. So thank you for being willing. So I'll kind of let the listeners know, man, we've kind of hinted about it the whole time.
I'm like, when are you going to drop the big bomb here?
Yeah. So we partnered up, Kevin and I partnered up a while ago. It's been in the works for months, but we are flying to South Africa. I'm taking a film crew with me and we're going to film, a whole, probably semi-documentary on a lot of the stuff that we've talked about today. We're going to travel around the national parks, see the things, you know, and really film stuff with the Rangers. And I am super excited. I've never been to South Africa, so we're going to get on the ground and get a firsthand experience and then document it as well, so that not only can, you know, we show everybody here, you know, what we're just talking about on a podcast, they can actually see it. But hopefully, man, we can generate some motivation and you know, our personal experience to really get motivated people to get out, man, to go do something different besides go to Cancun and get drunk for 7 days and, you know, do nothing, man.
Yeah.
Like, go be a part of nature and see something. So I'm excited to bring that to you guys. We'll be putting out some more information. Kevin and I really designed our shooting schedule. We have two pretty phenomenal cinematographers that have worked on some big projects coming with us. And so, you know, we've funded the whole project. We had a sponsor, come out and sponsor the podcast, which is, you know, allowing us to travel over there. So, you know, I think it's going to be awesome. I hope you guys are motivated to see that. We'll put that on YouTube. Hopefully we'll have it sometime. I don't know how long it's going to take to edit. We're going to take our time and make sure we do it right, but we're flying out there mid-November and we'll be out there for a week and a half.
Maybe or so.
Yeah.
Early January, depends on how fast they can put together the awesome content we get.
Yeah, man, it's going to be awesome. I mean, just the pictures and the videos I've seen off Kevin's phone is just breathtaking. So I'm beyond excited. I know our film crew's super excited. So we're going to be mic'd up for 8 days all over the frickin' the the Kruger, man. So it's gonna be wild. So to all you guys out here that have listened, I know this was a long podcast, but man, we covered some real topics today, some real ground, some stuff that you just don't get to hear very many places, whether it was, you know, the war stories you guys came for, or to really talk about rhinos or the mental health journey. I just really want to thank you guys. The support we've got on this podcast has just been, it's been breathtaking, man. I had 300 subscribers January 1st and we hit 90,000 yesterday. So it's because of you guys. So if you're listening to this and you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to us, man. It helps us, you know, grow. And I give my commitment to you that we'll try to give you guys the best content. I'm constantly hunting guests. I don't have a staff. It is literally me and my editor. That's it. We built this thing. This is a grassroots thing. We have been offered to be taken over by 2 media companies and we fought it. We're going to keep this thing as grassroots for as long as we can. If you guys want to support the podcast, we have a website, www.thevanguardwall.com. That's how fly Kevin out here. That's why we're able to, you know, fly these guests. Most of these people that come out, we pay for their travel. So that's just one way you can support the podcast. I'm trying not to make everybody pay for Patreon or whatever, but we are trying to figure out how to at least keep the lights on, man. So, and then last but not least, we want to take time to thank our sponsor, Dr. Bosley, Taylor Bosley at Precision Wellness Group. He's a hormone optimization doctor. He's a former 18 Delta. You probably, if you've watched this whole podcast, you've heard the commercial a couple of times. Amazing human being. I've been on testosterone optimization for a long time. And Dr. Bosley's the best in the business. And it's a lot more than just a TRT mill. So anyway, man, that's enough of me talking, dude. Love you guys, and stay safe out there. And if you can't be safe, be violent out here.